Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. We're back again. This time with we got a hot video, Elliot.
It's a recent video.
Yeah, it's a video I bullied you. I bullied Elliot into covering this one, boys. Because I saw it on Twitter and I was like, yeah, boy, come on. It's gonna be good.
I suggested oh, this video is a bit long. Wait, what about this video? And then and Reds was like, no, I have to.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. You have to cover this one.
I thought it was just another video in the queue, but oh no, it's
no.
It has to be this one.
It has to be this one because this one is fucking. Our boy Alice. I don't actually know who Alice is in the chat. I don't know if Alice actually shows up in the chat, but Alice pings me videos every now and then. And he pinged me this one, and it's from that Moons fella.
Yeah, I saw.
And I believe you're familiar with the Moons, man, because you linked me that video from. Well, you linked me that video from what was his name, Sword and Shield or whatever. Which was like a 1 hour takedown video. Because to give some backstory, right? So this Moons fella, a long time ago, he made a video about the gender war in South Korea in relation to gacha games. And I watched that video back then, and the warning signs, Ellie, the warning signs were already showing up back then, because I might not be an expert in the Korean gender war, but I do know a bit about it, and I do know that it's not as cut and dry as the incels B2B and incel things, right? There's a bit of, like, you know, if you thought that the feminist movements in the West were bad, I don't think they ever got as bad as, like, trying to make their male co-workers infertile with antifreeze at the company party bad, right? Like, there's some wild fucking stories coming out about the Korean feminists doing some really fucked shit. And in his video, he kind of doesn't really address any of that. He kind of tries to pin it all on the incels. Oh, it's all the... Look at these men. They're just mad that they didn't get their swimsuit in this gacha game, so they're harassing these developers and all this stuff. And while that is bad, if you're doing a video which is, you know, trying to, like, actually go over, like, the issues in South Korea, right? Like, the overall problems, it would behoove you to maybe cover it from both perspectives, just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. So the bias was showing, and then obviously he brings out that propaganda video like months later, right?
About how anime is inherently something because early on in a war, in a country at war, the people were making things for the government to get paid.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And I would highly recommend people go and watch the Sword and Shield. His name's not Sword and Shield, is I can't remember.
No, it's like Sword Man.
Maybe I'll go grab it and link it in the chat because that propaganda video is literally an hour long, and this video we're going to be covering is half an hour long. So we kind of drew the line at the propaganda video. We're kind of like, Not sure. Not sure about that one. Let me go through and have a look. I'll go and have a look because you probably linked it in the chat a while ago. But the propaganda video was really bad, basically. And the takedown video from the Sword and Shield guy was fucking fantastic because it's probably the best example of a. I'm going to fucking own you with actual...
Study of Swords.
Yes. I'm going to actually own you. Yeah, you link it. You found it before I did. Because he's like, I'm going to own you with actual research and actual fucking proper studies and shit. It's very, very good. Very, very good. Directly, like, if it was a community note, I would say yes, directly counters the user's claims, uses high quality sources, right? So yeah. So that was like what this Moons guy got in the shit for initially, because everyone was shitting on this propaganda video because it is very much up our wheelhouse, right? Because it's Japan, soft power, the weebs. You know, it would be quite. Maybe we might come back to it if we ever feel like doing a really long video, right? Like
we have to schedule that kind of things in advance, not like our regular scheduled.
That'll be like an 8-hour stream to cover that, and just that, right? Just that one video. So, but then he brings out this new video, which is about gacha games and wyammans, the wyammans in the gacha
kind of like
games.
that first video that you talked about, but I haven't watched that one.
Yeah.
It looked kind of
boring. But this one is a bit more. From what I gathered from both the clip that I was shown on Twitter and I jumped to a section of the video which was called the P word, because I was told to, and this seems to be more about, hey, Ali, do you think that gacha games can teach men not to rape? Do you think that the gacha games are capable of teaching men not to rape? Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting
harsh thing. I mean, as it is so far that media or can teach moral lessons at all, I guess yes, but.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see what angle he's going to be coming at with. Pretty good idea, but I guess we'll switch over. Yeah, we'll switch over. I'll get ready to do my crack for Samu if he's in the chat. I will. Where are we at here? Grab it.
Oh, he only gave like a correction to a message that's deleted because it's too long ago. That's the only thing I see of Samu. And the participants in chat, this never works for me. I only really see myself and the last person that typed something. So
oh well. If he missed it, he missed it. It's his fault.
You were in chat, right? I don't see you, for example.
Oh, where did I? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna have to say this right now, Ellie. I'm gonna be ranting about Leftists this episode, okay?
All right.
I want you to not take it personally, okay? Please don't think you have to defend all of leftism. Because I know, because 50 just reminded me of a part. I will get to it when we get to it. Because I was like, he says something, and I'm like, wait, where the fuck did I hear that before? And I looked it up. I was like, oh, that's where I've heard that before. And I was completely correct in my assumptions. So,
man,
well, we'll see how we go. Look, I'm gonna try and be behaved. All right, I'm gonna try and be well behaved. I'm not gonna be too generalizing. I'm gonna try to be well behaved, but just know that the bias exists.
Let me quote some our big fan, big patron of the channel, Boston Select. Some tweet of his, as far as that's worth something. Moon Channel calls himself an expert. Moon Channel calls himself a Japan expert. Is head-scratchingly brave, considering every time I see parts of his video, there's always something wrong or misattributed.
Oof. You know it's bad when Joe has to come in. Papa Joe has to come in and be like, oh, not good. So yeah, I guess without any further ado, long video watching rules apply. We're going to try not to pause every 5 seconds. We're going to try and give the guy a minute to pause, hopefully. So we'll see how we go. But let's see what happens.
The following video is rated PG-13. Viewer discretion is advised. If you've watched Moon Channel before, you know that I dabble in the occasional gacha game.
Yeah, pulls right away. So I haven't watched the second one of these. I watched the first one. But at the time I watched the first one, the second one wasn't out yet. So I'd only watched the first one. And so, credit where credit is due. Maybe in the second one he gets better, but in the first one he was very biased. And So Ellie, he likes to do this thing, or at least he did do this thing in the first video, where he would talk about kind of like the Gacha controversy, right? Which he was kind of pinning his entire point on, which was this one with I think it's called Limbus Company, because Limbus Company is apparently Korean. But then he would like interject and start going through like the history of all of Korea, right? Dating back to like the fucking medieval ages. And I kind of get what he was trying to do, because he was trying to make this point about the patriarchy and how Korea has always been controlled by the men. And
I mean, you start with the modern era, the modern liberal era. That's good enough.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, like I don't. I think he didn't do that, because if you did do that, he'd have to talk about like the political party that was controlled by like the fucking gender cult or whatever. The prime. It was like that.
I mean, Korea is controlled by big companies. That's the.
So but this is what I mean. Is like, you know, it probably wouldn't have helped his point to do that. Is what I'm saying, which is why I think he chose to do this. What I would view as a kind of, because what happens is when he's doing this, like, it's hard to describe if you haven't watched the video, right? Is like he does these like jumps, and he'll like talk about the history of Korea for like 10 minutes, and then he goes back to the Gacha thing. And by the time he's gone back to the Gacha thing, you've already forgotten what he was saying in the first Gacha section, right? So it's almost like he's you know, he's counting on people basically forgetting things, right? And I view that as kind of a bit of a weird kind of tactic, a little bit. But yeah, I only paused real quickly just to mention that.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I watched that video, that Gacha War video, that first one. Yeah, I watched that, and I thought it was not great.
I didn't watch the Gacha videos because
you are a hater.
Because I'm a Gacha hater. I can't stand.
You are the hater, yeah.
Yeah,
hater
I mean,
cast.
It's funny. I feel somewhat kind of almost self-conscious, because there's a lot of people who are hiding their gambling addictions in Gacha and whatnot, and me denying that I hate, me saying that I hate Gacha kind of feels like, kind of, you know. No, I actually don't play Gachas. I actually don't spend money on Gachas, people. I know nobody's accusing me, but
no, but I mean, I don't really want to get into the whole like gambling thing of it. Maybe we'll get into it later if he brings it up, because I don't actually think most people are actually addicted to gambling when it comes to Gacha. I do agree with the psychological element. It's the same psychology involved, but I think the amount of people that are actually addicted is extremely fucking low. Like, in minuscule amounts. But anyway, let's actually get into it.
Yeah.
Not too seriously.
Also, Samu's here.
Endless Zone 0.
Samu's here.
Hey, Samu. How you doing? You missed your conditioning. I'm sorry, Samu. Yeah, you missed it just before. I'm sorry. So anyway, back to our man talking about his Gacha.
For example, much to the bemusement and horror of Moon Channel's artist Larita Shine, but I do play Gacha games. And in my experience, there are only two meaningful categories of Gacha game: games that you can play in public and games that you really shouldn't. The latter category of games is, well, not for me. But Goddess of Victory Nikke is different. Nikke is special. I played Nikke for a bit as I was writing the script for the Korean Gender War Part 2 video, after a comment by Moon Channel viewer Valkyrie Tiara in Part 1 brought the plot of Nikke to my attention.
I don't know if we will read all that, but
and the girl at the surface is something
Nikke, Gacha game, fan service, something, good story, something, basically
treats them well. I see.
Yeah.
Juxtaposition, social commentary on Korean cultures at large.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, also is the chat. Oh no, I know it's all good. I was just wondering, because I have to remember that when I think it's because of the browser extension I have. When I play the video and watch together, it pauses the stream, and I'm watching the stream. So I have to change. There we go. I fixed it. There we go. But anyway, back to it.
For you see, though the game can be quite raunchy, it subverts the typical prurient gacha game tropes in interesting ways, turning them on their heads, which is especially important given the cultural background from which the game emerges. Nikkie is developed by a South Korean developer, Shift Up, and South Korea, as we've previously covered, is in the midst of a serious and ongoing gender conflict, wherein the outrage of young men towards the cruel, unequal, and uncaring system that they live in is being redirected by that system into punching down on those below them in the Korean hierarchy, the women.
You see what I kind of mean, right? About how he frames that, right? Like, let's listen. So, one thing I will say that I know about this guy is he's a lawyer, right?
Oh yeah,
because he's a lawyer. Yeah, because he's a lawyer, he is very good with his words, right? It's very easy to miss things, right? Because of how he words things. So I kind of want to hear that again, just real slow, right?
Tropes in interesting ways, turning them on their heads, which is especially important given the cultural background from which the game emerges. Nikkie is developed by a South Korean developer, Shift Up, and South Korea, as we've previously covered, is in the midst of a serious and ongoing gender conflict.
Okay, so South Korea that's fact, right? They are indeed in the midst of a very serious gender conflict, so that's fine.
Well, according to him... Well, according to him, I haven't heard much about a great conflict.
Well, you probably haven't, because it is like very isolated to Korea. Like you would, I only know about it because it has bled into some gotcha controversies, which I might explain a little bit when he shows that icon again. Let's listen.
Previously covered is in the midst of a serious and ongoing gender conflict, wherein the outrage of
we're in the outrage of
young men towards the cruel, unequal, and uncaring system that they live in is...
So, the way that he's framing it, right, is men are mad about the system, right? Okay, and that's men are mad about the system because the system is as you would be if you lived in South Korea, right? But listen to how he redirects that into blaming, making it all about women being the victims, right?
Is being redirected by that system into punching down on those below them in the Korean hierarchy, the women. It is...
Yeah. So
I mean, that's not a... That's not a... that's not a thing that doesn't... no, that's not a unusual thing, because even, you got the whole immigration is used kind of like, oh no, the problem isn't corporations raising the prices, it's the immigrants that are stealing the butter or whatever.
Yeah, but the issue he has is he acts like the women in the situation are entirely victimless or blameless in the situation, which is just not fucking true in Korea. Because there's plenty of examples I could find of fucking kindergarten teacher abusing male students because they're male. The antifreeze story that I brought up earlier. I believe that I haven't confirmed this one, but there was one that rumor that I heard, or something that I heard, where there was some nurse that was mutilating babies because they were male, right? There's some crazy fucking shit going on in Korea, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's good to frame what's going on in Korea as, oh, these angry men are mad about society and they're just taking it out on the woman, right? As if there's there's no other reason for them to take it out on the woman. Like the women are just
so Naretsu,
it's not like they had like a government that was literally fucking controlled by a feminist cult or anything, right? It's not like there are issues that need to happen.
I am to generalize it down, I guess. The problems with blaming migrants for every ill of society, because a migrant who has a mental condition, who is not allowed, who is kicked out of the streets because of discrimination or slow bureaucracy, who then stabs somebody, is not a reason to then hate immigrants more. It's a reason to, get better asylum system, give more money to asylum and asylum processing.
But the problem with the Korean example is it's not like the system is what, or at least was, controlled by female. Right? That's the first part of it, and the second part of it is that I don't think that, because I kind of get what you're saying, right? Like, you shouldn't be blaming all of the immigrants for all of the problems, right? But I don't think that the Korean men are blaming the women for all of the problems. They're blaming the feminists that are fucking psychotic, right?
Well,
and that's the distinction. That's the distinction I would make. Is I haven't seen a lot of like, oh, it's all a woman's fault. I've seen a lot of this particular feminist cult is a problem. And that has led to some issues where people are like, he brought up that whole like symbol with like the two fingers, like the small finger icon. I don't know if I can bring it up again, but I'm not going to go back. That's like the fucking icon or like symbolism of that cult, right? So people have been like finding like Korean animators and stuff, like female animators, that have been putting that symbol into certain PVs and games and stuff, right? And saying like, "Oh, look, it's a dog whistle for the feminism," and the companies have had to kind of react to that, specifically because like that shit is fucking like toxic as shit, right? Like, like the literal terrorism happening by these feminist cults, right? So if a company gets wind of like, oh, like, because it might be a case that it wasn't intentional, right? Which is highly likely, right? But if you look at it from like the company's perspective, do you want to like step your foot on that landmine? No, probably not. So there's going to be, I believe there was a couple of cases where people have been fired over it, and there's been like controversy and drama around, oh, why did you fire this poor woman who, so and so and so and so, right? And I don't necessarily agree with that, because I don't think people should be getting fired for their political beliefs, right? However, I think in the context of what's going on, I can understand the like position of, hey, let's not like have symbolism of a terrorist cult in our fucking game.
Well, right? I don't know. I don't know much about the Korean whatever situation, conflict over there.
My overall point.
1 second, right? So I'm just.
All right, I'll let you finish.
I'm feeling some similarities between. Oh no, I'm not hating women. I'm just hating this organization. It's kind of no. I don't hate the Jews. I just hate George Soros. And coincidentally, everything.
It's funny. It's funny you should bring that up, because I was gonna, when we get to the P word section, I was gonna bring up a similar analogy. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But my point actually, right, is Moonman is biased. I shouldn't call him Moonman, because it's good. People are going to think I'm talking about the Moonman 4chan meme, but I'm not. I'm talking about this guy. Moon's here is very biased, right? He is very biased towards the feminist perspective. When I think there's a bit more going on that we'll get to it, Sabu. Don't worry. I think there's a bit more going on, and there is a bit of nuance to be had, right? Because I think that if you have feminists going around doing literal terrorism and mutilating babies, I think kind of justified in not wanting to associate with the feminists, and kind of justified in people being a little bit mad, just a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
Yeah, but that kind of falls into my, unless I hear otherwise, that kind of falls into the the immigrant who is falls in between the cracks of the big bureaucracy, who needs medication but doesn't get it, and then stabs somebody.
The issue of that perspective, Ali, is regardless of the socio-economic systems at play, that immigrant still fucking stabbed someone.
Yeah, but then it's the point is,
I feel like it's a little bit. No, but I feel like it's a little bit kind of like, oh, the poor immigrant has no agency over themselves. They just had to stab that person, Ellie.
No,
they just had to do it. They couldn't. They had no other choice.
Naretsu, the point is that you don't blame immigrants for that stabbing.
Yeah, and and I'm not saying that you should blame. I'm saying that there are crazy. Like I think in his first video he talks about there were people like hiring fucking megaphone vans to park outside of this company's fucking office because they were mad about possible feminist stuff in a game, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's fucking dumb and stupid and crazy, right? I'm not gonna sit here. See, here's the difference between me and him. I'm at least gonna be like fucking, at least try to be impartial on it, right? It's kind of like with the Chinese situation, which is a little bit different, right? When, Chinese players do, the GFL, NTR stuff, right? And all of that kind of crazy nonsense that the Chinese gotcha players get up to, right? I'm not going to sit here and like, both sides, right, in that situation. But with the Korean stuff, the Korean stuff, when I'm hearing news stories about like fucking antifreeze at the company party and shit, right, I'm kind of like, maybe there's some other shit going on here. It's not just like one-sided, right? That's kind of my point here. My point here is Moon here is presenting one side of the equation. He refuses to kind of acknowledge, hey, maybe things are escalating on both ends and that's bad. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that.
No, I'm not very impressed. This kind of imprecise thing. But to say, I'm not very impressed by individual actions in that sense. A single stabbing, a single book burning, a single antifreeze. That's all kind of anecdotes, and I need a little bit more.
There's probably more than that. I'm only bringing up the. Here's the other problem: is because we're both not Korean, right?
Yeah.
We are obviously looking through this, and this is why I don't like how Moon Channel presents it. Is because we aren't Korean. We're seeing the situation through whatever lens is being presented to us, right? So that's why I don't like him kind of just framing it as, oh, those incels do be being incels, right? Because it actually would be like, oh, those immigrants do be being immigrants, Ellie. They're just mad about society and just they have to stab those kids, all right?
Anyway,
they have no other choice.
It's time to move on.
It is time to move on. I've been trying to move on for a while, but anyway.
It's heart-wrenchingly difficult to be a young person in Korea, but even more difficult to be a Korean woman, which is why almost 80% of young Korean women want to leave Korea, why 83% of young Korean men and women view South Korea as hell, and why as much as a quarter of North Korean defectors have seriously considered returning to North Korea.
Korea bad!
From what I've heard or seen, it is kind of a corporate hellhole. There was this is of course not, this is an anecdote, but there was this woman who was working at some company, and she was like, I would like to work a day less because I want to find a boyfriend and whatnot.
As you do, yeah.
Then she was taken after hours and berated by her supervisor. Because she wasn't a hard worker. Which is illegal to do, to let workers stay overtime in that way, and of course berate them in that way. No, I want to, increase the declining Korean population. Oh no, says big company, you work until we're all extinct.
I was watching what's his name's video. Joe recommended him on Twitter. It's Goji-san, I think, Goji or whatever.
No idea.
He has a very interesting video about isekai that came out recently. And in that he kind of talks about. You'd love it, Ellie. It's a good video. It's actually really fucking good because he talks about why isekai is kind of so big, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the things he brings up is the socio-economic issues in Japan around work culture and how South Korea is also been very much affected by that. It's basically kind of like, hey, can I copy your homework? Let me just change it a little bit. So no, right? They kind of took what the Japanese were doing and basically ramped it up to like 11, right? So I do agree that there's a go me, thanks Mushroom, go me-san put out a video on isekai recently. It was a very good video. Highly recommended.
So
fucking
this
amazing.
This is all right. A little bit about isekai discussion, right?
Oh no.
Joe has a video series that's understanding apocalypse or just something apocalypse, and that kind of chronicles a kind of a social progression of these popular media and what they kind of or what they represent to Joe. Yeah, and it starts with kind of a semi-optimism rising from the rubble Akira. The city gets bombed, big explosion kind of deal. But then there's a kind of a hope of a better tomorrow. Then,
yeah, I've watched those videos. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, and after that, I forget maybe there was a point in between. But next up, there is Death Note, and that's about life is a competition. You have to kill your peers. You have to outsmart your fellows to get to win in this world. Death games. The world is a death game. That's how and to win is to kill your peers. And isekai, in that sense, is kind of a the world is rotten. You can't win this death game. We all die. Time to leave this world.
I think Gumi goes into that where he talks about the pessimism of the youth and that being a reason why isekai is so prominent, right? I'm not gonna go highlight the whole. I linked it in the chat for people that want to go check it out.
Yeah, and
it is a very well researched and a really good video.
To comment then to go to the South Korean side. I have not, so I haven't read most of the Koreans, but I catch vibes every now and again from Korean series.
Catch the vibes, yeah, vibe check, yeah.
And from what I gather from the Korean series, is they're kind of filled with vengeance. They're very much about getting lots and lots of power to humiliate the other side, the people who put you down. Time to destroy them into atoms. That's kind of the deal. At least that's very much like solo leveling.
So there is an interesting conversation to be kind of had about, the situation in Korea, and I would have to look into it a bit more to be able to comment a bit more distinctly on it. I just feel like it's a bit more nuanced than what Moon Channel presents it as. Is my issue.
I mean that other video aim of propaganda that was very unnuanced. So
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. I feel like he does the same thing with Korea, where he strips all the nuance from the situation. Because if we're going to be talking about the work culture in Japan, right, we'll both agree that the whole lifelong employee thing is bad. The current situation of the economy is bad. They're still kind of on that downward trend trajectory and stuff. And we could talk about how bad that is, but we wouldn't go, Japan bad, right?
Well, there is some good news out of Japan.
Japan sink into the sea. It's so bad. No,
you can't read the entire thing. At least in this chat, Japan is encouraging to do a 4-day work week.
Oh yeah.
Just a random article.
Oh, it could be interesting.
Yeah, and
so it's not all doom and gloom, right? It's not all fucking pessimist. Yeah, people, and I feel like that's a trap a lot of people get into, right? As they get into that doomer mindset and they think, oh no, it's bad.
Yeah,
Korea bad, Japan bad, America bad. Well, I mean, America is bad, but
yeah, of course. No lolly on stream, so we can still America bad.
No necro or lolly on stream, so we can shit on the Americans as much as we want. But anyway, let's get back to it.
And in the midst of this conflict, in the very thick of it, are gacha games. This is the environment in which Nikke both exists and thrives. A gacha game, like so many others, built around the collection of women, the commodification of women, and dare I say, the objectification of women.
Buzzword. Sorry, it's just fuck me, dude.
You can't deny it, though. They are objects.
Well, yeah, but fun fact, actually, I can't remember what I was looking this up for, but I was looking up the gacha rankings, right? Because there's it's like a gacha game revenue thing
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So I was watching some guy stream and he was talking about it and I wanted to go check it out too. Because apparently, do you want to know what, like, I think it's like the third most gotcha game revenue, big numbers game is? Hang on, I might check just so I'm not wrong. Revenue list. I have to find the website for it because there's a certain website you can go because these companies tend to like put out a report every like month or so that brings up. Is this the one? What's the recap? Is the recap? No, that's not what I want. I gotta find what this website was because there's a specific like. It's not this website. I think it's another website. Yeah, just give me a sec. Cause oh, hang on. It's like I found like an image version of it. I think. So,
oh no.
I'll try and zoom in. It doesn't say it here, but the guy. Oh, kind of. I think it's like fourth or like fifth. It's a fucking male focused one in China. That's all men. It's all men.
Oh no! Don't underestimate the Fujos. Those are
the Fuja. Yeah, no. Well, I feel that's kind of dismissive though, because it's like, oh, you know, you have. I mean, you've got. I'm looking at this list here, which I think is from May 2024, and you've got like Honkai, Star Rail, Naruto, Solo Leveling just came out, so that's new on the list at third. Arknights, Star Rail Global because there's China and Global, and then there's like Love and Deep Space, which is a male focused one. Genshin Impact, Nikkei, Monster Strike, Fate, Wandering Waves. Yeah, so I wouldn't say like all of the gotcha game landscape is just, you know, sexy waifu collection, right? I think that it's a bit disingenuous to frame it like that because there are gotcha. I mean, Arknights has male characters, right? And you know,
I guess the Zenless Zone has a big bear, or maybe it's another character.
Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero has male characters too. I mean, it's got the bear, it's got the wolf guy that
the wolf guy.
The wolf guy. It's got the guy with the guns, right? That's doing the stuff. Oh, here we go. Now I've got it to come up properly. Wow, that fucking Love and Deep Space one. Holy shit.
Nobody has ever heard of it.
As of I think this is from June, July 2024. Love and Deep Space Chinese version number fucking 2. Right under Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero is like, what's that?
Big
is that
hype.
60? It's like 68 million. What's a million? A million is like free number. Is it trillion? I can't fuck it. I don't
million. Or it's a million or a milliard. Those are different things.
Because it's fucking. So it's 60. So Zenless Zone Zero is 68,800,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Love and Deep Space, which looks like Pretty Boy Men, is 35,800,000 in terms of revenue. And last month they made 27,500,000. So, yeah, second highest grossing is the Chinese server for a fucking male orientated gotcha game. So, kind of destroys the narrative a little bit, doesn't it? Because Nikkei is like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nikkei is like 11 on the list. So yeah, because it's underneath like Genshin Impact and Honkai and Monster Strike and Naruto and a bunch of others, right? So it's interesting stuff when you look at the revenue stuff. I'll link the site in the chat so people can check it out themselves.
We're linking all kinds of things today.
Yeah, we're linking all kinds of things today. Everyone's getting all kinds of links. There you go. There's gotcharevenue.com. you can check it out. You can see where your favorite gotcha games fall on the on the revenue list.
Did you see Fire Emblem Heroes on there? I don't think so.
I don't know. It depends because some don't put out their quarterly or monthly reports or whatever. But it is interesting. It is interesting stuff though. It is interesting stuff. To loop it back into the video to get back on topic. I feel like he's been a bit, you know, oh, the gotcha games are all about collecting and commodifying the wyammman and whatever. And while I can kind of understand that perspective, I feel like it's a bit. Well, first I agree with 650. Okay, and right, okay, and right. It's the first thing. But the second thing is, I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit reductive, just a bit. Especially considering that, like, if we factor in that one of the biggest grossing games is a Fujoshi game for fucking women, right? Kind of. Maybe both sides are getting a little bit objectified there, Ali. Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe just a little bit. But anyway, let's keep going.
That emerges from what is arguably the developed world's most misogynistic country.
Hey, New Zealand's sixth on the list. We gotta do better. Bigger numbers, boys. Let's go.
9th over there. Japan is also low.
Yeah.
Next to.
Oh God. But anyway, so Ali, here's the question, right? When does criticism of the country go from criticism of the country into just being fucking racist? right? Or bigoted,
when
I
you
guess,
put on some,
because it's not really a race thing, right? It's more of a bit just general bigotry thing.
Kind of like xenophobia, kind of. I think when you try to give it kind of an essentialistic properties to the people.
Yeah, like when he says like, oh, Korea is one of the most misogynistic countries in the world. It shows like the gender wage gap. It's a little bit.
It's like I feel like when you go there, when you go full xenophobia, bigotry, when you go Koreans are, you know,
a little bit. But I feel like can you imagine, Ellie, if I was like, oh, you Dutch people, you're the most bigoted, xenophobic people in the world because you have like far right parties or whatever in your parliament or something, right? Like, I wouldn't. That wouldn't be right, you know. Like, and the issue is it's hard. And the issue is from my perspective, it's like as the layman, right? As the guy that's not educated on the Korean culture, right? If I was like, you know, a midwit dumb fuck, and I watched this video, I'd just be like, oh, I guess he's right. I guess Korea is the most misogynistic country in the world. Ooh, I guess it's like, I don't like the statements like that, right? Because I wouldn't say that about, like, I don't know, Holland or, you know, France.
Holland is not a country, but all right.
Not a country, but okay. But you know, jokes like that are a little bit different, right? But like, it's like being like, oh, Africa is the #1 country in the world for rape. So, you know.
Yeah, that's already kind of a triple thing you're heading on. You know, kind of, you know, generalizing entire continent into a single thing, etc.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? I don't like it. I don't like what he's doing, right? And how he's framing it. It comes off as a little bit, because I think you could make the point about Korea's gender inequality and Korea's gender issues without stepping into, like, Korea is the most misogynistic country in the world, right?
Well, the problem, alright, for Moon Channel's problem with that propaganda video was that he kind of very much relies on big government instead of so small social on the ground. So
yeah.
So there is. If he, I don't remember, it's too long ago, what he said exactly, but if he says, like, if he said something like, the inequality is one of the greatest, that's showing these graphs and whatnot. All right, he has proved his point, right? Big social, big gaps, big payment inequality gaps. That's, you got some facts.
If the sources are to be believed, of course.
Yeah. All right, but he's showing some sources, kind of deal.
He's showing something. Yeah.
He's showing something. If he then goes kind of vaguer and say something like that Koreans, or people, or the culture of Korea is.
Men in Korea are just inherently more misogynist than other people.
Well, the thing
I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from.
He gave a reason though. That makes me kind of, then he's kind in the first 5 seconds he said something like, Korean, it's hard to live in Korea, therefore they are blaming the lower rank.
The issue is he's still kind of blaming the big government system type stuff there.
Well, I feel like that's slightly different, because you're giving some reasoning behind it, right? Instead of just blaming culture, you're kind of blaming the circumstances that they're in.
Kind of off topic, but related, because it's to do with moons, is because I actually rewatched the section of the Sword video about Gate, because he makes a big point about how Gate was propaganda, but then when you actually look into the sources, it's still technically propaganda, but it's not propaganda for the reasons Moon thought it was propaganda. Because the reason Moon thought it was propaganda was because, the JSDF collaborated with the
they
anime,
are super good
right?
guys in the show.
No. It was because Moon's established in the video that his definition of propaganda is the government directly contributed to X thing. Right, like government has to government has to fund and or create said thing, so and so. But that doesn't apply to Gate. The reason Gate's propaganda and thinks the JSDF is super cool is because the guy who fucking made it was ex-JSDF, and he thinks the JSDF is super fucking cool. Yeah. So it's not because the big government JSDF collaborated. The collaboration was mostly because of convenience, because the JSDF saw this anime / manga, the light novel series was, oh wow, look, people big like this Gate thing, we should do a collab. And the guy, because the author is obviously very pro JSDF, he's like, hell yeah. Right?
I remember one part in the manga, there's some journalists, and the journalists are only there to see the army trip up so they can make an evil report on how evil the army is. And they, at the end of the chapter, the reporters are forced to admit that the army was right, because the army saved them from their stupid mistakes, because in their attempt to make the army look bad, they
so I'm not arguing. So I'm not arguing. I wouldn't argue that Gate is not propaganda. It's just, it's not and Sword and Shield or whatever, he gets into that in the video too. He explains because the sources, the reason I'm bringing this up is the sources that Moons uses to prove his point are actually inaccurate and not correct. And it's based off a guy that, while he was a researcher, it's based off an op-ed opinion piece, basically, and not an actual proper research paper. Into Gate. It's quite interesting.
I am a qualified physical chemical analyst.
Yeah.
That means that I am an expert in this Japan stuff. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Let me ask then, if you were placed into a society like South Korea's and you had to make the argument that women's rights are important, that a society where women aren't treated like objects is an inherently better society for everyone, that the existing system creates toxic expectations which affect women and men in precisely the ways that make their lives so hard, where would you start? How would you start? How do you reach an audience that appears to be so far gone? Well, the answer is compromise. You meet them halfway. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that playing gacha games makes you some kind of male chauvinist. I mean...
I thought he was going to the opposite way, if you
yeah,
want to...
I'm not saying playing gacha games makes you some kind of male chauvinist, do it? Alright,
I'm going to do a nitpicky thing, alright? This feels like a scripting mistake. He kind of says, alright, you're living in bad society, Naretsu.
Yeah, you're in
How
the
do
shithole.
you
Yeah.
where do you start as a gaming company in that society? And then you might come.
Well, how do you get the message across?
How do you
that
make it better? Is what I'm
women
feeling.
deserve rights, I guess.
Yes.
Women.
And then he goes from, all right, you meet him halfway. That's for me means you start halfway, and then go on to be better. And then the next thing he says is, gacha games doesn't make you chauvinistic. Oh, hey, wait a minute. The point was to be halfway.
Yeah, where did that come from? Yeah, you see, you kind of get what I'm saying, right? It's like the way that he frames stuff is really fucking weird, right? Like, you just... Oh, I'm not saying that play gacha games makes you male chauvinist.
Yeah, but the point was that, alright, you start like halfway and then you go on better. That doesn't make you more chauvinistic. That's supposed to make you better as you play
and
along.
he's only 2 minutes into his video, right? But an issue I have is, like, he hasn't actually, like, established... Okay, what is the actual premise here, right? Because the premise is supposed to be, you know, can gacha games make men not sexist, right? Is basically the general gist of the premise, right? He hasn't really kind of gone like established, right? Okay, so yes, the developers of Nikkei are in Korea, and they fucking, you know, because they're in Korea, apparently that means that they're living in the shithole, right?
I mean, most of the young Koreans want to leave, so I guess that's right.
Yeah, well, according to his statistics, of course, right?
Yeah, but I don't have any other right now.
I'm hesitant to trust his sources after watching that takedown of his propaganda video. It's just I'm fucking a little bit... I'm a little bit fucking hesitant. But, like, how is Nikkei in particular, right? I want to know, like, how is Nikkei in particular, like, different, right? And I guess he hasn't gone into that yet because it is still early in the video, but I feel like he's kind of waffling on a little bit, right? Like, he's established, okay, Korea bad, gacha games objectify women usually, right? So-and-so, right? Can we now get into the point now? Like... Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. Did you want to...
Oh, no, I'm hearing that, alright, you're a gaming company and you want to be better. That's the only... And that's what
I guess, but I mean, the question thing is, be better by whose standard, right? Like, what is the... That's my problem, is what's the standard, right? What is the actual standard here? Like, what does be better mean here in this context, right? Does it mean, like, not be Azura Lane? Does it mean be Azura Lane? Or what? Like, what is the... I bring up Azura Lane because that would be an example.
You said we only put... it's only like 2 minutes played into...
Yeah, I know. But anyway, let's see.
I play gacha games too. However, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. And look, Nikkei isn't going to take you all the way to gender equality, right? But maybe it can open the door to empathy for a population of gamers that are conditioned to treat women as objects.
Koreans?
Fucking hell. Yeah, yeah. Are we conditioned to treat women like objects, Ellie? Like, what do you...
I kind of felt that he was talking about Koreans, I guess, but
maybe no. I think he...
Or gacha gamers in general.
Yeah, I think he turned it into like a generalized statement there at the end, which is kind of bad. I don't see the issue here is you have to buy into the feminist rhetoric to actually agree with him here, because you have to buy into objectification theory in the first place in order to actually, like, agree with him. And I don't buy into objectification theory. I think it's bullshit. So, because I don't view my ship girls in Azura Lane as, like, women, right? Because they're not. They're fucking JPEGs. They're literal computer data on my fucking screen, right? I mean, I might feel for them. I might empathize with their stories. I might, you know, feel attached to them. I might think they're hot and they make my pee-pee hard, right? But at the end of the day, as a fucking adult person, I recognize the difference between fiction and reality, right? So I don't go out on the street and be like, wow, look at that SSR woman. I'm going to go slap her ass or something, right? Like I don't buy into the idea of, oh, these gacha games commodify women, therefore sexism in real life. I don't. The correlation causation argument doesn't fucking work with me for that. But that's just me. I don't know if you have a point on that or not.
No, not really. Gacha games in general doesn't feel that much different from getting pin-up posters, I guess.
Well, I mean, a feminist would argue that's also objectification. So I guess you're not, because they argue that anything sexual is fucking objectification. So, like, oh man. But anyway, let's see what he's got to say. Let's keep going.
I'm relatively new to the world of content creation, but if there's one thing that I've learned in my time here, it's that people love cake. No, GLaDOS, not literal cake, figurative cake, euphemistic cake. People love butt. And I'll note that I use the word people very intentionally. Indeed, a love of cake is gender neutral, as any dangerous-looking woman holding a boat paddle at an anime convention will gladly and painfully demonstrate to you. The butt is a part of the human body, after all, and human bodies, I should hope, are what other humans find attractive. Yet the love of the human body specifically has long been a complicated topic. There exists in virtually every extant culture some invisible line that separates mere appreciation of the human body from lust. A line between art and prurience, between...
A line between art and prurience?
Prurience?
Yeah, let's...
I don't know what prurience means.
Hang on, let's hear it again. What did he say?
Invisible line that separates mere appreciation of the human body from lust. A line between art and prurience, between acceptable and obscene.
Prurience? Perjury? Dirty dance?
Hang on.
Yeah, are there subtitles for this thing? I guess I can't find anything right now.
Hang on.
Rhodians?
I'd have to go on the actual video on YouTube and have a look. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I can.
I don't know, Fivo. That commercial seemed very cringe. I wouldn't watch that video commercial.
Okay, I've got. Is it auto-generated? Hang on. Yeah, I've got auto-generated subtitles. I'll see if I can get it.
Oh, Mushroom has the word.
Oh, Mushroom. Thank you, Mushroom. I will copy that into
copy-paste into the
copy-paste
definition
that
machine.
into the definition source.
A morbid sexual desire.
Merriam-Webster dictionary. Here we go. Hang on.
Feeling morbid.
Prurience. Their physical... the quality or state of being prurient, okay, marked by or arousing or intimate or unwholesome interest or desire. So basically being a fucking perv is what he's saying, I guess.
The feeling of or the state of being one. In the state of being one.
But the issue is, right, because he says... But there's a line between being art and being pervy, I guess, right? Or being lewd. But why can't lewd stuff be art? Right?
Let the sex negatives stay for a little bit.
No, I'm not gonna let that slide though, because that is very sex negative, right? That's very like, oh, you can't have art if it's lewd, right? There's like a differentiation. There's a line between the two, right? There's a fine line between being art and being that, like, because that is very, very, yeah, lewd bad, basically, yeah. I mean, what have we got on stream here? Like, there's a line between acceptable and unacceptable. What's this? It's like, it's a Good Smile Company figurine, and this person's like, it's Miku. Actually, why does Miku have such fat PG-13 thighs?
Fucking thighs?
Yeah, I guess. But what's wrong with the figurine? It's
so.
How is that bad? Women, I hate to break it to you, but women have thighs. Ellie, did you know women have thighs?
No way.
Did you know women have thighs? No way. They just have like invisible. Like they have no. There's just bone. There's no muscle.
But they do have feet. We all know a woman have feet.
Yeah, we all know they got feet, and that's okay. You're allowed to have, you're allowed to sexualize the feet, but God forbid you fucking think. God forbid, Ali, you think women are attractive. You know? God. Anyway, let's go.
Consider, for example, this famous test for obscenity provided by the American Supreme Court Justice Putter.
Oh, here we go.
But is it the guy that says you know when you see it?
All right, let's let him go. Let's let him go.
Stewart and his concurrence in Jacob Ellis versus Ohio. The test he put forward is, and I quote, "I know it when I see it."
Very cool. Supreme Court. Very cool.
Oh, what a great standard, Ali.
Yeah.
What a great fucking standard. Yeah, I know it when I see it. You know. Wait, so is he pro the obscenity? Is my question.
I have no idea.
Is he fine with that? Right? Let me hear him again. Let me hear him again because back it up. Not too far. All right, that'll do. Let's go.
A line between art and prurience, between acceptable and obscene. Consider, for example, this famous test for obscenity provided by the American Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart and his concurrence in Jacob Ellis versus Ohio. The test he put forward is, and I quote, "I know it when I see it." Any attempt to draw some line between acceptable art and obscene materials, however, must necessarily contend with the fact that obscene materials can, of course, be art.
Oh! Look at that! You actually said something I agree with.
Although, he very much feels like he's talking like there is some line in which it will lose its artistic value.
Yeah, but then he's saying here, anyone that's trying to draw
it's
that
okay
line
when he
has
likes
to contend
it.
with.
I feel it's like the
It's okay. It's okay when he likes it. Yeah, that might. I mean, maybe that's going to come up. But I feel like the issue I have with this is like, yeah, he's flip-flopping between, there's this line and there's a clearly defined line, but anyone that tries to actually clearly define the line has to contend with sometimes obscene things can be art. I mean, I guess sometimes obscene things can be art, Ellie. Sometimes. You know?
Maybe.
Not all the time. Maybe. Yeah, maybe you're allowed to like some lewds. You know, as long as the anime girl consents or something, I guess. As long as the anime girl consents.
Who knows?
Alright, let's keep going.
Because both art and obscenity are in the eye of the beholder. Both are highly subjective, and what counts as art or obscenity varies from person to person. When Pablo Picasso...
Yep, well, but okay. The problem with that is, okay, he recognizes that, but then he doesn't take it to the logical conclusion, which means obscenity is nonsense. Right? Because it's literally just, there's no, you can't actually define it then if it's in the eye of the beholder. It's kind of there's actually been a lot of debate about, you know, what does constitute art, right? Like art, it's like a never-ending debate, right? Is the, you know, bananas taped to a fucking wall art, right? Is it a piece of art? So there's been debate even within something like that for fucking ages about whether or not things are art or not.
So
you apply the same. So you apply the same to obscenity, and my point that I'm going to make is it doesn't fucking matter, right? Because you can't define it. And the issue with it in terms of legality, right, is if you can't fucking define it legally, then how are you going to actually make it illegal? You know, is the problem.
Yeah, but people make laws about fake things all the time, I guess. I mean, a public disturbance or something. When is something a public disturbance, or when the policeman decides it was disturbing the public? Was nobody around? Still a public disturbance.
I guess to kind of be a bit more pointed, obscenity's bullshit. Obscenity's bullshit. Need to fucking, you know, art is art. There you go.
I mean, my weird own definition is that anything which really has effort put in, and, you know, and conscious effort makes it art.
But anyway, let's keep going.
First unveiled.
Oh, sorry. Well, let's see what he's making a point about Picasso here. So let's see what he's going to say.
Les Demoiselles d'Avignon to the public, his creation was met with a lot of controversy, not just due to the bold artistic direction, but because the subject matter, ostensibly 5 women of the night posing nude, was in some way offensive to the sensibilities of his audience back in 1916. Yet today, I don't think that very many people would look at Les Demoiselles d'Avignon and find it to be particularly lewd or obscene. Including, I hope, YouTube and Overmortal. Sorry, fellas. Nor, I imagine, would many consider Botticelli's Birth of Venus to be obscene, or a statue like Michelangelo's David to be obscene. Unless you're in Florida, where a teacher was fired for showing Renaissance art, including both of the above works, to students in a 6th grade.
Yeah, Americans are dumb. Yeah, I get it.
Art history class. Now look. Art and obscenity are as you define them to be, and sometimes, in fact very often I'd say, the best art can be a little bit of both. Beauty and titillation are 2 sides of the same artistic coin. Yet just as beauty and titillation are 2 sides of the same coin, so too are beauty/titillation, which I will arbitrarily call attraction, and commodification.
He's being very long-winded and waffly. Like, he said a lot of words. He said a lot of words, but he didn't really say a lot.
I'm getting the feeling that he's going to kind of reinventing the wheel. I've read some, but I've forgotten most about them. But I'm sure there's plenty more of these discussions in big academic papers, or maybe even simple small academic papers, like 5 pages long. There's plenty of work already done on this that cites 1,000 other citations. So if you want to have a conversation about when is something or when is something not, you don't have to, make up new words for it. You can just steal the words that somebody else already made up.
Yeah, and I feel like the issue is, again, he's saying very little here. Like he spent that last 3 or 4 minute section just kind of establishing, okay, art and attraction, I guess as he's going to define it, and commodification are 2 sides of the same coin. Like, he could have just fucking said that part. Like, he could have said the end part at the beginning and skipped all the obscenity stuff and the what is art. Art is the same as, like, you could have cut all that out and the point still would have made sense, right?
I'm just feeling that he's going to make up things himself instead of. He's going to do a whole lot of work for things that somebody else already
he's trying to make himself sound smart, basically, right?
Yeah, but it's not very smart to do all the work yourself. Just read somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's not very smart. Like, you compare this to, like, the people we've been talking about, like the Swords video and GUZZZZ, right? Like, GUZZZZ is like sitting here, like, he doesn't have to explain, like, create new terms or whatever to describe, like, the Japanese life worker concept and stuff. He's just like, look, here's the actual explanation of it. Here's what it is. Here's statistics from Japan.
And I'm going to use that word, and you know what it means.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he doesn't spend, like, ages waffling on about obscenity and all this other nonsense, right? Yeah, he is a lawyer, I know, 5-0.
Yeah, but You would think
a lawyer would also, because a lawyer's whole job is they have to, like, explain complicated fucking legal jargon to people that have no fucking idea about it. It's literally what they get paid for. So you would think that he would understand.
I am watching. I am also on a court YouTube binge, kind of. Lawyers don't have to explain a lot of legal jargon. They have to just recite it.
Right.
Because maybe
that's the problem then. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, but he's also. This is kind of, what I joked about. I am qualified in one area. That doesn't make me an expert in a completely different area. He might be a lawyer, but that doesn't mean that he can cite sources properly. Or have smart thoughts.
Well, let's hear about how.
Okay, I'll leave. No, I just remembered that Raketa guy is a lawyer.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I don't think he's been very good.
Crackman Raketa, yeah.
I don't think he's been very smart.
I don't think he's been very smart either. But anyway, let's hear about how attraction and commodification are two sides of the same coin.
For as long as art, humanity has tried to capture attractiveness in art. And as long as there has been commerce, humanity has attempted to sell that very same captured attractiveness for profit. A problem therein arises. If one packages a facsimile of personhood, of human beauty and human lust, and sells that package, if one takes attractiveness and commodifies it, then objectification, the reducing of the vast, complicated scope of humanity to a mere object to possess, becomes inevitable. Then comes the terrifying reality of objectification. To objectify is to dehumanize. By removing the beauty from the context of the person to sell, one takes the person and makes it property.
Capitalism bad, guys! Ellie, did you know capitalism's bad? Did you know capitalism's bad? It's bad, so bad. So, yeah. Oh,
wow.
They're stripping the beauty away from the context of the woman to sell to you, Ellie. It's so
I was
bad.
kind of just thinking about wartime propaganda that very much, generalizes and put people in a boxes of the enemy kind of deal.
Does, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
So it's not unique to beauty or attractiveness. Also,
and I mean, the commodification angle, right? It's like, okay, sure, you could make, if you're an anti-capitalist, you can make the argument that, okay, commodifying beauty, I guess, as he would put it, is bad, right? Oh, excuse me, I've got a cough coming on. Oh, I just my issue is, one, I'm not an anti-capitalist, so I'm not going to. Well, I can criticize capitalism, and I think there have been issues with that, right? I don't know. I feel like it takes away some of the agency from the artists, right? Because artists gotta make money, right? Because everyone gotta make money, right? What can an artist sell? Well, an artist has to sell their work. Well, even taking lewd art out of the equation and just like generalizing it to like all art, right? It's not like, if an artist is selling what they like a portrait or like a landscape, right? Let's use a landscape as an example, right? You go out, you sit on the mountain with your easel and your oil paints or whatever, and you paint this glorious like landscape up on top of a mountain or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And are you then commodifying the beauty of that landscape when you then sell that painting, right?
No, this is kind of what
on your street corner, right? You go to the street corner and you put your easel up and you say, "I will sell you this painting of this landscape for, I don't know, $200 or whatever."
No,
right? Are you commodifying the beauty of the landscape, right?
Maybe, but my problem more is that what you described isn't capitalism. That's doing work and getting money for work. Capitalism is kind of more of, all right, now I'm getting 5 children to have them paint the same thing over and over again, pay them 50 cents, and selling the paintings for $50.
Well, you could take a photograph of the painting or scan the painting and then print it and then make money printing it. Right.
Yeah, but capitalism is kind of the exploitation, getting more money out of a thing than you.
Well, you see, the issue you have, Ellie, is most leftists would tell you that any form of fucking transaction is fucking exploitative. So it's kind of. Because you mentioned like the worker, right? The worker is, in this instance, the artist, right? The artist puts in their work and then they sell the meat, like they have the means of their production, right? Who's to say that Shift Up doesn't own the means of their, they hire the artists to do work, and I guess that's bad because capitalism.
Well, the thing why Shift Up isn't capitalism is because Shift Up is a publicly traded company that doesn't, to begin with, right? That already kind of, somebody who just put 50 cents in now gets 1,000 back, and they're not doing anything. That's
I don't
already
think
kind
that's
of
how
the...
that works, but I don't think that's how that works. But
Anyway.
anyway, back to the video, right? Back to the video, right? I just don't. I don't like boiling this down to just, you know, oh, they're selling the beauty of the woman, and it's like, okay, so so
I don't know. I don't... Calling a
because you have to. Okay, I'll let you,
the painting is a commodity, right? Painting commodity. Painting something doesn't commodify or the original thing, right? It's only like the thing itself, unless you kind of... The commodification of beauty is kind of more in the beauty products and whatnot, making yourself a thing. At least that's what I kind of feel at the moment.
Well, I think the problem is you have to like buy into his premises, right? You have to buy into the dogma of, you know, I hate to generalize, but it is literally the leftist feminist dogma of objectification and dehumanization of women in fiction being bad, right? If you don't buy into that premise to begin with, like I don't, then you're just not going to fucking agree with him. Like he has to convince me how sexy woman in Gacha game bad. He hasn't done that yet. Maybe he will in the next like fucking quarter of the video we gotta watch, right? But
alright, at least it's a quarter.
So far he hasn't done that, and so I'm just sitting here like he's reciting the dogma to me, and it's bouncing off me like a fucking like it's just no. I refuse. You can refuse the propaganda, guys. Anyway.
And once a person becomes property, once a person has been alienated from their humanity, it becomes easy to justify cruelties visited against them. They are, after all, just objects, just toys, just playthings.
Okay.
This is going in a weird angle because this is neither war or...
Yeah, but... Okay, I'll let you go, sorry.
No, there is the whole Ukraine war kind of deal, right? The Russia-Ukraine war.
Yeah.
There have been plenty of reports and examples of Ukrainian soldiers just being tortured in Russian captivity and whatnot. I guess that's kind of a, dehumanization until you just, Ukrainians are subhumans in the eye of the Russian captors.
Well, that typically happens in war anyway, but what I was going to say is we're not talking about Ukrainians or Russians or women.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
We're talking about fucking anime girls.
I was going there, Naretsu. That's actual...
we're on the same... I think we're on the same wavelength a little bit.
Yeah, but that's... Alright, so that's actual war with actual dehumanizations until they're toys to be abused and make fun of for... Oh no,
they are the enemy. They are the enemy after all.
Yeah, so there you can do anything you want. Was it that Kabul prison in Afghanistan or Iraq where the American
Something
soldiers?
Like that, yeah.
Same deal. That doesn't translate to Gacha in any way, because even I said some vague things about beauty products that sell beauty, that therefore making your own beauty a commodity kind of deal. That's kind of the vibe, the direction I was going into. That still isn't translating in what Gacha does. That it's Gacha doesn't, and I can only guess that he's kind of saying that Gacha games kind of teach a culture, but culture, a single Gacha game doesn't teach culture. It has to come from a wider culture.
Well, the issue that again, you have to accept the initial premise that objectification of quote unquote women, right, in media in general causes quote unquote sexism in real life. Right, that is the premise that you have to buy into to even be able to accept any of the stuff that he's saying right now. And if you don't already buy into that premise, then it's ineffective.
I'm not really 100% sure what his premise is because he's been very vague about it.
Well, the thing is I'm doing my vibe checks, right? You know me and my vibe checks, right? Because I'm very familiar with the dogma around objectification of women, right? And the points being made about the objectification of women, right? And how that is a very common, way back in the Anita Sarkeesian days, right? When she was calling stuff like Bayonetta, gross objectification of women and stuff, right? The general like point or stance from the left tends to be when you objectify women in media, that means that men are going to view women in real life as being the same as the media that they consume, right? Which I believe personally is a false premise to begin with, because I don't actually think that's what's happening, right? Especially because it ends up kind of looping back into a whole does art imitate life or life imitate art argument, because they'll argue that the art is both a reflection of the sexist patriarchal life that we live in, plus it's also reinforcing that sexist patriarchy, right? By showing women as being, nothing more than objects. But then that also falls apart when you like view the media in its context, right? Like, let's take Nikkei as an example, right? Are the women in Nikkei shown as weak? Are they shown as, lifeless husks? Are they just boobs and ass, right? Do they have no character to them? Do they have nothing going on? Are they not, characters with their own, stories and agencies and personalities and stuff like that, right? Because if you take something out of context, it's very easy to paint that as something that it's not, right?
Yeah.
So if you took the Nikkei, if you take the Nikkei girls out of context and you go, oh, look at these over-sexualized women, they only exist for the male gaze, so and so and so and so, right? But when you look at it in context, which I think might be a point that he might make, right, is like when you look at it in context, no, these women are powerful, they're strong, they're, shown as being incredibly capable combatants, right? And stuff like that. They're not really shown, like, how does that promote sexism? Right, is the question.
No, I was just going to say that maybe you have different vibes because you've seen that other video of him.
No, I'm not even talking about his other video. I'm talking about just like fucking feminist and leftist ideology in general, right? Like that, because that's how they think. That's literally how they think, right? And I know I'm kind of pigeonholing this guy as being that, but I mean, it's pretty, come on now. It's pretty fucking obvious that he leans in that direction. He's very biased in that direction, right? So I think it's, I don't want to get into an argument like we did with that feminist chick and that other video about whether or not he is or is not a leftist, right? But come on, it's very, come on. It's very fucking clear, right?
How much of
so
the
I'm
video
looking
is
at
left?
it, so... quite a bit, but I'm going to continue in a minute. I just want to finish my point, right? Like, even though I am kind of pigeonholing them a bit, I am trying to look at it from like the context of the overall arcing debate and discussion that's been going on, right? About sexualization of female characters in video games, right? And kind of like, okay, what is he bringing to the table that's any different than what I've already heard in terms of arguments? And so far, he hasn't really brought anything new. It's just reciting the dogma that I've already been subjected to, I guess, is kind of my problem. So, anyway, let's continue!
Okay. The lovely ladies that you fight alongside are treated like objects. They are objectified, both in-universe and out of it. Shift Up likes to categorize Nikkei as a third-person shooter, but make no mistake, this isn't Helldivers and this isn't Splatoon. Nikkei is a gacha game. It's a game where one can...
What was that?
Did he say Splatoon?
Splatoon.
Splatoon. Splatoon.
He's got a little
Splatoon.
bit of...
Two O's.
He's got a little bit of French in him. Splatoon.
Splatoon.
Le bagate. Oh no, that's Italian. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can't do a French accent. I'm not good at it. Les frogs. Splatoon.
The Splatoon.
Oh yeah, well, it could
German.
be Italian actually. Yeah, the Splatoon. Spaghetti and my Splatoon. Wouldn't be a critical critique episode with a little bit of casual, casual. Oh god. Anyway, let's keep going.
Spend real money to
It's
acquire
alright, I'm
in-game
European.
characters or their cosmetic skins or their equipment. and one collects those characters, the nikkie, to control them for use in gameplay, or to experience the game's story elements, or, you know, because one likes how they look. And how they look, the appearances of the nikkie, are a big selling point of the game. The commercials for this game play up that fact. The marketing is all about the titillation. Nikkie is the de facto popular prurient gacha game. It's one.
Just call it fucking lewd. Just prurient. It's prurient, Alice. It's
yeah, no, to repeat myself very quickly, he just needs to read a book or read a paper that encapsulates whatever he thinks it is, and then just steals that.
I just think that you should just use commonly used fucking terminology.
Alright, Razo, isn't this the site that you used?
What site? What? Wait, what? Hang on.
There's a ranking.
The Gacha ranking site?
Yeah.
Hang on, I don't know what's on screen.
Oh, maybe you're like a.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
Right.
It's different on my. I haven't seen that yet. I think you're a little bit ahead of me.
Like a few, half a second at most.
Yeah, I'll reset it and see if that.
Oh.
Just go back.
I'm on the commercial.
Yeah, there we go. Resynced. So, but anyway, you get to finish the point, right? It's like. Because he didn't define what pruriency even means, right? He's just expecting people to know what that means. And I mean, we didn't know what that means.
No,
we had to fucking look it up. We had to look it up, right? So it's like, what? Just fucking say it's lewd or something, right? Like, come on, man. You don't sound smart just because you use fancy words, right?
I mean, there's a balance, right? If you give me like 20 seconds of vibes of the word before you kind of use it 10 minutes later.
Actually, yeah, give me the vibe of what you're actually talking about before you like start using it all the time.
This game play up that fact. The marketing is all about the titillation. Nikkie is the de facto popular prurient gacha game. It's one of the highest grossing.
So, oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, look, Love and Deep Space right there. And I think that's so he's sorted it by I think that's like global mixed with. It's kind of weird because there's Japanese only and then there's global down there. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But you see what I mean? That Love and Deep Space one. Oh, my phone's going off. That Love and Deep Space one, man. That thing's fucking doing pretty good.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the list, and Zenless Zone doesn't really have trades. I don't know. I've heard this expression.
Well, Zenless Zone only came out recently, so
yeah, but Zenless Zone doesn't. Well, not really. That kind of does. That kind of relies, I guess, kind of on sexiness at some level. I don't know what love.
I would argue that Zenless Zone is banking on its style, right? It's a very style. It's got a very interesting vibe. I mean, we talked about this before, I think, on a cast, right? Like we went over some of the characters and stuff, right? Like it's got a very like particular style to it. It's
yeah,
kind of
alright.
cel-shaded
Let's
type look to it.
Because I saw some cinematic, as much as there is in Zenless Zone, of the mouse woman just seducing a police woman to break out of
I think that came out recently, yeah.
So I'm not going to say that Zenless Zone doesn't trade on sex, on sexuality, on sensuality.
I mean the thighs jiggle when she walks, Ellie. Like, I mean...
But let me... From an outside perspective, right? Zenless Zone does it a bit. Genshin doesn't really do it all that much. Honkai doesn't, besides, semi...
Well, Honkai's for Yuri fans, so...
Honkai Star Rail kind of feels like a techno, alright, sometimes the super modern future tech has some exposed
I thought yeah, Honkai Star Rail's different than what I was thinking about Honkai Third. They're Honkai.
all the same thing anyway, right?
All the same thing, who cares anyway?
Dragon Ball doesn't really do it much. We have some fancy Chinese dresses.
I've seen some sexy girls in Withering Waves.
Yeah,
so,
but some dresses, fancy dresses, more than just whatever.
Fate is obviously Fate.
Fate is Fate. Naruto is Naruto. Monster Strike, I don't know the property, and another Dragon Ball. So sex doesn't really sell that much.
I don't think it's like. It's kind of difficult because I would argue that Zone Zero and Star Rail, like, it's not necessarily like all the characters are running around in bikinis and showing off their asses or whatever. But then again, Nikkei doesn't necessarily do that all the time either, right? Like, not all the characters are in super skimpy ass outfits, right? In terms of like actual skin showing, I think it's more about like how the characters are designed and whether or not that design has visual appeal or not. Because you look at the characters in like Zenless Zone and they're all very, visually appealing, right? They all look good, right? Even the male characters, right? They all are very distinct and they're all like kind of, they just look attractive, right? And I feel like that's the more of the important thing than just raw. Because if raw horn dog was the thing, then Azura Lane would be topping the charts every month, right? Because Azura Lane is like Azura Lane has like live 2D interactions that are some of the spiciest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, right? So, despite being 2D, right? It would be like the pinnacle example of sexiness for sexiness' sake, right?
Azura Lane is the worst that I know.
Well, I would say it's not like saying that's the worst is like implying that it's bad.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean, though. I just had to toss that in there, right? It's like it's definitely the most overt, right? It's the most overt, and it's sexualizing. It would be up there with Nikkei, I would say, in terms of being overt, right? Maybe a little bit more than Nikkei, right? But people don't really talk about it because, I think everyone's just kind of like, oh yeah, Lane is the lewd game, and it's Kuma Lane, right? Or whatever. But I get your point though, right? It's like, I think that the bigger like factor, and I mean there are obviously other factors involved in why these games are popular, right? Like, obviously. But I think that a big factor is the characters are just attractive in general. Rather than just being raw sex. I mean, anyway. I don't know what's going on with my throat and I'm coming down with something. I don't know. Shit.
Maybe. I'm just happy. This is completely tangent, Retsu. After last week, I had my big family gathering thing here in my home. And when they left, there were like 10 flies in the place, buzzing around, very annoying. And I swear they brought them from the farmlands.
Contamination, breach.
Contamination. And now there's just one fly, and I know it's one fly because I locked that one fly in my bedroom. And
gonna have to get out the vacuum cleaner, try and suck them up.
Yeah, or something. I don't have a fly swatter or something around.
Vacuum cleaner would.
And it's been interrupting my Noita gameplay when I'm looking around.
Oh no!
Can't
have that.
And then trying to look.
Can't have that.
Trying not to get killed. Or I also played a little bit of Street Fighter recently. And when I'm trying to get my spacing right and do whatnot, suddenly a fly lands on my arm and just messes up.
What you could do is turn off all the lights, open a window, have one window because they're attracted to light, right? So if you have one source of light, they'll go towards the light, and then you can push them out the window or guide them out the window. Yeah. I've done it before. That's the easy way to do it. But anyway, let's continue.
Of any gacha games as per Sensor Tower. For story reasons, the Nikkei are all women, and many of the character designs are, we'll say, hornier than the rhinoceros get-together at your local furry convention. The game
So? I'd put a so in there, anyway.
Play is just as licentious. When you're in a battle, in that third-person shooter mode, when you shoot, your character experiences substantial recoil. And the characters in the game...
What's the point of censoring it if you're already showing it?
I don't know. I'm not feeling his avatar game, his funny images game. I feel that's.
Oh well, he's using Ace Attorney because he's a lawyer, right? So he's.
I guess,
but
I'm still.
He's trying to play into that.
Right, but he doesn't put himself as Ace Attorney on screen every time he talks. It's only like sometimes. It doesn't feel consistent. The jokes aren't very good with it. They're very jokes that he makes are very understated. It doesn't really feel like an Easter egg because I'm not very much. I'm not enriched by the placing of images.
Anyway, we are 10 out of 34 minutes.
Oh no!
One third. We got 1/3, boys. Let's keep going.
Game are not so subtly in love with you, the player character. It's like a stereotypical male fantasy. You're surrounded by all of these beautiful women, these nikkie, and all of them are competing for your attention. They are designed to attract the male gaze. And
what about the lesbians? I always have to bring that up when these guys go on about the male gaze and stuff. It's like, I mean, look, women can like sexy girls too, right? If you ever fucking watched, who was it? There was someone I was watching. Lumi. Lumi did like an Azura Lane promotional thing. She got like paid by Azura Lane to do like a promo stream or whatever. Because she doesn't actually play the game, but she like was playing. But she was like going all like gushing over how sexy and cute. Like I think the video clip I watched was like Lumi tries not to be fruity for 15 minutes.
I don't know who Lumi is, but
Face Connect, Lumi.
Yeah, I know. I don't know which.
She's the lemon woman, the orange, whatever. Doesn't matter. But my point is, women can like the sexy girls too, and the woman can like the sexy girls coming after you too, right? Funnily enough, Project Neural Cloud, right? Because I play that. That's like the prequel, not the prequel game, but the GFL side game, right? So you can be a male or a female in that. You actually get to pick your gender in that. Only 2 genders, of course. But you get to pick. You can be male or female, and regardless of if you're male or female, some characters. I wouldn't say like there are some characters that aren't after your dick, right? Because a common complaint is obviously, all the characters just want to fuck you, right, or whatever, right? But in Neural Cloud, there are Pacific characters that admire you and want to go after you. Like, there's that, and the way that they set it up is it's almost like a love triangle type thing with rivalries and girls like actually like, you know, I'm in Team Persica personally. I mean, DeLacy's quite nice, but Persica. You know, got to protect that smile on Persica, right? I don't want to NTR Persica. She's a good girl. I don't want to but like a lot of, like that's only like I can only think of like 3 off the top of my head that are like, you know, because Florence just wants to rape you, right? DeLacy probably is into you, and Persica definitely is into you. All the other kind of female characters in that game don't like it's not really like a romance thing. They don't seem to really want to like jump on the dick, right? So and they want to do that regardless of if you're male or female, right? Like I think Persica would still be in love with you even if you were female, right? So it's kind of like I think this implication that all of this is just for the male gaze, while it is intuitively possibly correct, right? By intuiting it, I feel like it leaves out. Ironically enough, it kind of leaves out different sexualities and different, it's not as inclusive as they think it is, right? It's very weird to me how the self-proclaimed progressives don't factor in the idea that, hey, maybe people outside of men like hot women.
Yeah, male gaze has been superseded by just the general gaze. So if you're up to date on your terminology, that's why you should read. You should read.
Yeah,
you should read.
Reading is good. Reading is good. Yeah.
The gaze as
the gaze. Yeah, the gaze.
GAZE.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
I'm also doing it for the chat. No, that's also a thing in these big academic papers. You have to stay up to date. Different gazes, what they do, what they mean, how do you account for them and whatnot. I don't really feel like perhaps maybe I have to reread that stuff, but I feel like a male gaze or otherwise, kind of is the unintentional is an unintentional choice you make in when choosing a scene. And this is very much intentional, so I don't really feel this qualifies as a male gaze.
I get. I mean, that's probably the implication. Also, Joshua, I see your stuff in the chat, but we're busy having a conversation about the male gaze right now. I'll come back to it in a sec. But it's yeah. I just feel like the whole idea is kind of because it's kind of like what we were talking about before with like gacha games having attractive characters and that being the actual like driving force, right? I don't necessarily think it's to do with, you know, male gaze, lesbian gaze, whatever. I think it's just people like looking at things that are attractive, right? And they don't like looking at things that are ugly. And if you are a destroy all the hierarchies, you know, oh no, even playing field, blank slate leftist type, right? That's why you end up with things like Dustborn and Concord, right? Because they are deliberately trying to not follow the, I don't want to say rules of attractiveness, right? Because I don't actually think it's like hard set, right? Like, but they're deliberately not adhering to traditional traditional attractiveness, right?
So
and
quick on
the issue,
I'm still not into these Twitter dramas, you know, that narrative.
Well, I'm not talking about Twitter dramas. I'm only bringing it up because those are two like relevant examples.
No,
right,
I have something to say on Concord. In that the character designs are weird for the most part. But I did see like there's a grandma character. She looks cool, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Well, what I'm saying is like in general.
But the point I was going to make about the characters is that there's an idea floating around.
I was actually going to say that because I had a conversation with someone about that. But I want to finish my point before. I want to finish my point before I get to that.
All right, make your stupid point.
Let me finish my point before I get to that, because what I'm trying to say is they're not. Those games, right, Dustborn and Concord in particular, are not trying to adhere to traditional beauty standards, right? And the issue that they're running into is because they're not adhering to traditional beauty standards, that's making their characters repulsive to the general audience that they're trying to capture. And that's why they're like I don't think that's the only reason these games are failing, right? There's obviously other reasons, but I think that is one of the reasons, is there's like a mismatch. Now, to get into what you're talking about with Concord specifically, I was talking to someone about it, and it turns out, so Concord is trying to go for like a 70s, 60s sci-fi type look, right? And I've seen some 2D artwork from Concord, and it looks actually really good. The problem is when they transitioned it into 3D, they slapped this like hyper realism filter on it instead of stylizing it, and that makes it look fucking terrible. Right? So it's not necessary. So it's not necessarily that like the character designs are bad. It's that because they've decided to go with a like look for the game that
very stylized look, and then later decided to go super realistic, but not changing the look.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it.
This is kind of my general thing about Concord. Is it was like 8 years in development. That has been remade at some point along the way, including the art style, and they should have scrapped the art style or just remade the characters.
I could find, because I was talking to Mandark about it. And
also, something very different from it. So this is just a thing that I spend a lot of time on this, so I'm going to talk about this.
Yeah, you talk about while I
All right, so
let's see if I can find this.
I am in this. I'm in one of those gaming discords talking about games and whatnot.
As you do, yeah.
Then suddenly somebody typed, shared an image that there was a from a mission, a diplomatic something mission from the United States to the Netherlands, in which one of the stated goals was to find somebody to give some money to make a game about countering misinformation. And this was kind of presented as a new Dustborn lore that the U.S. government came to the Netherlands and found some Dutch dev to make Dustborn with. I then looked around and went, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure that Dustborn isn't a Dutch studio. I would have heard about it, and lo and behold, it's a Swedish one.
Yeah, I didn't think it was Dutch either, yeah.
So, alright, that is still in the EU, and money that went to the Netherlands can still end up in Sweden, so alright, I'm going to dig deeper. So I looked up the grant, right? I looked at the US government grant site, whatever, and it says that the thing is pending. That tells me that it's either the deals are likely not completed, so there's no money has been given out.
Right.
So, next up, alright, but what is the status of that thing? Then I looked around and then I saw there was a lawsuit for a Freedom of Information Act thing. And I looked around and the people who were suing the US government was a very fun group. Do I still have that? Oh yeah.
I'm not having any luck finding this art I was talking about.
All right, so then I ended up on America First Legal.
Okay.
And so as you do, and then I looked around on the site, and then I thought there are very fun people in Naretsu.
Oh yeah.
Because this is the lawsuit, and this is what they call the problem. All right, so the American First Legal filed 9 Freedom of Information Acts related to the GEC grant, the grant with this video game money, funding opportunities, which outlined which functionally outsourced Biden's propaganda and censorship program to leftist non-profits. American First Legal requests grants, blah 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 blah, as well funding to the.
So what this sounds like to me, right, is I think that people kind of they kind of make mountains out of molehills a lot of the time. I've always told people, you should probably pick your battles, right? The way because I know down here there's actually been a big push for like the government's been funding video game development down here for a while because it's been a bit of a growing industry down here in Kiwiland, and some of the polytechs and universities have you've been using that funding to like open up courses for it and stuff, right? Because they want to encourage video game development essentially, and I'm willing to kind of bet that a similar kind of thing is going on in other countries such as America and Sweden and
so I forget.
And so I feel like what happened with Dustborn is they probably applied for a whole bunch of these grants and fundings, right? And while in development of the game, right, expecting to get those grants and stuff, because you mentioned they haven't gone through yet, right? Like they haven't.
No, so Naretsu, the point is that I've seen zero evidence that Dustborn got money from this specific brand.
Right.
There is. This might be a thing. I'm
saying even if they did, I don't think that that's like an indication of like Biden propaganda.
No,
Biden's political propaganda or whatever. It's just it's a pretty standard thing that a lot of governments will have grants and stuff that you can apply for.
I forget which game. I played one game somewhere and it said made with funding by the German government, and it was some RPG game.
You can sometimes there's like stipulations on that, and it can be kind of sketch a little bit. but it's something that you'd have to look a little bit more into, right, to kind of think
and just for there is a funded with EU money sticker on there. And that's a thing.
I mean, it is a waste of money, 5-0. I'm not lying. I'm just saying, like, people, it's not like some fucking grand conspiracy by the fucking German or EU to fucking create propaganda or whatever. Like, it's literally, just tossing money into the fire to. Did Joshua find some of the concept art? Okay, well, because I was trying to find it because someone like linked it to me, but I couldn't find it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Recently, the EU was kind of tired of local politicians claiming all kinds of taking credit for what the EU did. So the EU has kind of mandated if you get money from the EU, there will be an EU sticker on there. To stop from politicians taking credit for EU money. So if there's a game or anything, infrastructure project, a renovation, anything, there will be an EU sticker. So if you are ever in doubt if the EU has funded something, don't worry, they'll let you know. They were getting very tired of it. I don't know if the US government mandates that kind of deal, but I feel like
I don't know either. Right? It's because I mean it's drink time, so I'm gonna go grab my drinks, and then I will be back. Entertain the chat.
I can't. I can't. I'm not entertaining the rest soon. All right, from love. Who's the artist? I don't know. Joshua. Problem why? Sexy. Women, ladies butlers. I don't remember one. I've seen the show though. Hell of a Boss short. No, I haven't read. I am very out of the Western indie animations. For no real particular reason. Maybe just because I'm too busy with the Japanese ones still that I don't really need to go for the Westerns ones yet. Concept art? I don't know from which art, from where. Do you mean Nikkie self? Missile? I don't know her name. Yeah, I guess in general, I think it's a better idea to give small pittance money to make a game. Oh, Concord. Alright. I mean, yeah, Concord was kind of just a bad decision overall. Wasn't there? There was this beta, and there was a closed beta for super membership for the PlayStations. And as soon as...
Are you not entertained, chat? Has Ellie not been entertaining you?
I guess not. No, there was the Concord, right? There was the closed beta for the super members for the high-paying subscription PlayStation thing.
Oh yeah.
And then there was that many players and wasn't too much, but all right. And then came a public beta, which everybody who had some PlayStation thing would play it, and that had less people than the closed beta.
Oh no!
And then the game came out, and then that has even less players. Have you kept up with some comparisons, Nuretsu? Like Concord has that many players and that many sold, and then you compare.
No, I haven't been following the Concord draft. Like I know it's happening, obviously, but I haven't been super following.
All right, so stuff like Golem, right, has more players, had more maximum players.
Oh yeah, I have seen a few of those memes. There was what was it? Coffin of Andy and Layla has more players.
Or the Justice League has more players.
Oh god.
Babylon's Fall had more maximum players.
Let me just catch up with the chat.
Not much happened.
Oh yeah, I'm just having a look. All right, well let's. All right, we got 20 more minutes to go.
Yeah, but to maybe go. Maybe Kill the Justice League wasn't that big of a scam. Wasn't that big of a failure.
Maybe it can always be worse.
Maybe it can always be worse. Maybe it can always be Concord.
Yeah, alright, let's keep going.
Male gaze. There is no female playable character, after all.
Whoa, 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 hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What do you mean there's no... You are playing as the female characters. What do you mean?
I mean, is the commander...
Mechanically you are, right? Like, you are in control of the female characters when you play the game, right?
I mean, more kind of the player
I can understand...
character.
from a narrative... from a narrative perspective, you are playing as, like, the Shekikin, or the Doctor, or the Commander, or whatever. But when you're actually in gameplay, right... You are. I kind of get what he's saying. It sounds weird to me, right? Because female, there's no female playable characters. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, is the command? I mean, an easy thing to do is either to give a choice in the protagonist you play as or the player character.
I guess it kind of like depends on like the perspective of what you're talking about. Because if you're talking about the play like if I'm playing Neural Cloud, right? Yes, my player character in the story is who I pick, right? But in the actual gameplay, I am, playing the characters, and there are certain stories where the character, the professor or whatever, isn't even like the one I'm reading, right? The most recent one, which is actually really cool. It's like a space themed one. It's been fucking great. It's actually really cool. The commander's not even in that, or not the commander. The professor's not even in that. It's all the other characters. So how can I be the male player character in a situation where the male player character isn't even a part of this particular narrative?
I mean, I believe that in some, I may be wrong, right? I don't play these games. That some of them are kind of gender neutral or unspecified. I don't know.
It depends. Yeah, it does depend on the game. Yeah,
I don't know if the Doctor is specified as being either gender. Or
and GUZZZ is a good in Arknights it's I think you can pick male or female. I don't remember, but it is like I think it's implied male for the Doctor. I think it's like implied male. But as 50 said with GUZZZ, that's a good example. In GUZZZ, right? You have like the player character, but when you're in gameplay, you're playing as whoever character you're controlling. You're not the fucking you're not mind controlling the fucking player characters.
No. I'm just the player character. That's what I kind of mean, right? You have the summoner.
I think 50 gets what I'm saying or trying to say, right? Is like to say that there's no female characters, playable characters in Nikkie is kind of weird when you are literally controlling the female characters in the game. Right?
Yeah, man, but you have the summoner in Fire Emblem, which is female, is I believe just ambiguous, has no gender, because it's kind of a blank face, no face character deal with baggy clothings. In Fire Emblem, Gacha, but I don't know. You have the Doctor in is that the Arknights, Naruto?
Yeah, the Doctor and Arknights. Yeah,
right, and then you have
it's assumed male, but I think you can pick. I can't remember. I don't remember if you can pick an Arknights.
But then you have commanders or admirals, and those are those are non-gendered titles.
GFL 1, it's technically non-gendered, but you can customize however you want. You can actually be a femboy if you want to be. Yeah, no, GFL 1 is actually quite progressive in that sense. They added,
or lazy.
But they added that later in the game. Right? So it was like a few years into the game they added commander customization, right? And then for the GFL 2, it's male or female. You can pick male or female in GFL 2. So either or. So anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. Nikkie isn't unique in that aspect, though. Almost every gacha game commodifies attraction and reduces the scope of humanity to a purchasable good. There are waifu and husbando games.
Oh, look at that! He's acknowledging the husbando side of it.
I assume that this is the number 2 game on the list.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one we were talking about. The fucking whatever it's called, the whatever. But good on him for actually. What's this nuance in my unnuanced video, Ellie? What the fuck?
Don't know.
Anyway, let's continue. Well, let's see what he says, because if he dismisses it, then it's going to be a problem.
Games galore. But what sets Nikke apart is how it subverts the indelible objectification of gacha games with its plot, with narrative. Nikke are human brains taken exclusively from women, which are then implanted into machine bodies and used as soldiers to fight against an invasion of allegedly alien machines known as the Raptures. The brains of men, you see, tend to violently reject the Nikke transplants, and as men were the primary fighting force at the time of the initial Rapture invasion, there was a huge demographic collapse due to the low survival rates for men. In the end, only women were permitted to become Nikke due to their stability. Don't think too much about it, it's Hideo Kojima logic.
So? How is that a bad thing? That's
I don't feel much. It's contrived, I guess, but that's the that's all it is.
Well, I just don't see how. I'm of the mind you shouldn't have to justify your sexiness, right? I think that's where Hideo Kojima fucked up, is he tried to justify it. Because no matter what you fucking do, right? No matter what you say, no matter what you do, it doesn't fucking matter. They're gonna reject it anyway, right? You could come up with the most logical, well-reasoned reason why Quiet has to be in a bikini that you could possibly ever come up with, and people like this fucker will still fucking to this day bitch and moan and whine and be fucking neurotic as shit about the fact there was a woman in a bikini in a fucking Hideo Kojima game, right? Yeah, Yoko Taro did it properly. He just said, yeah, I like women. There you go. That's your justification, right? You don't have to justify sexiness, is what I'm saying. And yeah, but anyway, let's continue.
In any case, in order to increase their stability and stave off potential violent psychosis, Nikke have their memories wiped not infrequently.
Thought I heard knocking. Thought I heard knocking. I don't know if that was my door or not, but anyway, we'll keep going.
And indeed, most Nikke have a very limited personality. The large majority of Nikke are so-called mass-produced Nikke, and very few of these mass-produced Nikke survive long enough to be upgraded or customized into fully realized Nikke with personalities. To my knowledge, the only two cases where a mass-produced Nikke survives to full realization are your starting companion Rappy and the Pilgrim Nikke Scarlet. Furthermore, as most Nikke are these mind-wiped, uncanny living android weapons, naturally, common people tend to view them with fear and distrust. The commanding officers of the Nikke, which tend to be men, treat the Nikke as disposable, as machines instead of people, as they are taught to do by their military training, a brainwashing program of sorts. And you, the main character, the hero of the story, the only power you have that sets you apart from everyone else, the defining characteristic that makes you the hero, is that you have empathy.
Okay. I mean, I haven't played Nikke. I can't confirm whether or not he's bullshitting or not. But this isn't something that's like exclusive to Nikke though. Like I think about the commander in GFL, right?
Isn't that the same? Like the dolls are tools for everybody else, but you.
Okay, yeah. So T-dolls are initially civilian dolls that have been converted into tactical dolls. That's where the term T-doll comes from, right? And Project NeuralCloud gets into this a little bit because NeuralCloud was like the beta test server for what the creation of the NeuralCloud technology itself, which is the technology that essentially allows the T-dolls to be, you know, personalities, human-like, etc., etc. There's a lot of lore, right? I would have to get into I'd have to do like an entire fucking seminar just to talk about the complexities of T-dolls and fucking, you know, level like fucking mind layers and all this kind of other shit. But the general gist of it is, yes, in the context of GFL, the T-dolls are typically seen as being, you know, tools and disposable, but and there's even like a sort of bigotry that shows up in a few. Like, it's not really like honed in on because GFL has other shit going on, right? There's a lot of other plot stuff going on. It doesn't hyper focus on it, but in the world, because oh God, this is just gonna end up with me like going on like a fucking 30-minute rant about GFL.
all the different gacha lores that exist.
Yeah, because there's like, because GFL takes place in like a post-apocalyptic sort of scenario where collapse radiation has like made a large swaths of like the world uninhabitable, and there's big population decline. So to kind of mitigate that, they created the T-Doll technology kind of arose from that to fill in some of the gaps, right?
Robots in dangerous environments, etc.
Yeah, because the T-Dolls are able to do things that, you know, normal humans can't. And a lot of the stories in Project Neural Cloud actually touch on, like, the backstories of some of these dolls. Like, there's one that I'm remembering right now. There's a boxing T-Doll, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her story is she was in, like, an underground boxing ring. And her story is all about how she's trying to struggle to become the top boxer in, like, a rigged system, right? Because the guy just wants to fucking make money by rigging the games, but she wants to actually be a real champion, and she has like no self-respect for herself. And via interacting with another T-Doll who's like a plastic surgeon T-Doll, she ends up kind of finding her own beauty in a sense, right? And yeah, I'm oversimplifying it, but the general thing is, this is not exclusive to Nikkei, is what I'm getting at, right? Nikkei is not like exclusive in having empathy or invoking empathy in the player, right? Or having the player character be empathetic, right? Like Arknight, the Doctor, is pretty empathetic.
Even like, I'm just reminded, I was thinking about Fire Emblem, and then I was reminded of Fire Emblem Engage. The thing of Fire Emblem Engage, you have these rings, right? And in these rings are spirits of heroes past, or other worlds when it's convenient. So these protagonists from other games, you can summon their powers, and their personality is there, so you can talk to Corrin, the half dragon, or Marth, the mighty hero. But for the enemy, the evil guy over there, these rings, these spirits are just tools you can extract their power from, and all that what. And you, as the protagonist, as the good people, talk to the spirits as though they were equal, giving you guidance and whatnot. And for the evil guy, it's just a source of power to be stronger. Joshua, I don't like Fire Emblem's Engage story. It feels very flat, very superficial, very contrived in a sense. Gameplay is good, but I generally like Free Houses more as a whole package than Engage for just better gameplay.
But yeah, I guess like I said, the general gist is, I feel like he's making an example of Nikkei when it's actually something that I think is general to most gacha, rather than just the Nikkei protagonist is so unique in that he has empathy. Well, don't know about that. But
so
anyway,
unique.
let's continue. Yeah, so unique.
Respect your Nikkei and treat them as equals, as friends, and as comrades. You value their personalities. You take into consideration their thoughts and feelings. You admit to being wrong sometimes. Your character doesn't objectify the Nikkei in the ways that the rest of the game's characters tend to do, including at times other Nikkei. And as you sit there rolling gacha to get the character you're most attracted to, you must confront the paradox and resolve it. Are Nikkei objects, or are they friends?
Well, I mean, why can't they be both? Like, yeah, mechanically and in the physical world of reality, Ellie, that we live in, right? Reality, because we live in reality. They are objects, right? Again, they're JPEGs. They're not real. They don't exist, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't empathize with the JPEG, right? You can't feel for the story of the JPEG. You can't empathize with the struggle of the JPEG in its own fictional universe, right? I feel like there doesn't have to be this like distinction here, is what I'm getting at, right? It's not some paradox that needs to be solved. It's very easily solved by simply having the ability to distinguish fiction from reality, right? Which, you know, I wish I could say more people could do, but it seems to be a dying skill these days.
I don't know. He just makes it a very binary choice when it doesn't need to be.
He does, yeah. Yeah, he makes it very binary, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all, but anyways, keep going.
With every pull of Gacha, with every intentional and undeniable act of objectification, the gamer is forced to confront their own biases and observe in action the very societal norms that crushed and enslaved the spirits of the girls they love, of their waifus, of their nikkie.
So, but he says this, right? But I'm thinking of, like, you know, he's pulling all of these like low level girls, right? Is, you know, do you scrap? What happens when you scrap them all to get materials to level up your other girls?
You're just I don't know. I don't know the lore.
You're getting all these duplicates, and you're sending them straight to the meat grinder, right?
Recycle their brains, I guess, for
there was some fun. I remember early on in GFL, I saw some really funny memes about that, where it was like, it's particularly around IDW, because IDW was a meme back in the day, because she was like one of the 2-star unit or whatever units that you'd get a lot, right? And so someone made this really sad kind of comic where, like, she keeps showing up, and then you keep rejecting her, and she just gets sadder and sadder, and it's like, oh. Oh man, but I think there's an interesting question there, though, right? I think there is an interesting question, and maybe not a paradox, but a conundrum to have, where you're supposed to be empathizing with these characters, but the gameplay mechanics kind of run counter to that when you're rolling for duplicates of characters that, you know, obviously there can't be duplicates of characters, and you have to scrap, you know, the lesser tier units to upgrade the higher tier units. And of course, not all games do that. I mean, Arknights is a good example that doesn't do that. Well, that kind of does that, but like the duplicates, you know, you can scrap them to get the certificates, I guess. So maybe it does do that, but they don't do it in terms of, like, you know, if you get a duplicate of like a 5-star, it gets put into the pot system, and then, you know, once you've max potted a character, then you get the certificates for that.
Yeah, I'm kind of
so maybe I'm not as correct in that as I thought. So I mean,
sometimes
kind of like that,
games are games, and mechanics
exactly.
are games.
Exactly. Ellie, those units in Fire Emblem, you know, the Fire Emblem units, the jobbers that aren't actually characters, they're just the jobbers, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like in menus, those characters don't exist. They don't exist
exactly
unless they're on the field. I played
exactly.
I did play Fire Emblem Heroes for a bit, and yeah, when you have duplicate characters, you can put them both on the field for some reason, but you can also merge them into one, you know, one level up character, and that's what you do.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So I agree. It's kind of like, yeah. It's. I do think that you could have a discussion about that kind of distinction, right?
It kind of feels
that kind of distinction.
I got Zelda on the brain because there's a new art book out, and there's new timeline stuff and lore stuff going on, and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are part but separate from the timeline. They're kind of a fun playbox where you can just grab any lore from the previous timelines. But Nintendo, maybe it's fun to know, Naretsu, Nintendo says, yes, the timeline still exists. It still matters. They have updated the timeline, and it still is a thing. But
and Moe Shroom is right, that ludonarrative dissonance is the term. That's the right term.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the fancy term for it, but it is the right term, yeah.
Yeah, but just to say that Zelda, the Zelda series has it both ways, right? There's a timeline, anti-timeline, things happen, Skyward Sword first, and then Minish Cap happens, etc., etc. And there is Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that happens a million, 20 million years later, where none of those the timeline things matter.
Years, yeah.
And you can just use anything from the previous game that you want because it's been so long.
Because why not?
However, that Zelda went back in the time and saw the founding of the Hyrule Kingdom is a thing that is now incorporated into the timeline. That is a thing that happened. The Zonai did exist between Skyward Sword and Minish Cap. So if Nintendo wants to make some new game in the timeline, they have to take it in account. And if Nintendo doesn't care for the timeline, it's somewhere in the Breath of the Wild, the Tears of the Kingdom place in the timeline, which is we want to have fun.
And the first 3 games, what if stories? Yeah, it's complicated. But anyway, let's continue.
They are a hero too. They are forced in a very real sense to glimpse the reality of the situation for women in our waking world, a situation that is reaching a breaking point in South Korea. They, for a brief moment, are made to gaze deeply into the abyss of the P word.
Right, so
here
here
we go.
I get he's leaned in too much into the what was it? Attention deficit thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Because he has some mobile gameplay on the side, right? But he showed some graphs on the left side.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to make the point that the ludonarrative dissonance gets you to think about the wyammman, right? No. I mean, when I'm fucking pulling for girls in Azure Lane and scrapping them all the time, I'm not really thinking about women's place in society and how they are objectified and treated as commodities. It doesn't really come to mind, right? I think that's just a you problem.
No, I'm right now. I'm complaining about his use of graphs and conveying information. I didn't catch those graphs at first. Because it's
I did because I wasn't paying attention to the Gacha game side of it.
But he doesn't mention it.
No, I don't. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't think it's necessarily it seems like a nitpicky thing to me.
That's what I do. I remember.
but like again, it's like I feel like the issue is he's putting way too much like assumptions about what people think about when they play these games, right? I don't think when I'm playing like GFL or whatever, or I'm reading the stories in GFL, I'm not like thinking, man, how does society bottom text, right? What does this say about society, right? I don't think most people are really concerned about that. I'll be real. I can't imagine what it must be like to be constantly like, interacting with media and stuff, and outside of the context of, deliberately doing that for the purpose of, I don't know, a critique or whatever, like just always having that switch turned on where you're like, man, this says a lot about society. Bottom text, Ali. Bottom text. I can't imagine living like that, I don't know if you've got anything to say about that or not.
I don't think the lawyer guy thinks all that much, though.
I mean, that's what I mean, right? Is he like playing nikkie, and he's like every time he pulls Gacha, he's shaking his head like, here I do it again. I'm objectifying the woman.
And I'm thinking so hard about their place in the world for it.
Yeah, society. So hard for the woman. I have to pull these Gacha characters, though. I got to get my 5-star. Yeah, as Joshua says, he's thinking deep. But anyway, it's P-word time. Who wants to take bets, right? Place your bets. On, yeah, I'm truly thinking about society when I'm watching interspecies reviewers, yeah. I'm thinking about the plight of those poor prostitutes. Watching interspecies reviewers. Penis, patriarchy, penis. What do you think, Ellie? Have you got? What do you think?
It's more likely to be patriarchy than penis. If it's talking about women's role in society and whatnot, it's patriarchy.
All right, let's buckle up because I feel a possible debate coming.
The history of the world is the history of men. In early human societies, in hunter-gatherer societies, men hunted and women foraged. These were roles born of biological differences, of physical necessity. But though these roles were different, they were devoid of hierarchy. In the beginning, there was no distinction of authority between men and women. However, as we all know, might makes right, and physical strength could be used to seize land or resources, which became especially relevant once humans settled down and became static agricultural societies. As men biologically possessed more physical strength, we took control of the land and resources and built myths and narratives to justify our control. We called it the divine right of kings, or the mandate of heaven. And these systems that we made to justify our control separated the world into hierarchies. There were kings, nobles, burghers, freemen, and peasants. There was the emperor, the court, the craftsmen, the merchants, and the farmers. And there were men, and there were women. The history of the world is the history of men because men have made a social construct out of increasingly irrelevant biological differences and have justified this social construct with thousands of years worth of intellectual justification, in philosophy, in theology, and more. Fields of study dominated by men which purposefully excluded women. This system of justifications that we men built, a system that oppresses both men and women with its strict hierarchies, with its gender roles, is the P word. A word the mere utterance of which will turn away half the viewers currently watching. If you've stuck around this long, I hope you'll stay with me here. The P word is patriarchy.
Hey.
So, hierarchies, Ellie. They never existed. It just didn't happen. Never a hierarchy, ever. Never. God damn,
I don't think he's really up to date on this.
Patriarchy theory is the most dumb shit. So remember I mentioned before how I was gonna bring up like the parallels between, you know, because you brought up the Jews, right? Blaming everything on the Jews, right? We're gonna blame everything on the patriarchy. Yeah. Those goddamn Ellie, did you not go to the patriarchy meeting last Tuesday where we decided that women still we voted unanimously that women are not allowed to have rights? Okay, I'm sorry. We the patriarchy meeting was last Tuesday. You must have missed it. Okay.
So he's not really he's not really up to date on his ancient prehistoric histories, where it doesn't really feel there's not much evidence that there was that much a divide in between male and female roles.
I mean, it's ironic because I think about history, right? And I'm like, the British were ruled by a queen and are still well, technically not ruled, but they were ruled by a queen for a large portion of their history, right? There have been empresses countless times throughout history, and you could make arguments about how much control those empresses actually had or not, but, you know, kind of besides the point, they were still women in positions of power. You had, some of the most famous, you know, women that we know about, like Cleopatra and such, right, were rulers of countries, technically. Even if they might have been puppet states, right, I guess, because I think Egypt was, you know, under the control of Rome.
Yeah,
at the time,
maybe Rome in that part.
But you know, but at the same time, right, you have women that are placed in pseudo positions of power, right? There have been plenty of women throughout history that have, you know, in modern day, there have been plenty of women that have held positions of power in various world governments. I mean, even Korea itself had a woman prime minister, even during a lot of the, you know, gender upheaval stuff that was going on in Korea. So, I mean, that was one of the controversies I talked about, was the whole feminist cult thing, whatever. So, I don't like patriarchy theory because people use patriarchy theory exactly the same way as they do stuff like the Jews and George Soros and all that kind of stuff. It's just a boogeyman that they go, this is a problem with society, patriarchy's fault, right? It's all the patriarchy's fault, right? And I don't think that's useful. I don't think that's useful.
I never heard of patriarchy theory. I don't know what it is.
But it's the theory that the patriarchy runs everything, Ellie. It's the systemic system of male oppression that, you know, fucking oppresses everyone, apparently, right?
I mean, I can agree in that part of it. Like, women were tools to propagate the male lineage. You know, the male line was the noble line, the son, father to son.
Right, but what I'm
daughters.
saying is it's not like all the men got together in the boardroom one Tuesday and decided
No,
we're just going to
they don't
fucking
have
oppress
to.
the woman. Right, that's what I'm. But that's what a lot of these people fucking think. They literally think the patriarchy works that way when it doesn't. Right? Like, the actual idea behind the patriarchy is it's just a general observation of, hey, yeah, men tend to have a lot of control over things. Maybe we should give some control over to the woman, right? And most people, if you present it in that way, would go, yeah, fear's fear, right?
Why aren't women the first to inherit something when they're first born?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, yeah, like if you look at it through the lens, lens of like modern day, right? Yeah, like, why not? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Never made much sense, though.
It never really made much sense, but back then, right, there were probably fucking, probably greed-related reasons for that, right?
Yeah.
With men being greedy. But it's not like men got together in some, like, cabal and just collectively decided, like, Ellie, we used our psychic link as men, right? We're all psychically connected.
No,
and
but it is...
We all decided that the page... And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, oh, yeah, this sounds stupid, right? But this is actually how, when people talk about patriarchy, that's how they fucking sound to me. Right? It sounds like it's some fucking, like, cabal of Illuminati men in a boardroom that throughout all of human history have just been like, yeah, nah, sorry, woman, you don't get your rights yet. We're not done playing on the Xbox, Ellie.
It is time to get off the Xbox. No, but
yeah, it's time to get off the Xbox.
It is, of course, some guy that will thought, from... oh, men are already kind of in control, and God just told me that men should be more in control. Let me put it in some holy book. And that
and then those theories get passed down throughout history.
And then, of course, years and years later, it's
and I'm not saying that's not real, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's not real or been real, right? And isn't an issue that needs to be addressed, right? What I'm saying is the way that leftists, and I'm specifically calling out leftists when I say this because they're the ones that always talk about the fucking patriarchy constantly, right? The way that they present the idea of patriarchy, and I don't know if this guy's going to do that. I'm just laying out my position, right, before he lays out his position. My position is that leftists have this real problem where when they talk about the patriarchy, you could replace the word patriarchy with, like, the Jews, or I don't know, what's another like conspiracy thing? The CIA, right? Or something, right?
No,
you can replace it with literally any of these, like, conspiracy-brained, like, world Illuminati control the world type things, right? And it literally sounds the same to me. It's exactly the same. Yes, hello, yeah, Magician to Dia, we go into Patry the archery.
No, but
yeah, we are physically connected. Naritsu post the. That's great. That's good. Thanks.
No,
but anyway, what?
Patriarchy very much exists in rules and customs and religious texts and things that were decided to be good thousands of years ago and still exist because
but it is also very dependent on culture, though, isn't it? Because it's like not all cultures are the same.
Yeah, but right? There was a funny article not too long ago about how in everybody in Japan will have the same last name because because there's a slightly amount of more. Was it Sato? I believe Sato was the last name or the family name. in Japan.
Something like that. Something
anyway,
like that,
a family name is slightly more prevalent in Japan than other family names. And if we don't allow for women to carry the family name, then everybody will have the same family name because eventually everybody will
it's kind of like it's almost like in the Middle East where like everyone's just called Muhammad.
Yeah, that's kind
right.
of a religious thing. I mean,
but it's the same kind of thinking, right? It's like, you know, everyone's the same.
I'm not going to fault everybody calling them Muhammad over there. I mean, how many people are called John? And John is from.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not faulting them for it. I'm just saying it's like you know, it's not exclusive to Japan, is what I'm saying.
No, but that's a given name, right? But this Sato name.
I don't know. I don't know how it works, but
no, the Muhammad thing is a given name. In Japan, it's about a family name, and the point is that if Japan doesn't allow for women to have their family name passed down to the children, and if only men are allowed to do this, then in 100 or 200 years, everybody will have the same last name. So it behooves the Japanese government to also allow women, the children, to have the family name for the mother.
Might be a good idea. And I mean, I don't have a I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you know, the man must pass down the net. It's like, I don't fucking care. Who cares, right? So what? So what, right?
Yeah, it kind of feels like a. Sorry, there is a psychological, so it's very on tangent, I guess. There's a thing that is called the Immortality Project. That we all have, Naretsu. And the Immortality Project is when we are kind of done developing from our childhood self, then we're kind of trying to put... Then we're going to make a project that will make us immortal.
Right.
That is either to build a house, make an art piece, or have children.
Do something that makes a mark on the world.
So, for plenty of men, I guess, your immortality project is to have a child that will have your name, and therefore you're immortal because your child lives on. And
right.
I am not currently working on an immortality project myself, I believe at least. But doing your immortality project through children reeks of insecurity. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't know. I don't think so. But Stream makes a good point. But men and women use the same names. How would passing down the woman's name change anything? Family names, that is.
Because slightly more men have the same last name, and if therefore women's last names will be increasingly more rare until there's only the one male last name.
I don't know. Dying is cringe, though.
Nah.
Dying is cringe, Ellie. It's
I guess this YouTube series of ours is an immortality project in some sense. My wisdom and words and views will be spread around the world until eternity, or when YouTube dies.
Everyone will know. Yeah, until the YouTube servers collapse. Yeah.
YouTube could disappear tomorrow for all I care. So.
But anyway, looping it back around to the video, I'm interested to see what he's going to say about the patriarchy and how he talks about it. Because if he talks about it like this fucking Illuminati bullshit, I'm out. All right. Actually, talk about it like it's a thing, right? Anyway, let's go.
All right, deep breaths. Take it easy. Move your mouse away from the back button. All right, give me a moment. The P word, patriarchy.
Yeah, well, he's saying this because most people understand patriarchy as the way that I understand patriarchy, is because they've heard it from the fucking crazy radical fucking feminists from 2016 or whatever that were absolutely fucking stupid, going after their video games and stuff, right? So, Bayonetta is a product of the patriarchy. It is bad, right? People have been primed to be negative about the patriarchy every time it comes up because they think it's it's used as an excuse to attack things, right? Oh, so-and-so is a problem. Why is it a problem? Because patriarchy. Shut the fuck up, right? So he's doing this to try and prevent people that have been like programmed like I have, right, from immediately rejecting him completely. But joke's on him, I already reject his premises. So anyhow,
all of us, men and women alike. Ask the widower raising a kid on his own how he feels about gender roles when he takes his kid to the park, when he has to endure the fearful stares of mothers wondering why this stranger has wandered in with a child.
Is that patriarchy's fault, or is that misandry's fault? Right?
I do.
This is a problem I have with patriarchy, right? This is a problem I have because people like this will blame everything on the patriarchy instead of, you know, because I would argue the opposite. I don't think patriarchy is the reason that gender role, like people look weird at you if you are a single dad, you know, taking your kid to the playground. I think that's happening because fucking radical feminists have made men literally the devil. So a woman is going to look at a man alone with a kid and immediately jump to conclusions because that's what they've been fucking taught for the last like 10 years, right? I don't think patriarchy is the reason for that, personally. And that's why I think the patriarchy stuff falls apart for me, because they blame literally everything on it.
So the reason why men not being suspicious at playgrounds is kind of more of a gender role issue. And I guess
woman treats man badly, somehow it's the man's fault. Yeah, Mushroom gets Mushroom gets it. It's pretty much what it is.
A man being looked weirdly upon for not following the gender roles is a gender roles issue.
I mean, yeah, it's a gender roles issue, but I don't think the gender role is being enforced by the patriarchy. I think the gender role is being enforced by fucking feminists. That's the problem.
How so? Because if the women
feminists are the ones pushing the idea that all men are evil. That's why.
No,
and so therefore a man that is alone with a child must be a predator, right? Because men are all predators, right? You can not.
All right, so I'm going to say you have to lessen your Twitter
No, it's not Twitter shit. This is actually shit that these people believe, Ellie.
I think you need to go to the grass, touching the grass side a little bit more. In this instance.
No, I don't. I actually legitimately think this is what these people believe. When they tell you what they believe them, right? This is what they actually fucking believe. They think that all men are fucking predators or potential predators, right?
Right, but anyway,
and so they project that. So they are going to project that onto men that they see with their kids at the playground, and they're going to think, why is this man alone?
All right,
with
but
this kid on
the problem when somebody is looked down upon for not following the gender role, the system that enforces the gender role is the problem. Therefore, if the patriarchy says
what's the system enforcing the gender role that all men are predators?
The system that says that women are the women says that women are naturally more caring and whatnot. Therefore, women should take care of the kids and etc. and not men. Then it's the patriarchy says that kind of stuff. Therefore, patriarchy is eventually to blame when people.
But how though?
People look.
How though?
People then gender roles then. How do you mean how?
Not all. I'm saying that not all gender roles are being enforced by the patriarchy. Because the patriarchy is not a mystical fucking force that just enforces gender roles.
I mean, the
right
in the patriarchy, I mean the stuff like, you know, the laws of stuff like the Bible, women take care of the children, etc., or these ideas that
yeah,
women
but less
are
and less people are following the Bible and are moving away from the cultural rules imposed by the Bible. We're not, like, more and more people are becoming atheists. Like, you can look at statistics about it,
Yeah,
right?
but you know, that
less and
doesn't
less
mean that
people,
there are not...
less and less people are religious, and I do argue that a lot of those religious cultural norms do stay even after we've become less religious, right? However, I don't think patriarchy is like again, you talk about patriarchy as if it is a mystical fucking force, as if it is God,
Well,
right?
it's a cultural force.
You're sitting at the playground, and the hand of the patriarchy reaches into your fucking brain and causes you to think this. And I'm saying, no, I don't think that's what's happening. I think there are other cultural norms being imposed by other sides. And I think that there are myriad of different cultural forces at play that are causing people to think different things, right? And it's not just one narrative that's reigning supreme anymore, right? There's not just one cultural narrative. So when I'm saying, yeah, no, there's this gender role issue, right? Which is ironic considering the fact it's the feminists and the leftists that want to abolish gender roles in the first place.
Therefore feminists are encouraging stay at home man.
Ellie, yet I am seeing the leftists and the feminists being the ones enforcing the gender roles the most, right? That's why I'm like, wait a minute, if you're not patriarchy brained, right, and you don't believe in the patriarchy, right, why are you still enforcing the same gender rules of the patriarchy, right? Which is what they do. Which is why these gender roles are still a problem. Even though we're meant to have been moving on from them.
I don't know which feminism says that men can't take care of children.
Modern feminism does.
I need a little bit more than just the vague idea of modern feminism. But regardless, right?
You just have to talk to a modern feminist for like 5 fucking minutes, and you will see how much they absolutely fucking hate men and think that they're all predators and are just waiting for an opportunity to fucking rape
I'm going to keep saying I feel like you should be
You're doing that thing, Ellie. You're doing that thing.
Well, you should listen to yourself a little bit.
You're trying to 5 lights me. You're trying to 5 lights me, but it's not going to work.
Wasn't the 4?
Oh, yeah.
YouTube
no, you're trying to tell me it's 5 lights when it's 4. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, all right.
There are 4. There are 4 lights.
I don't. Okay. I haven't looked up at the reference.
Anyway.
But the point.
Why would I'm gonna lean into the chat because I don't want to stay here forever. Why would traditional men care about other men taking non-traditional roles? That's less competition for them to move up their role. True. Feminism isn't really big where I'm from, and it really depends. Most times we can tell it's a dad and his daughter, but if it's like a bit older man, maybe that's a big maybe. Maybe we might say it's a bit sus, right? So again, it's like, is it a bit sus because of enforced gender roles by the patriarchy, or is it a bit sus for other reasons, right? To kind of cap it off before we move on, right? My issue is blaming everything on a singular kind of thing, because I'm not going to argue that it's all feminism's fault, right? I'm arguing that it's partially feminism's fault for continuing to perpetuate it, right? But it could be true that there are people that are still patriarchy brained and think that, men can't be good fathers or whatever, right? Or men shouldn't be taking after the kids or whatever. Maybe that's a possibility. All I'm saying is, in the context of this guy and his video, and in the context of every time I've ever fucking talked to anyone ever about the patriarchy, they always act like the patriarchy is this monolithic force in all of societies all over the world, and I don't buy it. Just like I don't buy the Jews control everything, Ellie, because I don't buy that either. So
No, but there is the culture and whatnot. Where there's friction, where's the discomfort, that's where the culture or the lines are, the taboos pop up. And when there's a discomfort around when a woman of any age can sit in a park without issue, but a man can't, then there's a gender role, there's a cultural norm somewhere being placed, being used. And
yeah, and then the question I'm asking is, okay, where is that coming from? And I don't think it's patriarchy. That's my thing.
Nah,
I don't see it as a patriarchy issue.
The issue is where patriarchy says men big powerful, women weak, take care of children. Therefore, men who are taking care of children are weak, weird. We should be careful of them.
Right, and like I said, that could be the case for some people, but you also have to remember, Elliot, that people are individuals and they all have different fucking thoughts and opinions and cultural pressures that they are under, right? So, people that adhere to the feminist culture might think differently to someone that adheres to a patriarchal culture, right? So, that's all I'm saying, right? Is don't treat these things as monoliths, right? Perhaps it's a little bit more nuanced than just patriarchy controls the world, right? So anyway, let's keep going.
Or ask the stay-at-home husband who isn't the breadwinner of his family how he feels. Everything.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, he's using Reddit as an example, so that's his first fucking mistake.
I know of a streamer guy.
Because Ali, just as you fucking tell me Twitter's not real, Reddit is just as not real.
Not really. I know of a streamer guy who doesn't know how to drive, right?
I don't know how to drive.
Alright, streamer man, right? Streamer man can't drive. And he has a wife that can drive.
As you do, yeah.
So she drives and he can't. So when they both pull up into a car rental place and the man stands back, right? Because he doesn't know he can't drive. And his wife goes up to the desk and goes, we would like a car. And then the person at the desk looks at the man, looks at the woman, then turns to the man in the distance and says, what kind of car do you want to drive?
I mean, it just sounds like a sexist fuck.
That's a manly, big car scary man needs to be in control of big car.
Yeah, but I don't think that's like that. Yeah, one guy at the car rental place is a fuckwit. Does all of society about to collapse because one guy at the all of society is patriarchal sexism because one fuckwit at the car rental place is a fuckwit, right? That's where I have a problem dealing with this stuff.
Yeah, but it is of course in the end a kind of where men are considered the master of the house and whatnot. They are first to be addressed in almost all situations, and that's where patriarchy sets in, where men are presumed to be the boss of a situation, even when they are completely out of their depths, and their wife are at the desk while the men
car rental guy is puppeted by the page. Yeah, it's my vote.
When the man sits in the corner, doesn't know what he's going to do, and the woman is at the desk, says, "I want car." And the man is still being addressed.
I think the issue I'm running into is because I'm an individualist that believes that individuals act of their own individual accords. I can look at that situation and go, yeah, that guy's an asshole, right? But I'm not going to attribute that to the entirety of fucking human society, right? That one guy, because you don't know that guy's upbringing. Maybe he grew up in a fucking really sexist household where the wife got beaten to death for driving or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who fucking knows, right? Like maybe the dad was also an asshole, and that was part, because a lot of this is like generational, gets passed down from fathers to sons, and that's why it takes so long to like unlearn some of these like toxic behaviors, right? Is because you have to kind of
the net sum of those toxic behaviors passed down is the patriarchy in the end.
And I again, people are in control of their own actions. You can choose not to act.
Yeah, but the collection of those toxic behaviors is what is called patriarchy.
Okay, but anyway, let's continue.
Could be perfect at home. He could have a perfectly loving relationship, a perfect life, but society judges him for something that is ultimately meaningless.
Society judges him. Also interesting, I don't know what subreddit this is, but you've got leftist and conservative. I'm actually kind of intrigued. So whatever, what do you think of stay-at-home husbands? Whatever works for people, it does go against natural tendencies of males and females, so it will most likely cause unwanted stresses. But again, if you can make it work, go for it. So the first guy is what's that, Americanist? What does that mean? Americanist? Is that Americanist on his little tag?
Centrist, I don't know what the fuck. I guess.
No, it says Americanist. It's AAMER. Like, what does that fucking mean? Is America its own fucking political wing?
I don't know.
Maybe, I guess.
It's very.
He's kind of so. Hang on. So he's making like a naturalist argument there, right?
Yeah.
He's making this is natural, right? Which I would say is,
wrong.
You have to look at the science for that. There might be some science backing that. There might not be. I don't know. So the leftist comes in and says, "Can you elaborate on natural tendencies and what way is any of that natural?" And the conservative comes in and says, "You weren't asking me, but in the sense that every culture on Earth, men tend to be the ones leading the home during the day, and women tend to stay closer to the home with the children. No, I'm not going to find statistics to prove it because I'm not interested in wasting my time." GigaChat, you forgot to attach the GigaChat image.
My source is that I made it the fuck
but
up.
I mean, that's not a good argument though, right? I agree. The conservatives not making a good argument because you can't just appeal to like, this has been the natural order to things, right? To justify things continuing the way that they are, or to justify things, right? Because like you can make that argument if you actually do have some, appeal to nature that works, right? Like if, like, for instance, like the argument that hierarchies, don't exist in nature is stupid because we have plenty of examples of animals partaking in hierarchies, especially in like higher form mammals like apes and primates that we supposedly are directly related to. Chimpanzees have hierarchies. There's a leader. Right?
Aren't you a believer in the evolution of that? So you said that weirdly.
Well, no, I said that we may or may not be. We related to them, Ellie. Okay, we are related to the monkeys.
All right,
Return to monkey.
We're supposed to be related to the monkeys.
I misspoke. Okay, I misspoke.
I did misspoke. Weird.
Okay. It's because I'm so used to trying to fucking placate you and your leftist bullshit. I have to fucking be like, well, we may or may not fucking
maybe
live in a patriarchy
those creationist type of points, maybe.
Maybe those creationists have a point. No, they don't. Science, whatever. So anyway, we look at the primates, right? They have hierarchies in their social systems, right? And that's been found through science, right? So you can't argue that nature doesn't have hierarchies or hierarchies do not form naturally, right? So, you could argue possibly, although it's very I don't agree with this, but it's very like several degrees, right, away, that maybe humans naturally evolved so that men took control or whatever, right? You could possibly argue that, but I think it would be difficult to do so, right?
Small tangent on the tangent,
because,
right?
Well, hang on, because if you look at stuff like lions, right, in lion society, right, the women are the ones that are going out and hunting and doing all the stuff, and the man just fucking gets
nothing,
his balls fucking crunched. I've seen it was fucking this one video of the lion. He's just lying there, but the woman wanted to mate, so they just keep biting his balls. They're like literally giving him CBT to try and get him to wake the fuck up and mate. Like, honey, it's time for your 2 a.m. ball crunching. Yes, dear.
It is
but that's an example of like a somewhat hierarchical, society in nature from like a lower, what we would probably consider a lower form mammal, right? So, I'm just saying, like, that you can't, like, sometimes you can appeal to nature, but you can only really appeal to nature if you're able to, like, actually prove it. And I don't think there is, like, there's nothing, like, in nature for us as humans that says that men, you know, have to go to work 40-hour work days and never see their kids.
No,
right? There's nothing in nature that says we have to do that. Right?
No, the point is that what we say is like that we are so socially complex, Naretsu, that we can't. There's almost no point in looking at any natural hierarchy in whatever animal exists in the world. We're so more socially complex. We can make up so many social rules for whatever we want. For food, for clothing, for hair, for ways of speaking, for ways of looking, for ways of expressing.
Yeah, it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison, right?
The point is that it's I would say it's kind of pointless to even look at our closest related mammal, at other primates.
See,
it's pointless because we're way more complex. To say, all right, the chimpanzees or the bonobos, oh, they have this kind of structure, etc., etc., and oh, they do this and this and that.
See, I don't necessarily agree with you, because I feel like that position puts us on a bit of a pedestal, and I'm not actually a fan of that, because I view us, I mean, we're honestly just fucking animals, like every other animal. We might consider ourselves more intelligent than, you know, the average bear or something, right? But I don't actually think it's almost like the inverse problem, right? Where, yeah, we shouldn't probably be super appealing to nature all the time because we are technically, you know, different, quote unquote. But at the same time, it's not like we are this hyper fucking, like, I think we tend to view ourselves as being more unique than we are, right? And I think that's a little bit of an issue with the higher intelligence. I think that just comes naturally.
No, the thing I guess maybe to I'm not going to step away from this. This is an opinion I have. I don't think I'll be swayed in this remaining 30 seconds before we move on.
Before we move on, yeah.
But there are base instincts in us that will have a direct correlation to the closest chimpanzees and the bonobos and the gorillas and whatnot.
Yeah, but I think we have biological programming, definitely.
Yeah, but to say that, oh, because women more caring or men more aggressive or you know,
yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, right?
Men like to have the upper bunk bed, and that's a natural thing or something. No, that's just cultural things going on.
Well, the way I would describe it, right, to kind of put this before we move on, right, the way I would kind of describe it is, yes, we do have base layer, and it's almost like T-dolls, right? Like T-dolls have like the base layer, which is like the basic programming, right? And then you have like the separate layers of that on top, right? So you can't necessarily, well, with T-dolls you can't go against the base layer functions, but like with humans we can, right? And that's what I guess does make us kind of special, is yes, we do have our natural instincts, right? And our natural ability to, you know, detect threats, right? And you see this when those things misfire, right? When you see threats that aren't there, when you know, have instincts that are incorrect, right? But because we have free will and we have, you know, the ability to kind of somewhat, you know, suppress those instincts in a sense, right? I think that you can't just, like, you know, if you did like a violent action, you can't justify that with like, oh, I reverted to monkey for 2 seconds, Ellie, and I stabbed someone. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that, right? Like I think that while we do have base layer programming, we also have the ability to, over time, kind of adjust that, and kind of, you know, the stuff that is a holdover remains a holdover for a while, but eventually it might end up, you know, with successive generations, right? It's just like how we used to have pheromone receptors in our noses that are non-functional now.
Yeah,
right?
and there's a
we have biological components that, we don't need anymore or we don't use anymore, and they've been genetically modified out. It's the same thing with the base layer instinct programming, right? We needed stuff like that, threat detection, whatnot, when we were dealing with fucking tigers in the wilderness that wanted to jump on us, right? Right? Being able to detect, oh shit, there's a fucking tiger in that bush is really useful for continued genetic survival. So,
but not really anymore.
Well, yeah, we don't have to worry. Well, we don't have to worry about the tiger in the bush. We've got new threats to worry about. That's
right? The super tangent, right? Let's do the first thing.
Yeah, we're going way off the topic now. We're getting deep philosophical hours at the podcast.
The first thing I would genetically modify in humans is to allow the human body to make all the essential amino acids, because right now there are some that require animal product, meat and whatnot. First thing I'll do is to eliminate that necessity, and then
you want to turn us into herbivores, basically, instead of omnivores.
It would just help if we weren't, we're kind of shackled to that, and it's kind of just...
Well, I mean, not necessarily, because we can synthesize those amino acids.
Yeah, but if we can just make it ourselves, we don't have to have somebody else make it. We can do it ourselves. That's kind of the point.
All right. Well, anyway, we're halfway. So let's see what else he's got. Let's see what else is going to get blamed on the patriarchy. Let's find out.
Or ask the Korean young man who was forcibly conscripted into the military and now exits the military feeling like he is behind on an imaginary curve that was pushed onto him by a society which now hoists further expectations on him to get a high-paying job and raise a family and provide for everyone. Does he deserve that pressure?
Okay, important context that he's leaving out there is that, along with a lot of other Asian countries, I think Singapore is another one that has something like this, all men have to spend a conscripted 2 years, I think, in the military. I don't know if it's 2 years for Korea, but I think it's 2 years for Singapore. But in Singapore, it's a bit... Because I had a friend who was... When I was a teenager, I had a friend who was in Singapore, who was a bit older than me, and the way it worked in Singapore was you got to choose. You could either go into the police, the firefighters, or the army. And my friend went into the police, so he was working as a policeman for his 2 years, right? So you're basically forced to go into basically a public service position.
Germany has the same thing, where you can, I believe, choose or are kind of encouraged at least to have some job, something soup kitchen to army, something public service related.
Yeah, you have to do some public service thing for a certain amount of time or whatever. I don't think but in Korea it's like law, or it's like mandated, right? Where you have to spend. I think there's a couple of countries that do the same thing, but my point is he's kind of leaving that context out here, because it's not like this guy chose to go to the military and then he came back and was like, oh, I'm being oppressed by the expectations to get a job. Because it would be no different if, like, oh, you went to college, right? And, you went to college for 2 years and then you were crushed by the expectations of needing to get a job with your college degree, right? It's the same thing. It's just, I feel like because he leaves out that context, it puts a lot more emphasis on the fact that he's like an army veteran, right? Because when an American hears like, oh, he's an army veteran, right? That kind of puts ideas in your head, right, of what an army veteran is, or something like that, right? So I think that's an important context that he kind of left out of the equation there. So I just wanted to add that. So anyway,
why do we do that?
Yeah, it's kind of... I know that I watched StarCraft back in the day, when it was bigger. StarCraft tournaments, StarCraft 2 tournaments. And quite often, it was kind of it happened often enough where it was, oh, this is this guy's last tournament. He's going to the army for, the...
Yeah.
And then there's
I've followed a lot of Korean artists that have had the same thing, where they've like, they'll actually make a post. There's a GFL artist. Well, he does like kokatsu stuff, right? Or he did kokatsu. Well, he's back now, so he does do kokatsu stuff now. I'd have to go grab his pics or go find it. I don't think he's uploaded recently. But he's not uploading as recently as he used to, right? But before, like he made a post where he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm starting my 2 years army service, I'm not going to be posting again. I might come back, I might not. And luckily he came back, but
yeah, the same.
a lot
So
of
the same
don't,
thing happened in
so, you know.
StarCraft. Like, oh no, he's going back. He's going into service for the next 2 years, etc., etc. Oh, this guy came back.
Yeah.
This is his first match after being in service. Let's see how he does.
Service, yeah. Let's see how he does. Yeah. It's I don't want to get into like a debate about whether or not that's like an interesting policy or not, or if that's good or bad, right?
I guess Korea is more of a has more of a motivator to that. South Korea.
Might have to show proof of that. Look. I might see if I could find him, because I don't know if I still have him bookmarked anywhere. Or in my Pixiv thing. I'd have to dig for it. Like, Samu, do you fucking know how many people I follow on Pixiv? You know how many fucking artists I have in that list? It's a lot. But anyhow, yeah, we could have like a discussion about whether or not like.
Yeah, but it's not in the. It's not in the.
You know, it's not in the scope. I just wanted to bring it up for context that Korea has that system, right, of mandatory conscription. So I just wanted to bring that up as context. So, anyways,
to him, the burden of patriarchy cuts both ways because it was never intended to serve the greater good of all. It doesn't serve women, and it doesn't serve most men either.
So, well, hang on, because is the mandatory? Is it? I don't know if it's just men or women that are conscripted. I think.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's men only, because it kind of. I never hear about female being conscripted.
Yeah, it might be male only. I don't know. If it's male only, then I guess you could possibly call it patriarchy. But, I mean, women tend to get really fucking antsy when you say that they should be on the draft. So.
That's the thing, right? That's no
women
are
to do the right wing meme. Women are all into their rights and stuff right up until the draft man walks up to the door and is like, "Hey, time to go to war, bitch."
I don't think the men are very infused when the draft mans come.
No, they're not. But the thing is, the men don't get a fucking choice, do they? The men don't get a fucking choice. That's the point.
I don't fault the women for opposing that, because nobody.
I don't fault the women for opposing it either. I'm just saying the hypocrisy is there. That's all. Like, you know, they're all for equal rights until the rights are inconvenient, right?
Well, anyway, the lefties want to get rid of the draft anyway, so that's all.
Well, anyway, yeah, let's continue.
It serves merely some men, the powerful and privileged, at the expense of everyone else. And believe it or not, the plot of Nikkie touches on this as well. The last bastion of humanity is a large underground city known as the Ark. And despite how desperate the situation is for mankind, the Ark remains a highly striated society. At the bottom there are non-citizens, former criminals and outlaws who have had their citizenship revoked. Then there are the quotidians, regular working people. A layer above the ordinary people are the sovereigns, the privileged and wealthy of the Ark. And at the top are the CEOs of the major Nikkie manufacturers, and yet above them, the chiefs of the central government. We are shown in-game time and time again that the lion's share of power that the central government wields is derived from the exploitation of Nikkie. And one gets the sense that the bureaucracy of the central government cares more about maintaining the status quo that favors them than it actually cares about defeating the Raptures. There are, for example, rogue Nikkie who live on the surface of the Earth called pilgrims, and these pilgrims, who have been fighting since the early days of the Rapture invasion, have advanced technology and powerful abilities that have long since been lost to the Ark. Although the pilgrims and the central government have the same ostensible goal, the central government considers the pilgrims terrorists and tries to seize their technology and bodies even by force.
So, yeah, this sounds great.
Sounds a bit like Korea.
Yeah, oh man, I wonder.
Big corporations controlling society. Women, no women, no man for you. Work.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder if people, you know, if this is, you know, just like the Japanese creating the isekai and the socio-economic and political so and so and so and so.
Conditions.
Yeah. Maybe there's some frustration, Ellie, in the conditions of the
of the working class.
Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Though the Pilgrims are working to save humanity, the central government is more concerned with taking their wealth and autonomy because they are Nikke and they have what Central wants. Replace the word Nikke with women, or
That's a little bit too crude. I mean,
yeah, you see, that's where it falls apart, right? That's where it like falls apart, right? Like, I don't think like the Nikke are meant to be an allegory for women, because it could be anyone that's in that situation, right?
I mean, I would say it's just workers, right? It's just exploited workers, and they blame them. Women are of a slightly lesser status than men in really overall. Therefore, then you're going to blame women more for the problems of etc. etc. That's how it goes, right? Normal people blaming the immigrants, blaming the Jews, blaming the whatever, blaming
the patriarchy. Yeah.
What's the all right? The Carthaginians. How do you? What are the people from Carthage?
The what now? The Freemasons?
No. In the ancient era where Rome was at war with Carthage.
Oh, fuck! I don't know. I have to get full. I have to ask Phil. He'd know.
Nah.
I don't.
Point is, number two. From what I understand, at least, in the time of Rome, Carthage was the source of all problems, of everything.
I think the point is like everyone wants to blame everything on a boogeyman, right?
Yeah,
everyone needs a scapegoat.
At least
everyone wants to blame it on a scapegoat, right? And I feel like that's a part of a thinking that does kind of fucking rear its head a lot, and I think a lot of people fall into that thinking even when they don't necessarily want to, right? Because it's easy to blame the patriarchy or the fucking the woman or the immigrants or whatever.
Also, use something.
But the reality is that things are a lot more complicated than it first seems. And here's the other thing, right? As we're obviously getting this narration from his perspective, right? I haven't played Nikke. I can't say for certain whether or not he's even telling the truth.
Well, Naretsu,
right?
Famously, I have played Nikke.
Yeah, you have played the Nikke by logging in and logging out. Yes.
By not logging.
Well, not even logging in. You didn't even log in. You just you made that joke before. But no, it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like.
Also, he should have used something else than data from 2012. That's like 10 years ago, more.
Yeah,
12 years ago.
Too foul. Yeah. The data's a bit old. Anyway, I'm browsing. I think I might have found my Korean. I found my Korean, Ellie. I found him.
Don't blame yourself. I lost it again, but on the Twitter, I sometimes browse on the Twitter while I'm listening to you. I found some Russian army recruitment thing going on. And it kind of shows, very simply, Naretsu, it shows a Russian man hardy in some rubble on a tank, and then it shows gay man in Western City. And the gay man is taking pictures and eating expensive food, and the and the Russian army man is serious and eating rocks and
eating rocks, yeah.
And I'm looking for that gay man is living a good life. Maybe I should be gay.
I'm trying to find, because I thought that this Korean guy put out like a fucking post or whatever where they said, yeah, I was going on my service, but I can't find it. I'll post their name anyway, or I'll post their pics of in the chat anyway. So go to the homepage for it. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they do kokatsu stuff with girls' frontline characters. It's actually really funny stuff. Like, it's not all lewd. Like, some of it's actually quite cool. So there you go. There you go. There's your proof, Samu, you visual lunar. There's your proof. But anyway, let's keep going. Let's hear how the nikkies are an allegory for women.
Depending on your country with black or LGBT, and you start to
See, he's like, oh, it's everything, right? It's everything. God. Oh my God.
to see what the game is getting at. There is no building an equitable and just society upon pillars of arbitrary exclusion like race or gender, as these exclusions inevitably create inequitable social constructs that affect everyone participating in those systems, including the so-called unexcluded majority. A world without patriarchy is a more equitable world, a world with less exploitation of women and of minorities, yes, but also a world where the stay-at-home husband, the single father, and the Korean conscript can be relieved of the immense burden of gender role expectations.
Yeah, and you see, I think we were moving towards that, right, Ellie? I thought we were progressing towards such a society, but then the fucking leftists keep fucking it up. That's my take, right? We were moving in these more liberal directions, right? And then all of a sudden, you've got modern social justice fucking nonsense shows up and decides to be like, hey, you know those hierarchies that we supposedly hate so much? Let's bowl those down, right? We're going to make everything more fucking good for everyone, right? But then let's just rebuild them and put us on top, right? Yeah. Thanks. Great. Just because you want your turn on the Xbox. Yeah.
Well, the Xbox is dying already, so I guess it's fine.
The Xbox is... yeah. No, there's not going to be much of an Xbox left. But video games. But anyway, I need to have my rant, because he's just doing a bunch of buzzword shit, right? He's just spewing. This is the dogma, right? He's spewing the dogma to me, right? Because I don't buy it, I'm not. You know, it's bouncing off. The propaganda is not affecting me. I'm sorry.
But the lynch of patriarchy, the central bolt which holds the entire machine together, which keeps the rotten edifice standing, is the...
If he says capitalism, I'm gonna fucking lose. I don't think he is.
Well,
subordination.
If you want to put in capitalism anywhere, Korea is a very good nation to use it in.
Well, yeah, because but anyway, let's see what he says.
The entire machine together, which keeps the rotten edifice standing, is the subordination of women. Of which
it all comes back down to women, right? Listen, Ellie, if we lived in a matriarchy, suddenly everything would be fine, okay?
I think if you want to... How would you improve? First off, get rid of intellectual property, and and I guess you can dismantle a bit of capitalism. You know, the big hedge funds.
Just get rid of Puritanism, right? We got to toss that in there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, abolish marriage.
Sex negativity, right? We got to
abolish marriage, right? Because that reinforces some, stuff.
Abolish marriage, right? Yep. Just completely restructure the entirety of human society, and then everything. There'll be no consequences to any of this, Ellie. At all.
The consequences,
no negative consequences will ever happen. It'll just be better. There'll be no negative consequences when you do these things. It's not like communism has failed like 50 billion fucking times every time someone tries it, right?
Capitalism has also failed, but
in
different ways.
No, I'm not gonna take the bait, Mr. fucking Five Lights. I'm not.
Because you have no defense.
Ooh. No. I do, but I don't want to. We're still. We got like 10 minutes. So
go ahead.
I don't want to get sucked into a capitalism debate with you just yet. Maybe later. We'll see if he brings it up, and then it can be relevant.
A major role. You see, by reducing women to objects of affection, objects of desire, we deny their full humanity. In so doing, we justify their subordination and exploitation.
Okay. Again, if you're talking about real women, yes, that's bad. But we're talking about anime women. They're not real.
Gacha women. Even
We're
less
talking
real.
about gacha women. The gacha women are not real, right?
They get scrapped for gems or whatnot.
Get scrapped for gems, yeah. Like, oh, you're a duplicate that landed in my role. Goodbye. Right? I don't see them as real women, okay? They're not real. And conflating these things is not, I don't think it's actually helpful, right? Even for the point that he's making, right? To be like the way that we treat these gacha women, or the way that the gacha women are presented, right, is a direct correlation or reflection of how we treat women in real life, right? I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I think it's not very helpful, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking losing my mind. I was brought up to believe that fiction and reality are not the same, so I don't know. Twitter is always angry at the rights of anime women, yeah, because that's part of the thing, right? Is you get a lot of these people that they get really tilted and really angry about the rights of the anime waifus or whatever, but then they don't actually care about women's rights in reality, right? And treating women equally at all, right? But they'll fucking scream about the anime girl in a bikini being sexist or whatever, right? They won't shut the fuck up about that, right? So I don't know if you have anything to add to that. Nah. Ellie's running out of steam.
I started and I was sleepy, so it's
okay.
It's not as bad as other times, but you can't.
All right,
the march of time.
Sleepy Beepo. All right, Sleepy Beepo. All right, let's keep going.
I mentioned earlier that in the Nikkei universe, the military apparatus, the central government really, is responsible in large part for perpetuating this idea that Nikkei are disposable, that the Nikkei are less than human. The game makes it out to be brainwashing. Each generation of officers is taught that to win the war against the other, against the Raptures, each must serve their role in the hierarchy. The officers command and the Nikkei obey, superior and subordinate. Yet we see in the game, through the actions of our player character, that treating the Nikkei as equals and allowing the Nikkei to act with agency, even if it sometimes hurts your feelings or seems unreasonable, leads to our commander being lauded as a military genius, as a hero of humanity. The commander, by rebelling against the central government with the help of an insider named Anderson, is able to get much more done to accomplish the goal of retaking the Earth than the central government has ever managed alone. This, then, is also a lesson that Nikkei imparts upon its players in a subliminal way, perhaps. To rebel against patriarchy, to fight this system of hierarchies that holds all of us down for the benefit of the very few, can be as simple as being a better listener, or a more...
Fuck. Yeah, see, this is another problem I have with the activist class, right? Is this man here making his YouTube video views himself as just as important as all of these people in the street protesting, right? It's a Hassan problem, right? The big socialist streamer Hassan Piker, right? Mr. I own fancy sports cars and $500 t-shirts, Hassan Piker, right? They like to think that they are, doing the good fight, doing the good thing, right? But then when I think when like push comes to actual shove, right? And it is actually time for a revolution to happen, these people are going to be fucking shitting themselves at the prospect of actually having to fight for the shit that they believe in. I think it's all fucking bullshit. Right? And I think him being like, oh, fighting the patriarchy starts with just being a good listener. Just listen to my propaganda, Ellie. You don't even have to do anything. You just have to sit there on your computer and not actually, just watch my videos, right? Just listen to me tell you that the patriarchy is bad, and you repeat the same things that I say and parrot it, and that's how we win, Ellie, right? And it's like, no, I think how you actually win is, convincing people first off that, you have a solution to the problem that's not going to negatively affect, or have drastic fucking consequences, right? And then convincing those people to vote for candidates in your democratic country that are actually going to do that. Or oppositely, start an actual fucking revolution and stop being a pussy, right? Is kind of where I'm at with this, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this here before, but political violence is valid.
I think it depends on the context, right? I think if you are actually in a situation where you are like seriously being oppressed, like not meme oppressed, like a lot of not the people on screen, but this guy, right? Meme oppressed, like a lot of online champagne socialist types think they are, right? Like, if you are actually under a fucking oppressive government that is treating you like shit and forcing you into the slums, and your quality of life is literal fucking dog shit, right? Yeah, you're probably justified in, starting an actual revolution about that. And we've seen examples of this all throughout history, right? Of how to properly enact change, right?
Yeah, but
and these guys that are protesting on the street here are doing the right thing, right? They are actually, I'm not going to fucking fault these protesters for protesting the thing that they believe in. They're actually getting out there and putting themselves on the fucking line, right? To fight for the things that they believe in. My problem is you've got Video Man here. Like, has Video Man here ever been to a protest?
I don't know.
Has he ever actually done activism? Though. He's a lawyer, so he's not going to put his job on the line to go to a protest or whatever, right? He's not gonna do a thing, right? And if he has, good on him, right? If he has, then I'm wrong.
Yeah, but
that's fine. But
was it that Martin Luther King? Was it a Million Man March? I don't know. I'm not too.
Yeah. America is like a great example of.
Yeah, but right? The thing is, Namitsu, people see. I hear at least that people remember Martin Luther King as a peaceful protester, and through peaceful protests.
Well, the riots are the voice of the unheard, right?
Yeah, but also, but there's this idea or this thing of Martin Luther King was peaceful all the time and and then. Things happened, but part of the reason why Martin Luther King did the change was that because there was the Black Panthers behind him that said, "Hey, we are the Black Panthers, and we're going to shoot and riot and burn things down if you don't listen to this guy."
Well, I don't think the issue is you have to it's like I mentioned before, you have to convince people, right? And you're not actually going to change anything. Like, you have to be strategic in your use of the violence, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're doing, because if you just, like, the issue with the Black Panthers is if you just hostile take over the system, like the Black Panthers were suggesting to do with their guns and their rioting and their whatnot, you're just going to have the same problem, but in reverse, where now the white people feel like they're being oppressed and they're going to fight back. And
yeah, you need a good message.
They're going to do it.
You need to have a good message. People have to be around them, and a violent group that is going to start some shit if you don't listen to it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because I think the Black Panthers hurt more than they helped. Honestly, because I think and that's why Martin Luther King was like, yes, go out, do riot, do thing, but don't fucking go too far. Because if you go too far, then you lose the victim narrative. You can't say that you're the victim when you are the one perpetuating the violence, right? Like, an image of someone getting blasted with a fucking fire hose and like tossed halfway across the concrete because they're rioting, right? That photo is gonna cause more empathy in someone than a black man with an AK-47 pointing it at a fucking white person, right? That's just how it works, right? People are gonna go, "Oh fuck, these people are dangerous.
Yeah, but we
need to do something about them." Versus, oh shit, these people are actually getting oppressed. This is bad. We need to do something about it, right?
I do.
You need to play into people's empathy, is what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah, but you need the stick behind the door or the door stopper or whatever how you call it.
Yeah, well, the problem is the stick can't be too long. Is what I'm saying.
No, but you need a stick to do something.
And I think the Black Panthers were too long of a stick is the problem.
They got the
when
job
you're
done
actually doing
in
terrorism, that's when it's getting a bit too, because no one like how many like people have the Muslims convinced by blowing up a fucking what Ellie, what happened after 9/11? What, did that go well for anyone involved?
The Taliban are in charge of Afghanistan, so it's all right for them, I guess.
Well, I don't think it went well for anyone involved. Like, I mean, in terms of like the racial tensions.
Well, but how, the people who flew the 9/11 thing was a problem for the people who lived in America and Europe.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem I'm saying.
Yeah, but like the people, the 9/11 people weren't from America or Europe. They're from the Middle East, and it went all right for them. I
just think that there are, like, to cap this off so we can move on, right? I think that there are some cases where you can justify political violence in some hyper-specific circumstances. However, I don't actually think that just going around indiscriminately intimidating people and doing terrorism is actually going to help, right? If you're under an actual already oppressive regime, that's one thing. But if you're in a fucking democratic country, right, it's not going to help you.
Nah, this is maybe just more of a kind of a whenever a politician goes on on a press conference and says, "Yeah, we are protests. We only listen to peaceful protests." It kind of sounds like we only listen to protests we can't ignore.
Well, you don't negotiate with terrorists. That's the.
Anyway, that's enough about political violence and our unconditional support of them.
We on the Critical Critique podcast endorse No, I don't.
Well, we did endorse slave protests. So, and what is the worker then a slave to the system?
Oh God. But no, I just don't think that it's the type of political violence you're talking about is effective. I think it really does depend on the situation. Like let's say like you're in like France, Nazi Germany, right? I think political violence is, a little bit justified when you're literally getting invaded by an opposing force that is oppressing your people, right? I think you fellas over in Holland land, right, did a little bit of that, right? You did a little bit of rebellion against the Nazis, right? A little bit.
It was almost like 50-50 open collaborators and actual resistance, and the rest was kind of waiting until the whole thing was over.
Yeah. So I think in some situations like that, kind of justified. Situations where, I think if you're in peacetime, right, it doesn't help you to kind of start fucking rioting in the streets, because it just makes you look like the unhinged one to the general populace, and you're not going to get much empathetic support that way. But anyhow, let's continue. Let's hear what Man's got to say about it.
Or patient spouse, or a less judgmental brother, as the case may be.
Look, just be a fucking be a pussy, right? That'll solve all the problems, Ellie. Just be more, be a less judgmental brother.
I think it would help if you read some books. Stay inside. Okay. Stay more inside. Actually, do some reading.
Don't touch grass. Stay inside. Read book. Oh man, but anyways, good job.
Seemingly minor acts of empathy and respect towards the women in one's day-to-day life are a miniature revolution against deeply ingrained structures of...
Okay, look, okay, here's the thing, right? I get what he's trying to say, right? Just don't be a dick or a cunt, right? Like, that's, yeah, okay. That goes without saying, and two, I don't think just not being a dick or a cunt in your personal life is going to, completely change the structure of Korean society. Okay? Right? Like, Ellie, is being, nice to a woman on the street going to, make it so that the CEOs and the companies and the stuff aren't completely controlling the government or something?
Right?
No,
I think How would you convince the CEO to change? Either through law or through
Well, you would show that it's not profitable. You would show the cost benefit analysis and say you would make significantly more money if you weren't fucking oppressing the woman, I guess, right? Because that's what
the problem is, I think it is more profitable to force the women after work to do overtime. It's more profitable, but the kind of society.
Well, that actually depends, because I've seen some studies that suggest otherwise. Because I've seen a bit of research that suggests that not overworking your workers leads to better productivity in the long run.
Yeah.
So if you manage to present that to a CEO in a way that makes sense, that's not, jargon. And if you were like, look, listen, if you have your workers work less hours now and take a slight dip in your profits now, you will get 2,000% returns in a year.
Yeah,
because these workers will be producing more over time, and they'll be producing higher quality over time at a faster rate because they can work faster in the hours that they are working, right? And that means that you, Mr. CEO, hypothetical businessman, you look at my graph. See my graph? My graph got big, slight dip. Look, slight dip, yes, but when you implement new policies, but boo, look at this. Look at that big profit. Ooh, boy. And if you do this before your competitors do this, you will be ahead of the game, Ali. Well, not you, but hypothetical businessman CEO, right? You will be ahead of the curve. You will get the big profits before anyone else gets the big profits. Ooh, big.
And now, Naretsu, there's two problems, Naretsu, why I'm going to reject this proposal.
Okay, why?
Alright, there's this 1 quarter I'll make less money. That's a problem. I can't have that.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is that
also my bonus is tied to how much hours are made, how much work has been, how much.
Well, yeah, and this is what I mean. These are the problems that need to get sorted out, right? These are the issues that we need to change the way that people think, in a sense, because there's too much short-term thinking versus long-term gains, right?
Also, bonus policies, kind of metrics through which success is measured that are contra to the success of the company.
But to loop this all back around into the video, being polite to women is not going to get the CEO.
No.
right? That's what I mean, right? This is what I mean, right? It's not gonna.
If I can give one real life example, Naretsu, I worked for a company that went bankrupt, right? Remember?
Yeah. You've talked about this kind of.
So the thing was, right? The company's metric for success was making more.
Yeah.
Because if you make more, you sell more, and all that stuff.
Yeah, obviously that's how that works, right?
Problem is, we made more, and it was way worse.
Right.
So there were complaints, people sent the stuff back, a lot of things had to be redone, remade, etc., etc.
Yeah, you have to do like recalls.
All that kind of stuff. But we made a ton.
You made shitloads, but
it made no money because it made no money for all the remaking, the recalling, the complaints, the claims of faulty products and whatnot. Exactly. So now we have a new measurement of success, and that is quality. And imagine that, Naretsu, we make a less, but we earn more money.
Fuck. God, it's like that one gif of the two guys on the laptop, and the guy's like, how did I not think of this?
Yeah.
How did I not think of this before? How could God, how could I not?
And this company that I worked for, right, had this mentality for years and years, all the way into bankruptcy, that just making more was the measurement of success. So when the company went bankrupt and was bought, and I'm still working at the same place, at the same job, basically, for a new company.
New management,
now I get less paper to test to do stuff with, but companies doing better. Yay!
Hey, look at that, and that means you have less work, so you're more productive, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have to do as much per day, right?
Yeah, I have to call. I mean, as a quality control, I have to call less.
Yes.
From hey,
Yes.
the consistency, blah 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 blah, and hey, your roughness and your permeability.
This is completely off topic, and we'll continue playing the video after. But are you a fan of the "I guess we're doing this now" meme?
Kinda.
Have you encountered a I guess we're doing this now situation? You're sitting on the conveyor belt doing your quality assurance, and then suddenly something comes through the conveyor belt that's completely fucking different to what you're usually doing. What are you this is kind of queer. I wonder what's going on here. I should talk to them. Or are you well, I guess we're doing this now.
It's kind of, it depends, right? Because my job is to go, oh, but queer. That is my job description.
Yeah, that is literally your job. Yeah. Yeah.
But also, people over there make changes and don't notify me. So when
so then you do get
suddenly it's like, oh, suddenly we're making this. All right, I'm going to test this.
Oh yeah. It's a little bit of both, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if we're making, say, we're making smooth paper, right? We're making the smooth.
Yeah.
I'm testing the smooth, and oh, how queer the paper is, like way thin. I'm going to call up, and then that's my job. And then for the other,
shit, yeah, it's like oh shit, what? Yeah, what's
and then other times it's like we're making the smooth paper number 2, and the next batch I get is carton thick paper.
Right.
And alright, and then from look up, and oh damn, I guess we're making carton thick paper now. Now I'm going to with screws and whatnot to see how thick this is with.
Man, but anyway, yeah, let's
get getting out my measurement tape.
Yeah. All right, time to change. We're gonna change society.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing this now.
Power angle, the upheaval of which paves the way for a more equitable, kinder, and just world. Nikkie offers something of a philosophical lifeline, an effective step into the doorway of feminist thought for a community that is built around the commodification of attraction. It offers a chance at understanding. It imbues even the most lustful and degenerate of gacha gamers with the notion that to love women means respecting them too. But
do we respect women?
Respecting the women.
We woman respecters. Oh my god, it's so fucking dumb. It's like, I don't think, like, because something that I feel like a lot of the feminist people, like, they assume that a lot of men are just inherently sexist and aren't feminist. Like, I think if you asked most people, hey, should the womans be respected, they're probably going to say yes. Like, I don't think you're going to really encounter a situation where, like, oh, I'm back in the kitchen fought, right?
Well,
I don't think those guys exist in the numbers that people think they do.
There is
right?
this. Who was it again? Right. So in the Loot Gamer Discord, there's this. Who's the guy that constantly goes about how women are manipulative on VTubers?
Oh, I don't know. Someone keeps posting about that.
Yeah.
Look, listen, Ali, the Loot Gamer Discord's not real.
No, it's not really not.
See, you can use it on me. I'm going to use it on you every time you try and appeal to an online fucking.
No, but I agree with you.
Are you okay with woman, right?
Discord, OBS disconnected for a second.
Oh, that's.
And I'm now reconnected.
Oh, we're still live. I didn't notice a hitch on my.
Well, it would have gotten a hitch. It's past tense.
Oof. Oh no. But anyway, yeah, no, I yeah. Oh, Sammy's like, we live. Okay,
yes.
well, anyway. But anyway, yeah, I don't think that most people, right, are at like the raging, horrible, sexist, you know, women are lesser creatures or whatever, right? I think that most men are at the very least empathetic to women, right?
Yeah, but I think
and
that
like women, respect the woman.
We're getting in kind of a territory, a level where we go from women are more natural at taking care of children, and then we have to kind of correct that level of misconception.
Well, I mean, is it like the issue with that is if women are or generally tend to, you know, prefer to look after women over men, right, as a preference, right? Does that make it necessarily inaccurate, right? I guess you'd have to reword it. Instead of appealing to nature, you'd appeal to preference, right?
Yeah.
Like women prefer to care for
And that's
children.
that is kind of
men,
I
right?
think it's still an important difference. It removes, I don't know, the essentialism of being in women is
a little
care.
bit, but I think most people I think what's actually happening, Ellie, is when most people say that they mean preference rather than being essentialist about it. Because they probably look at like both their own life experience plus statistics on the matter do exist, and they do tend to show these things to be accurate, right? So I feel like most people, like, it's one of these language issues, right? Where people say one thing, but they kind of mean another, right? They say, oh, women are just naturally better at, you know, caring for people or whatever. What they actually mean is not necessarily women are biologically hardwired to be more caring than men. Because I've argued, like, you know, when that one feminist chick that we covered, right? And I was getting really mad about how she was, like, not empathizing with the male position and not understanding how males think,
Was
right?
it the Ruby thing? The green parrots?
Yeah, the Ruby girl. Yeah, the Ruby girl. And how I was, like, getting really mad about that and how she didn't want to empathize with the men position. And similar with the normality situation back in the day, right? Where normalities is saying stuff like, oh, men just can't empathize with female protagonists and stuff, right? That's the same kind of, like, gender essentialist claim, isn't it? Right? Oh, men just lack empathy, right? Men are not capable of empathizing with women, which is the most. And again, it's an ironic statement because most of the time the women that say such things are themselves demonstrating a complete fucking lack of empathy for the opposite gender.
Yeah, or they're just repeating things they heard before.
Well, no, even then, it's the same thing, isn't it? Right? It's the same with, like, the women are more caring. People are just repeating the thing that they've heard, right? They might not necessarily think that women are, like, actually legitimately fucking programmed at birth to be more caring, right? But they've heard that as a meme, right? Not in,
as
like,
a cultural
meme,
meme,
you know, not as a Pepe the Frog meme, as the actual scientific definition of a meme, right? They've heard that as a meme, and that meme has just, you know, imprinted itself on people, right? And I think that that's a misconception that a lot of these kind of activist-y types like Moons here make, right? The misconception that they assume people. It's almost like an assumption of malice, right? When there is no actual malice, right? It's just simply how the cards are played out, and we can work to change the cards on the table, right? We can work to change the language, right? But these things take time, and that's kind of the problem, because activist types want everything to happen now, right? They're very impatient, right? We have to dismantle society now. We have to completely upturn all the hierarchies now. We have to, you know, big rah-rah revolution, just fuck capitalism, replace it with something now, right now, this very second, right? And they don't stop and consider, right, like, the actual the consequences of doing these actions and whether or not there are problems with them, right? And then they also don't consider the fact that we have been progressively moving in the direction that they want, right? They want that, you know, us to become more empathetic and more understanding of each other and whatnot. We have been moving in that direction over time. It's just that's because it's such a glacial pace. And you could argue maybe we should speed it up a little bit, but because it's such a glacial pace, they get really impatient. So yeah, that's my little rant, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, we still got 10 minutes.
No, not Discord. YouTube is getting a little weird. I don't see the.
It's being wonky.
Yeah,
stream hasn't cut out. Stream hasn't cut out for me, so I'm still.
No, because I see a comment from Fryfo on the screen in the live stream, but I don't see it in my own chat. It's very weird.
Huh.
The reverse of I did a refresh, I guess. Now it doesn't show up. No,
maybe it's because you had that disconnect and it kind of
maybe. I just I did a small test and that worked. I solved on both. But anyway, I was reminded that you have the caring chemicals, right? The womanly caring for children chemicals that you care for children chemicals.
Yeah.
Apparently men can make them just fine. They have to just take care of children, and then they.
Yeah.
The children protected children instincts are just as active in men if you just give them a child.
Yeah, it's mutual. It's not.
It's also kind of evolutionary. It doesn't really make sense to don't give that to men, because whenever a woman is suddenly
because it's like what do you just like? Are men just not gonna fucking give a fuck about their kids? You know, I mean some men don't. Don't get me wrong, but
even evolution would like, all right, men. If there's nobody else, you're going to get those chemicals to protect the children.
Yeah, it's like the fallback. You know?
Yeah.
But anyway, it's like I said, the cards landed on the table as they did, and we do, sometimes we've got to adjust it. But anyway, let's continue.
How many minutes?
Let us make no mistake.
10.
Ooh, there's a lot for closing arguments.
We got a little bit to go. Maybe we might have to skip anime this week. We'll do anime next week. Might have to skip if you're getting tired, and you have to speak a lot during anime, so that's why
I guess that will wake me up a little bit. Let's try.
All right, well, let's keep going then.
Either. Nikke is still a gacha game. It still exists in this objectifying space. You've seen me talk about how valuable I think it is as a gateway. Don't get me wrong, it's just Nikke isn't the full course, it's only the appetizer. Nikke and games like it and products like it will never be enough on their own to undo objectification or patriarchy, or for that matter racial inequality or social injustice. To quote black feminist writer and activist Audre Lorde.
So he quotes this person later in the video with the part that I watched on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a quote. So let's see what the quote is, because it's probably the quote I'm thinking about.
For the master's tools will never dismantle
For the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Yes. So I looked into this, and do you want to know what the first fucking results you see for this quote, right? It's all DEI stuff. It's all about DEI. So the original quote is from a black activist from the civil rights movement, right? Which is fine enough. Right?
I think there's more to the quote.
Yeah, he's probably going to do the full quote. Let's do the full quote.
Master's house. They may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change.
There's actually more to it than this. He's actually taking parts out of a much wider paragraph of one of her books, because I actually read the whole thing because I found the full quote online. It's not really relevant though. What is relevant is that this is a quote that's often spoken a lot about in DEI circles. The idea that you can't use the master's tools, and by master's tools they mean the patriarchy and objectification and sexy video game characters, I guess, right? To dismantle the systems of patriarchy and objectification and sexy women in video games, right? And the issue is that, like, back in the day when this woman said this, right, this was, again, in the context of civil rights era Martin Luther King debates, right? So this wasn't, like, I believe, agreed upon doctrine back then either, right? This was just one activist's quote opinion on it. But there's now been a lot of modern day DEI type people, right, that have taken this quote and just kind of run with it, and this is one of the they use this as like, see, this is why we need to completely destroy the entire fucking system, right? Because we can't use the system to fight the system, Mally. It's like with the kill guy in the last video. Remember, he was talking about how, what was her name? Shiki, the sister girl, not Rikyo, the other girl, right?
Oh,
how she, yeah, what was her name? I always forget the names.
Yeah,
but you know who I'm talking about. You know, long hair. Yeah, long hair girl. Long hair girl. Sasuke, right? Sasuke, whatever. Sasuke. They're all the fucking. God damn it. Yeah, autism, right? I'll just call her long-haired girl, right? Just makes it easier on me, right? Long-haired girl is wrong because she tried to dismantle the system of oppression using the system of oppression, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's shown in Kill la Kill to have been the wrong way to go because it ended up not working, right?
Yeah.
But the issue is, the plan didn't work, not because of the fact that she was using the master's tools, as it were. It was because the master is immune to crucifixion. right? The master is able to regenerate from being put on a fucking cross, right?
Nah,
so kind of
to get into the lore and the actualities and whatnot. The reason why the reason why it didn't work because Satsuki was using the life fibers and she has control, and Ragyo has control of life fibers.
Exactly.
So
which you could probably twist into a fucking allegory for the master's tools. The life fibers are the master's tools, right?
Yeah.
You could, but then again, that would also apply to Rikyo as well because she's wearing a suit.
Yeah, but she's in control of the she is in control of the life fibers. So Satsuki using the life fibers, which is also tools of the master, very well and good. But Ragyu can just mind control anybody who has a life fibers on them. So what's the point?
Yeah, so but this is what I mean, right? Is this kind of idea of the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house comes up quite a lot in this kind of new wave leftist ideology that's cropped up, right?
I mean, it's actually kind of it's all this time, right? So like Lord of the Rings, you can't defeat darkness with darkness. You have to bring light and whatnot.
Well, but the issue is how it's being like co-opted, right? Because the idea itself makes sense, right? And in certain contexts, like you said, with darkness doesn't defeat contest. Hatred just breeds more hatred, right? Bigotry breeds more bigotry.
Hope defeats the darkness.
Yes, like it in those contexts it makes sense and it works, and it is true, right? Like it's kind of like what we were just debating about, like the political violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Black Panthers, their way of solving the problem with their AK-47s and their, we're going to riot and we're going to burn down all the, all that does is just breed more hatred, right? Just like the Black Lives Matter riots, to bring those up. All the Black Lives Matter riots actually accomplished in reality is just breeding more hatred, because you have people that own these small businesses literally putting signs up saying, please, I'm a single mum, don't burn down my fucking business, right? This is all I have, right? And a bunch of these thugs going around ignoring all of that because they don't give a fuck, right? And just burning down all these buildings, causing massive destruction, destroying people's cars, setting fires everywhere, right? All that's done is just caused more hatred. Right? I mean, more resentment, more anger, more, nothing's actually been accomplished by that. In those situations, master's tools make sense because you're using hatred to try and stop hatred.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're saying like you can't dismantle democracy via democracy, right? Might be a little bit true, but at the same time, why do you want to dismantle democracy? Right? What is the underlying reasons here, right? What's going on here, right?
I don't really think it works in this context, right? So it's a fun quote to. I feel this quote is more aimed at oppression in general. you can't win oppression by starting and oppressing the other side, or becoming an oppressor or whatnot. I don't really feel it would work in a kind of a more cultural change, because culture changes on its own anyway. So
you need to get everyone on board if you want to do cultural change, and you're not going to get everyone on board if you just start oppressing the other side. I think you can actually see this in a lot of the left-right discourse online, right? Because remember when, like, the left was oppressing the right constantly online, right? You know, you get censored from Twitter, you'd get, censored from Reddit, you'd get censored, if you bring up any right-wing type discussions, right? And it's actually only gotten worse over time on certain websites, right? All that's done is just breed resentment, hasn't it? Right? All that's done is, using the tool of censorship, right, to oppress your political opponents because you have the Xbox controller of Twitter, or so on and so forth, right? All that's done has just made the right side of the aisle more radical, right? More, fucking, maybe not violence is the right word, but I would say that the right has escalated in its echo chamber like thinking over time, specifically because of the fact that they keep getting oppressed by the left in certain circles, right? And that would lead those people to then, go to the polls, as Hillary Clinton would say, right? And then they vote for people that, like Trump, who may or may not be good for the country, right? Probably not. And like another 4 years of Trump is probably not going to be good for America. Let's be real here. It's probably not going to be. Because it's just going to make the left fucking even more radical, right? But that whole political. I'm not going to get into like a whole pro-Trump, anti-Trump debate aside. The point that I'm making is, well, yeah, it's too late. I've already crossed the line. It's too late. But the point I'm trying to make is people are going to vote to fuck off the people that are pissing them off, right? And that's one of the key issues I have with the left and leftism, is they have noble goals and they have stuff that I agree with for the most part on certain subjects, not others, right? On some things, but they fuck it up constantly by just being cunts and just being smug assholes, right? Where it doesn't actually have to be like that. Have you ever heard the good old saying, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? You would convince way more people if you just let...
I get it, but I don't have it.
You would convince way more people that the left is right on certain issues like healthcare, like LGBT rights, like, all of this stuff. If they just stopped fucking censoring the other side and trying to act like they're morally superior about literally everything, and actually engaged in healthy debate and discussion about the topics so that we can find the synthesis of the two composing ideas, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of my point.
You said there's still 10 minutes. I thought that the video was done with that closing argument thing, but apparently
No,
not.
we're at 22:20 out of 34:2. So yeah, I want to give you, because I've been ranting, I want to give you a chance to actually make a point before we move on. So you get
I kind of already said what I kind of wanted to say. That this quote feels very appropriate for things like oppression, things for kind of just oppression in general. It doesn't really feel applicable to kind of softer social change, like you won't change CEO payments via this quote.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Gender inequalities aren't solved by this quote, because those are those are having have stuff like interrupted careers because of pregnancy, lower
maternity pay,
and all that kind of stuff. That's
leave,
this quote won't solve that. So I don't. And he's talking about patriarchy for the most part.
Yeah, because his overarching point here is that, okay, yes, Nikkie is great because it respects the woman and it shows it teaches woman respecting to the fucking dweebs or whatever. But because it's also objectifying the woman by making them into objects and sexy things that are to be acquired. It is a master's tool and therefore is not useful in dismantling the master's house, which is the patriarchy, right? That's kind of what he's trying to say here.
Yeah, but there's no... The master's tool...
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is, one, what is the master's house in the well, the master's house of his bedroom, but like the issue is you have to buy into everything else he believes in order for this to work, right?
Yeah, but
you have to buy into.
I would patriarchy in a kind of very practical sense is toxic behavior passed down.
Yeah.
So there is no tools, there is no house, there is just ill-informed toxic behaviors, and you only get rid of those by, you know, education and teaching and all that stuff.
Which you would I think the issue is you have to buy into his idea that the sexualization of the female characters is bad, right? Because it's objectifying them, right? You have to buy into that. You have to buy into that to believe that the game, because he's made the argument that the game is the education, right? Like the game is the education you're talking about, where it is teaching people empathy through having these characters be empathetic, that you can relate to, that you can, you know, so and so and so and so. So the game is supposedly the thing that's teaching men the empathy that they apparently lack for some reason, I guess. Implied sexism aside, right? But because it also has that element of objectification within it inherently, that means that that other part of it is kind of like semi-null and void, right?
Yeah,
because
but the thing
because it won't ever actually dismantle patriarchy because it has patriarchy within it. Because he views the sexualization of the female characters as a part of that patriarchy. Right?
So you can all right. So I can. I'm finding the correct words, right? Because I'm going to.
Yeah, no, I'll let you go.
So there very likely are video games which are displaying a very patriarchy mindset, right? I guess some military shooters where the women are just bimbos that are stupid and need to be saved or something.
Maybe.
Or maybe Duke Nukem Forever. Whatever it is.
maybe, I don't know.
But besides giving examples of patriarchy, they don't really push patriarchy. They don't, perpetuate patriarchy. They're at most an example of. So, video games, or at least in this case Nikkei, is such a downstream thing from patriarchy. To change to improve the world and, diminish patriarchy, you need to really go into the laws, right? Change the law that says that women blah blah blah. Make sure that women make sure that careers aren't interrupted through pregnancy, that those opportunities aren't lost to women because of that stuff. Better children's care, after day school care, all that stuff.
And I mean, and we could have debates all day about those individual issues, right?
Yeah, but the point is that
and how to solve those issues, right?
The thing is that you need to solve them on that level, on that higher level.
Yeah, having a video game have women that you respect in it isn't going to make you isn't going to cause women to get better maternity leave, right?
Yeah, but when women get better maternity leave, better opportunities, and have to put way less of their lives into a child, then women have more opportunities to do whatever they want, and they can do whatever they want.
I don't want to get into a debate about that, but I think that on some level, like, you do kind of have to choose, right? Because I mean, it's not worth getting.
No, I mean, but you ignore the details in Red. So you agree with me?
I get what you mean. I'm just saying, like, there's a bit of a debate to be had there, but I don't want to necessarily jump into it. The key point is this quote. It's a good quote. It sounds good, but it doesn't actually. I don't think it really helps the man's argument.
It doesn't.
Right?
I don't feel it really works with patriarchy, which is a toxic behavior passed down, and the way the way how you dismantle the master's home is to do some actual law stuff, actual big high level, big societal laws, big whatever things you do, not video games. Those are downstream so far that you can piss in this river over here, but it doesn't really change anything upstream.
Right. So anyway, let's continue.
Yeah.
And what is a gacha game if not the Master's Tools? A game that sells.
Okay, so here we go. So now we're going to get the explanation, right? Let's hear what his explanation of it is versus our brilliant debate about it.
Tells you people to love and care about for real money. A game built around power fantasy and objectification and hierarchies of tier lists and levels.
Whoa!
A gacha game will not sell any premium.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I was distracted there. I want to listen to that again.
If not the Master's Tools. A game that sells you people to love and care about for real money. A game built around power fantasy and objectification and hierarchies of tier lists and levels. A gacha game will not.
So, I feel like there's a bit of that. Remember that ludonarrative, the dissonance, right? The ludonarrative dissonance going on here a little bit, where you kind of have to separate the gameplay elements from the narrative elements.
Yeah, their
narrative
rarity is different from whatever happens in the game.
Yeah, because the narrative might be all about the respecting woman, but of course there's going to be tier lists in a video game with a meta, right?
Also, I think
all the characters like some characters are probably going to be slightly better at other characters at doing certain things, and that's oh god, Elliot's a hierarchy.
Yeah,
no!
Quick warning. I assume you have the tier list on screen. I have seen a girl wearing a bikini she's wearing a bikini that's way too small for her.
We don't have the tier list on screen. No, I don't have.
All right. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about tier list and meta. Thought you might have.
No, I was talking about his point, because his point is his point is oh, the game makes you buy real, makes you buy these women with real money, and it's commodifying them, and it's a power fantasy that's buzzword, right? And I think the issue that he's kind of I run into with this is yeah, there's a ludonarrative dissonance going on, but I don't. Yeah, I don't see it as a problem. I don't see it as a problem, Elliot. I don't see the issue here, right? Do you see the issue here? I don't.
No, not really. I'm just vaguely reminded of the problem I had with Unicorn Overlords, right? Where I had suboptimal teams, suboptimal squadrons, because I thought the units were cute together, and I didn't want to separate the units in their cute combinations. That's me not meta gaming, de-meta gaming, unmeta gaming the game for cuteness factor rather than the serious war that was going on in the game, where they presumably would battle to their maximum efficiency because they have a war to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Big evil empire to overthrow.
It's kind of like the argument about you're in a first-person shooter, right? And you get shot and you regenerate your health, right?
I thought more of you wearing a silly skin in your RPG game.
Yeah, you're playing Call of Duty as Nicki Minaj.
Or of course, fashion souls, where you wear stuff for the fashion
souls,
instead of the protective value.
God, I've been watching Tenma play that Wukong game, and I'm getting really annoyed with her because she keeps putting on cost, because the outfits have stat bonuses and they have set bonuses if you wear all of the set, and she never wears all of the set.
Oh no,
she's always mix and matching pieces, and it's no, Tenma, you could get regen your mana from light attacks if you just wore the armor. And you'll be easier. I mean, she's not having a bad time playing the game anyway because she's actually quite skilled at it. But that autism, right? That autism in my brain is just like, no, wear the set, Tenma, please. Because she's not doing it deliberately. Like she's not doing like doing it for fashion reasons or anything. It's just like she crafts something and then she doesn't have enough materials to craft the other part of the set, and then she just never crafts the full set and wears the full set all at once. And I'm like, Tenma!
Nah,
please!
I mean, if I'm not unsusceptible to the fashion picks. So even when this game is super serious or dramatic, I might pick a suit or thing that I found more appealing, or maybe because I just like using it more. I didn't buy the DLC for Elden Ring, but I believe I wore a slightly fancy armor, and I used like a short sword and a wand with magic, a spell sword. I guess I was. And it was because magic is cool, and I like how the short sword fights, and I like how I look with this armor, fancy silver.
Yeah. It's kind of I'm not going to bring up Monster Hunter stuff because that was a big thing on Twitter about Monster Hunter and the gendered outfits or whatever. But
I saw some funny tweets though. I'm going to go in like women celebrating they can finally wear full armor, and men celebrating they can finally dress like a slut.
Yeah, like I don't have it. Like I saw some people that were like, "Oh, it's DEI or whatever." You know, it's like, yeah, okay, kind of, but like I don't care. Like, so it's one of those things where it's like more choice is good, right? I mean, as long as both outfits still exist and you can pick between, okay, you want to wear the female outfit on the female and the male outfit on the female, and you can mix and match, right? As long as both versions of the armor exist, I don't really care. It's when they start like changing the armor to be like less sexual or less skimpy or whatever because of, bullshit. That's when I start to have a problem, right? As long as, hey, look, I'm not going to say no to more options, basically, right? Like, sure, it's cool. But anyway,
so this kind of made more complaint that resonates more with you.
Okay, quick complaint, and then back to the video.
Making things less sexy doesn't mean it's censored. That's kind of an annoyance that I have.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, but that's I agree with you, but that's like it's contextual. It's contextual, right? Contextual. But anyway, let's continue.
Premium currency if it isn't creating an appealing, enticing product. In so doing, how much resistance against objectification can such a game muster? In the Korean gender war video, I mentioned briefly that the Nikkei community is an outlier amongst all gacha communities, in that despite the game's risque character designs and presumably rather lustful player base, the community has not had an anti-feminist witch hunt targeting artists. Amongst male-dominated popular South Korean
Okay, but the issue is that this, okay, again, context he's leaving out, it hasn't had that controversy because it hasn't had stuff like this where people are like assuming that the hand symbol is the same as the cult hand symbol, and then they go after people, right?
She's just clasping her hand somewhat.
Yeah, again, I think it's stupid. Yeah, I think it's stupid. I'm not going to argue that it's not stupid, right? I'm just saying that the reason that it's not that, oh, the Nikkei player base is super feminine, right? They're super feminists, right? And they respect all the wyammman. It's because they just haven't had, like, that controversy happen to them, right? So... anyways, keep going.
Gacha game
also, I want to quit it. Samu, that is kind of what happened with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It became more anime, with more anime women with bigger breasts and skimpier outfits in general.
And people still won't shut the fuck up about it.
And people complain a lot, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is more reserved, and people don't complain.
Which I don't think was because of, like, people attribute that to be because of the reaction. But I don't agree. I thought it was just they decided to go a different, like, because you do have to. I mean, not to get into it because I do want to get through this fucking video. Not like people assume malice where there probably isn't. I think that the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 team probably just wanted to go with a more serious tone and direction with that game, right? Which is why the outfits were not as skimped. Or
no, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is
you know.
about death in every single form and way to mourn
Yeah,
or
it's
think about it.
it's a much more serious tone, isn't it?
It's all about
because you
death,
played
and
it, I
Xenoblade
haven't.
Chronicles 2 was way about growth of a young boy. So
Right.
all fits.
But anyway, let's continue.
Rarity. Here's another interesting example. Take a look at this Thai advertisement for Nikkei. There was substantial backlash by the Nikkei community against this advertisement because it made them look too lascivious, which they
Too lascivious. I can hear him sniffing his farts every time he says Lucidius. Or, you know, it's just...
No, there's a different. Is it the same word he used in the beginning? I guess
I don't know. It's a different. I can smell the fart particles, right? Of him huffing those farts coming out of his breath when he says that word, right?
He could define it at least, because it's a very unused word.
Just say degenerate. Just say a word that people understand. All right, you're not smart, okay? But yeah, I didn't know about this. I didn't know that this was a thing that happened. I didn't, you know, it was probably something that was more for. I mean, it was a Taiwan advertisement anyway, so you know, I wouldn't know. But anyway, continue.
felt was a misrepresentation of their community. The Nikkei community loves their cake, but also appears to be, to some extent, self-aware.
Are they self-aware or are they just fucking normal?
And annoyed.
Yeah, and they're annoyed that they're being portrayed as like the creepy guy with glasses lusting after the woman or whatever, right? Like, you know, maybe they're just normal. Like, I don't think it's a self-aware issue. I think it's more of a, you know, us pervs are just like you and me. We're not fucking, we're not all sweaty ass fucking degenerates, you know, acting like idiots, right? But it was,
yeah.
But there are limits nonetheless. There are still the typical complaints when alleged censorship strikes here and there.
Yeah, because censorship is bad. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is he going to argue censorship good? Like, what do you mean? Why is complaining about censorship bad? Alleged censor. Okay.
The community still plays the game in large part because...
Whoa! Well, hang on. Calling out our boy Daikun here. Wait a minute. I mean, we covered a Daikun video in the past, so we've called him out before as well.
I don't remember him. It's so long.
It's a long time ago. Daikun's okay. Daikun's a good fella.
There are still the typical complaints when alleged censorship strikes here and there. The community still plays the game in large part because of its sex appeal.
And how is that bad? How is the sex appeal bad, right? This is what I keep saying about you have to buy into the premise, right? Sex is bad, right? Maybe the sexual content isn't bad, my man. Maybe it's okay to like the sexy woman. You don't have to flagellate yourself as a cisgender man just because you like looking at attractive woman. Okay, all right.
And the fruits of the game's success are born of its objectification of women. The plot of the game opens the door to understanding, but the community is still in the foyer. You might also recall that Nikkei is developed by Shift Up. If that name sounds familiar to you, well, they have two other games they're known for. One is the now terminated Destiny Child. No, not Destiny's Child, Destiny Child. A different...
Oh yeah, I remember Destiny Child.
I don't.
Oh man, the live 2D was pretty impressive.
Punchy gacha game with similar themes.
Never played it, but...
And the other game is one that non-gacha gamers might be more familiar with. Shift Up's big release this year was none other than Stellar Blade.
Yeah. So is he? I can't wait for him to argue that Stellar Blade is like bad and Nikkei is good.
Step back or something.
Stellar Blade bad because I was Stellar Blade bad because the fucking BIOS update from my leftist ideology told me it was, right?
That's right, the game hyped up by your favorite grifty internet personality for its highly sexualized character.
Okay, no, don't let it go.
Character designs came from the same people who brought you Nikkei. And just like in Nikkei, the sexualization is marketing that sits atop a deeper, more thought-provoking experience. In this case, a story about humanity and what that means in the vein of Nier Automata. You can get folks in the door, and then hopefully you can teach them a little something. That said, in an interview with Games Radar, Hyung-tae Kim, the director of Stellar Blade, noted that the design team put special attention into designing the protagonist, Eve's, butt.
And? So? Hmm? You know, just... How's that a problem? Ellie, do you see the problem? I don't see the problem. Where's the problem?
I kind of feel that... I'm going to say that this statement from the developer was more for publicity than for actual...
Well, it probably was, but I mean, what's the actual problem?
I don't...
Like, why would it be bad for him to put focus on the butt jiggle? Because, I mean, he's not wrong. It's a third-person game, right? Like, that's where people are going to be looking at the backside of the character the whole game, right?
I'm not really impressed by that quote either way, because there's any game in a first-person perspective will have more attention placed on the entire back half of the character, more details, more belt swinging, more whatever the character is. That's just a thing that happens with any game. Which, I mean, how much care and attention...
The title is also kind of a bit misleading too, because it's, Stellar Blade dev, also known for butt jiggling game Nikkie, says he put special attention into the female lead's back because that's what players spend most of their time on. Is he talking about specifically the ass and the ass jiggling, or is he talking about the back half of the character in general?
First-person shooters have special attention placed on the gun. All right,
and yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. So, like, I would have to read the Games Radar article to kind of, like, see what the context is, right? But the way that Moons here is presenting it is he did the same thing in that fucking propaganda video too. It's like he takes articles like this and then he kind of like twists them into his narrative, right? It's all about, he's weaving this narrative of sex bad, right? Sex bad, sexy stuff inherently bad. It's a shame that this thought-provoking thing that I like has to open the door with sexy stuff to get people in, right? It's it's so bad, right? Where I'm on the complete opposite. I think, no, what is the problem with sexy stuff? Why is it an issue, right? He hasn't explained it. Why this is apparently such a bad thing. But anyway.
5 more minutes at most?
No. I know I said 10 minutes like 10 minutes ago, but we're at 25 out of 34, so now we're really at 10.
Oh.
I leave a bit because I assume like the last like 4 minutes might be for ending, so it's like technically.
Alright, let's hurry up.
Because the player is always facing the back of the character when they're playing. There's some uncomfortable and objectification going on here, and this sexualization was utilized throughout Stellar Blade's marketing, just like how it is used in Nikkie's marketing. Also, allegedly, Shift Up removed 2 contractors working on Stellar Blade after they complained.
Hey, I know that guy. I don't follow him, but I know I've seen him before.
Is he also British, or is it...
No, he's not. I don't think he's British.
I don't know. Making jokes.
I know. Yeah, I know. I don't know if he's British or not. I mean, I believe this was I don't know if there's any like actual like because so I looked a little bit into this at the time. This account, this gaming Ricardo account, is allegedly a bullshitter that just tries to spur up controversy. I don't think I ever saw anywhere whether or not this was actually confirmed. So I don't know. So I would classify this as an allegedly statement, right? Allegedly this happened. I would, because people looked into it and found out that this gaming Rakina account never actually worked at Shift Up, never actually had any interaction with Shift Up, and is possibly an alt of like a radical feminist person that's just trying to create controversy by making up a story.
Very fun.
Yeah, as you do on. Why would anyone do that, Ellie? Go on the internet and tell.
It's almost like it's fake. Like
it's almost. But anyway,
fake.
just wanted to point that out because I'm not sure. I would classify this as an alleged statement.
About fan service, which is to say sexualization during a shareholder meeting with Tencent, which, in fairness to Shift Up, might not really be about the feminism as much as it is about being a contractor and interrupting what appears to be a shareholder negotiation. But still, that only proves the point, doesn't it? When the cards are down and there are real financial stakes at play,
On a Twitter rumor.
what is
On a Twitter rumor,
making this entire thing on a Twitter rumor, right? That's with sourcing.
Like it would be different. Like if his source wasn't just fucking Haru47, right? Like maybe because the Tencent stuff is you know true, right? Like I believe Tencent does own.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like that's true. But like again, I don't know if this is actually real. I don't know if this because I remember seeing someone did like an investigation into it and found that this story might not be the case, might not be exactly true. So I'm not 100 on it. I'm not 100 on it.
But yeah, anyway, but this is kind of like that one thing about what was it again? About the Dust. What is the game? Dustborn.
The Dustborn game.
Yeah, Dustborn getting money.
You were talking
from
about like
US,
the investment. Yeah, the investment money.
And I looked into it and I saw like zero evidence. So
yeah,
look at it.
Yeah.
Look it up.
What can be presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But anyways,
and I let a lot of evidence if it wasn't.
Nikkie is fun. I'm of the opinion that in the gacha space it does more good than harm. I played it a bit, and though the raunchiness wasn't quite for me, the gameplay was interesting, the characters were likable, and the plot, as we've seen, has some laudable elements to it. But make no mistake, the Master's tools will never dismantle the Master's house.
So there it is again! There it is again! All of the it's so fucking annoying because it's like he clearly likes it, right? He clearly actually likes Nikkie, but he just can't fucking get over the Puritanism, right? He can't get over the left-wing version of Puritanism where sexy bad, right? We can never have sexy stuff without it being called objectification, right? Of the fictional characters, right? It's so fucking annoying, Ellie. I hate it. But anyway,
yeah.
The power structures that bring about systemic inequality cannot be used to undo systemic inequality. Using objectification to fight objectification can open the door, but it will not bring about transformative change.
Okay, that seems like the end of a video, but he still has like fucking close to 9 minutes left. So what the fuck is what the fuck is this last 9 minutes?
We are living in a material world, and if you are a material girl, well, that's to be expected. You'll note that in many of my videos where I talk about the man behind the curtain, when it comes to
hey, look, there's that propaganda video.
Anime or video games, I make the point that it's okay to enjoy your media. Even
oh yeah, I know where he's going. I think I saw this in a clip that I was seeing. Yeah, where he's like, this is the part where he's like, listen, sex bad, it's so problematic, okay, but it's okay to enjoy your media, Alan. It's okay. You're allowed. Look, I'm gonna say that it's objectification and it's a problem with society and it's causing all of these issues. But hey, it's okay to enjoy the titties, right? And you know what I'm gonna say, Ellie? Can you predict what I'm gonna say?
He's wrong. He's annoying.
Bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's absolute fucking bullshit. You don't get to sit here for the last 26 minutes constantly telling me that sex is bad and then suddenly be like, nah, it's okay that you like financially support this thing that I think is bad, right? You know? I think it's a nonsense. But anyway, let's see what he says.
If that media can have problematic aspects to it. This is the world in which we live, and we can either participate in it or be alienated from it. I've learned this myself, the hard way. The Master's house is a big freaking house. and all of the tools inside of it are his, whether that's YouTube or Twitter or anime or video games. If this video didn't include Nikke, would you have watched it or cared about it? If Nikke didn't...
Well, to be fair, I only cared about this because someone on Twitter showed me, like, the clip of you, of you fucking being an idiot, and me going, oh wow, that's gonna make a good content, right? Like, I actually wouldn't watch this video otherwise, so it's not. I'm not really here because of Nikke.
No, I don't care much for Nikke. Yeah. Sorry, Nikke players. Nikke.
I mean, it looks alright. Like, I don't mind Nikke. I think it looks okay. I've got too many gacha games to play as it is. I'm not gonna add another one.
Nikke seems to have gameplay more than Fate's Stay. Fate Grand Order. Yeah. So I guess it makes it a better game.
Anyway, let's continue.
Didn't include objectification, would you have played it? It's okay to participate in the world around us. Of course it is. We are only human. It is okay if you play gacha games on occasion. It is okay if your favorite man of the people Twitch streamer buys a gigantic house or a fancy car.
Oh, did you get that?
Is that the Hassan thing? I don't...
That's a Hassan reference, yes.
Why is he bringing in Hassan?
Why? Because he's trying to make this point of, like, it's like I had that big rant, like, fucking an hour ago, where I was saying, like, okay, I'm gonna make a pointed statement, and I'm gonna redo my rant a little bit. Leftists have no fucking principles, right? The very concept of principles seems to be lost on the leftist, right? Why you have principles in the first place. To them, it's like principles are just a roadblock to being able to be lazy fucks, right? Because someone who's principled, right? Like, Ellie, if I was principled, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I hate sexualization. I just don't like, you know, what I view to be objectification of women in video games, and I hate fucking sexy video game characters, and it's just, like, I get repulsed at the mere, like, fucking hint of titty, right? I'm not going to go and spend $200 rolling for girls on Nikke, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't play the game. I wouldn't fucking play the game because my principles, right, would necessitate me not playing the game. And I have met so many people, right, who have principles, and I might not agree with them, right? The people that are anti-gacha in general, right? They think gacha is gambling. They think gacha is, like, detrimental to society because it's gambling and it incentivizes gambling behavior. It's psychologically the same, so on and so forth, right? And they don't play gacha, and they refuse to play gacha because they view it as gambling, right, or whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, I don't agree with you, but I can respect your principled stance to not play and contribute to the thing that you believe is a detriment to society, right? Leftists are fucking, for some reason, physically fucking incapable of doing this one simple thing, right? No, it's okay to be a socialist and use capitalism to get yourself a fancy mansion and buy fancy cars and go to human trafficking brothels in Europe, right? Look, I'm just participating in the system, Ali. I'm just, you know, if I didn't participate in this, what, do you expect me to be homeless? Do you expect me to be poor? You know, I'm accumulating all of this wealth, you know, like I have to, you know, I'm forced to do this, you know,
no,
rather than hey, I'm accumulating all of this wealth. I wonder if I could, like, you know, use that to create, like, a political lobbying block, or, you know, use that to, you know, make a political party or fund my, you know, political aims, you know, do media campaigns and, you know, do stuff for my preferred candidates on the political stage, right? You know, maybe I don't have to live in a mansion. Maybe I could just live in, like, a normal fucking house like everyone else, but I'll use this wealth and income that people are literally donating to me as a streamer, right? Because they agree with me and my ideas and my ideals, and want to see my ideals and my ideas. Let me finish my rant, and I'll let you go. My ideals come to fruition, right? They want to see the world that I am proposing happen, right? What? Oh, I could use my wealth to. No, I'm just going to buy a $15 million mansion, right? Right?
Yeah.
Because I had to. Because I was forced, right? All right, there you go. I'm done. I had my rant. I had to get it out. I had to get my rant done.
Alright, so the thing is, right, principles are hard. How many times have we heard about the anti-gay Republican politician that was caught with the man?
Yeah.
How many times have we heard about the humble priest that preaches poverty but takes all the church money and lives in a mansion and buys a plane?
And all of these are bad, right? All of them are bad. So same applies to leftists.
Yeah, I mean,
same applies to leftists. You can't argue otherwise.
No. But you kind of singled out leftists, and I'm
only singling out the leftists because this man is singling out the leftists, right? Because he made a direct reference to Hassan Pike. Well, maybe not direct Hassan, but the idea of, because his overall point is, you live in a society bottom text. You have to interact with society bottom text. You shouldn't feel bad about not living to your principles and participating in thing, right? And let's say for the socialist, it would be participating in capitalism and getting rich off capitalism.
Well,
right? For the feminist anti, sexualization gamer or whatever, it's being able to play a gacha game. Right, because they hate the sexualization, and yet they want to
be
play.
Somewhat technical now too. Socialism doesn't really say much about you getting a mansion. That's not really against socialism.
Well, I'm not going to get into a debate with you about the differences between leftism, socialism, communism, whatever. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here all night. But you know what I mean, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Is people don't want to live to their principles. They want to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, right? And then espouse those principles for brownie points and for virtue signaling, basically, right? Essentially. And then have to live up to those principles.
When crypto was was getting a little bit bigger, there was many YouTubers and news in general made long essays about specific scammers and whatnot. And the thing that always happened was that those scammers said, if you do the thing that I am teaching you, then you'll be rich. But the thing was that those people didn't get rich by the thing they were teaching. They got rich by offering those courses that tell people how to get rich.
Exactly.
I believe there was something saying look at what they do, not what they say. Some
that's a classic. Do what is it? Do as I say, not as I do, or whatever. There's inverse of that as well. I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but it's a thing.
It's a common saying. Yeah, it's a common saying.
Not to me, but foreigners and whatnot. English.
Oh man. So anyway, So the general idea is, they don't want to live. They don't want to have principles, because principles are like a roadblock, right? Because because principles are essentially just like rules that you live by as a person, right? I'm not necessarily anti-smoking or anti-drugs or anything like that. I'm not going to be drugs should be illegal or anything. But me personally, I have the principle: I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't smoke, as a principle, right? Mm-hmm. There's a guiding rule that I live by. I don't want to interact with any of that, so I'm not going to do it. But if I was saying, oh, drugs are bad, I don't like drugs are evil or whatever, but then off camera I'm fucking smoking 5 packs of cigarettes, right? Or something, then I'm not living by my principles, am I?
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm kind of I'm similar, but I'm kind of doing it out of a phobia, a slight phobia. I have bottles of wine and beer almost 5 years old, because I am slightly afraid of getting addicted to alcohol
being
or whatnot.
addicted to it, yeah.
So I've
entertain the chat because I gotta refill my drink actually. So.
Ooh, all right. With Jason D, be careful though. You know, the magical, dark magical girl doesn't like that if you just keep saying that. Samu, same for you. Samu's here. All right, so hey Samu, you get what you want, Samu. Long streams. Joshua, now Neretsu isn't here. I'm going to say Neretsu doesn't always talk with a lot of nuance. Oh, did I cut out? I didn't notice. I'm going to repeat. Joshua, Neretsu doesn't always talk with a lot of nuance. To repeat, Magician of D, be careful, Dark Magician Girl won't like you saying all that. Samu, how long were we out? I didn't notice any outage.
I don't know. Also, since Samu wasn't here for the first one, I figured I'd get him another one. This one isn't a monster, so it's not. It's fine. I'm not because having more than one monster is not good. So there you go. You get two. It's a long episode.
You can pull up a statistics doc, and
I need that.
Is it going to only count now?
But anyway, yeah, no. So getting back to it, so we can continue and finish off the video, right? I don't know what it is about leftists, because I'm singling out leftists because I see the hypocrisy so much in the leftist spaces, right? Where they'll propose all of these ideals and supposed principles that they live under, but then they immediately abandon them when it's convenient, right? And of course, you can say the same thing about rightoids. You know, how many rightoids do you see that have, like, you know, itchy anime pictures or whatever, and then they claim to be super into the itchy and this and like, no, I don't want to ban all the sexy stuff, and then you look at their profiles and it's like hardcore traditionalist Catholic, you know, was trad calf, you know.
Samu scared me. He said we live, and I thought we are where we were out again.
Oh, that was from a while ago. That was when you had that cutout. So I guess we must have cut out for a quick second. But anyway, we're almost there. We're on the home stretch. Let's get to it.
It is if your favorite Hatsune Miku song is filled with imperialist themes. As long
which one?
Oh, I think he's talking about, what's it called? The really famous one. No. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's that one. I don't know the name of it. It's like She So I recognize it. Yeah, I know. It's okay if your favorite Hatsune Miku song has imperialist themes. Look, Ali, it's okay to watch Gate.
Is it okay to watch Slime?
Is it okay to watch Slime? No, it's never okay to watch Slime.
Every stream, a Slime reference, every time.
Yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
As long as you are aware of the underlying messages that these forms of media perpetuate in the social structures at their foundation.
Ellie, I'm critical consuming! Oh!
Sounds very much like it.
I'm going to critical consume my media! Ah! God, I fucking hate these people. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. Like, just let people enjoy things. You don't have to be fucking switched on 24/7. Just enjoy the jiggly titties on the screen from the GUZZZZ girl. Okay, it's okay, right? Jesus.
Engage critically. The content.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, critically consume.
You consume and understand how it can shape your perceptions of the world, how it can reinforce power dynamics that harm you without you even realizing it. Engaging critically with media includes Moon Channel, by the way. I appreciate.
Yeah, we're engaging critically right now. We've been engaging critically for the last 4 hours. Oh, God.
You taking the time to watch this video, but don't take what I say at face value in this or any other video.
Oh, yeah? I wonder how much he appreciates all the people that shit on.
That's not engaging critically, that's just mindlessly.
No, it is. They're being critical. They're being critical of his content, Ellie, calling him calling him a leftist, unprincipled piece of shit. That's critical, isn't it? I'm joking. I get it. I'm being a memester.
Take some time and reflect on the contents. Disagree and comment if you feel so inclined. Build a dialogue and reach a greater level of
Oh yeah, we'll comment, all right. Okay, I'll stop doing it.
Yeah.
Understanding. If you can do that, even if you disagree with a lot of the video, well, then I'd say that the video is ultimately worth it. Spoiler warning for the story of Nikke. As one plays Nikke, one is given hints that the Raptors might not be what they seem.
Of course
the
they aren't.
Raptors might not be space aliens at all. The story alludes to the possibility that the Raptors are man-made.
Of course they are.
Raptors are able to interface apparently natively with Nikke, ostensibly because the Nikke are built using Raptor technology. The Raptors are led, in a way, by a Raptor Queen, a so-called heretic Nikke that has gone rogue and turned against human civilization. There's a lot to unpack in the lore. If Raptors being man-made is indeed the case, their war might not be a conquest, but instead a revolution.
So this is also a very typical lefty thing that I've noticed, right? Now, I don't know how true this is with Nikke, right? Because it's, I haven't played it, I don't know the lore, but it's the identification with evil, right? Like always sympathizing with the evil characters rather than the good characters, because the good characters are upholding the status quo usually, while the evil characters, quote unquote, typically they symbolize a change, right?
Yeah.
Usually for the worst, right? Because that's how typically bad guys go. It's a very, like, you see this a lot with like serial killers and stuff as well. Like they'll identify like, oh, the poor, or criminals is actually probably the best one, right? Where leftists are very sympathetic to criminals because they don't believe that anyone could do a crime, Oh, they're only shoplifting because they need the food, Ellie. They're only shoplifting because of their poor people, so and so, and then you see like, oh, they're only stealing that TV because they need to feed their family, Ellie. You don't understand. I need to feed my family like Samsung phones, right?
I go on, but point is.
Yeah, well, the point is that they are like they can't consider, like, obviously there are cases where it's like, yeah, you shoplift or whatever because that's your only choice, but a lot of crimes are crimes of opportunity and people wanting to, fucking make a quick buck off, not having to buy something or being able to resell something on a market, right?
There's always the thing about if it has to be worth it, and when you already have nothing or less than nothing, then having the risk of being caught in a shoplifting may be outweighing the cost of buying it.
Well, I think the issue in general is you see people that actively encourage it and support it and say that it's a good thing to do and that more people should do it, right? And that's where it starts to get a little bit weird, right? Because I can understand being sympathetic to someone who literally has no other option, right? Like, that's understandable. But I don't think a lot of people, like other rioters that like break into a fucking tech store and are like just hauling televisions and phones and shit out of a store.
Yeah, well,
are you going to tell me all of those people are like just super oppressed and don't have any other option? They were forced by the mystical hand of the patriarchy / capitalism / the system.
As you were saying that, I was scrolling through some site and just saw the name Adobe come by. I don't know what's.
Oh yeah. Well,
I don't know why I'm saying that.
We could get into like a debate about that, but like I'm talking about you know the difference, right? Come on, don't fuck around with me here, right? You know the difference, on what's going on there. So anyway, it's good.
Highly intelligent thinking beings that were alienated from their personhood and treated as objects. a revolution against an oppressive humanity. If this video bothers you, please understand this. Cognizance and cooperation can undo the chains that bind us all. If we fail to work together, if we fail to understand that undoing objectification is to all of our benefit, then what choice does the object have but to fight for its personhood? As US President John F. Kennedy once said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Or as Malcolm X...
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So this is also a problem. Like he's quoting other people. Got to make his own argument sound more, like. But the question is, what is he actually advocating here, right? What is he using these quotes to push?
Change,
what idea is being pushed? Yeah, like
kindness, understanding.
Yeah, but he's also saying, right, we need to dismantle the entire fucking system because, fucking reasons, right? And somehow sexy woman is to blame. Right. Alright, let's let him quote Malcolm X.
Put a bit more succinctly, it'll be ballots, or it'll be bullets. As a long-time advocate for peace and reconciliation and cooperation, I prefer the former. Change will not be easy. These ways of thinking are imprinted upon us like the military brainwashing in the Nikke world. But just as the commander does, we must try to recognize Nikke as human beings too. We must try to uphold and validate the personhood of the objectified and oppressed amongst us, whether that's women, racial minorities, LGBT people, or the economically disadvantaged. If we fail to do so, as is slowly becoming the reality in South Korea, we may face the alternative. And the alternative is less than pleasant.
Ooh.
Is that the end of the video, Nametsu?
No, it's not. It's not. We still.
Oh no! All right, continue.
Big threats. Do as we fucking say, or otherwise you'll get your fucking riots. I hate it. I fucking hate leftists.
I've been your host, Mooney. I told you it'd be a heavy video, didn't I? In truth, I'm a little scared about how this video will be received.
Oh yeah, I wonder why. The
video goes deeper than I originally planned in some places, and not as deep as I'd have liked in others. YouTube is a fickle mistress. Masters tools and all that.
But this is
what I mean about this is what I mean about principles, right? If he was principled, he wouldn't give a fuck. As long as, obviously you can't show stuff that's going to get him fucking banned from YouTube, but if he fucking was like, no, I'm going to play out this video and I'm going to say what I want to say, fuck the monetization, right? Like, Ellie, we don't get monetized. He's
already a lawyer, anyway, I guess, so why...
He's already a lawyer, yeah, like, why does he give a fuck about the monetization then, If he makes enough money doing his lawyery stuff, then, the video stuff is a side hustle or whatever, right? Like, your master's tool, he sounds like a tool, yeah.
But I think that we content creators have a duty to discuss these complicated topics in a more friendly, approachable way, to use our platforms to make the world a better place and to seek the good where it blossoms. To look for the helpers, so to speak. Speaking of making the world a better place, I wanted to thank all of the generous donors who contributed.
Okay, I'm going to assume that he's done. I'm just going to skip around because he's still got like 3 minutes left.
Oh, Brazil mentioned. Alright, not anymore.
There's more stuff. Okay, there we go. Special thanks. Nikkei's.
Inflation
stuff.
is a pain.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I might. Is this like a thing where the Nikkeis are directly talking about it? I don't know.
My sisters for teaching me these things to begin with, and to Moon Channel's generous.
Oh yeah, your sister. Okay.
Patrons, without which none of this would be possible. And thank you, of course, for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Alright.
Well, hello to all the commanders. I am the diligent, beautiful, smart, cheerful, and adorable Anise. So, You may be wondering, why is there a special segment today? I hope you won't mind me saying. We Nikkeis fight for the future of humanity.
Oh, is he like trying to like fuck it?
He's overlaying it because it.
Okay. I thought it was like, oh man, imagine if Nikkei actually fucking, you know, whatever. But anyway,
first off, his avatar...
what do you think? You go first because you're probably going to be nicer than me. So you go first.
All right. So first off, his avatar game, his placing of images on the screen and whatnot, terrible. Very inconsistent when he's placing the Ace Attorney on screen or not. Whenever he's talking, it doesn't really seem any rhyme or reason. I don't know. Maya is her name, right?
I think so.
The psychic girl. I know she has some psychic.
Yeah.
She has some psychic powers. I thought.
Something like that, yeah.
But why is she on screen at some points? Why is she sometimes the avatar of Moon, and when sometimes she isn't? Why are some of them? Why are they both on the screen at the same time? I don't get it.
It's distracting the shit out of you, basically.
Well, I'm looking for some consistency in presentation, right? First, also he just shows some graphs and doesn't really address them. Doesn't really use them. He uses them to prove something, but he doesn't reference them or point out why they support his things. So it's kind of confusing.
And there's also like the issue of like, from watching like the takedown of his propaganda video, he's not very honest in using sources to begin with,
or just lazy.
Which is kind of, yeah, he's lazy with it, and that kind of puts into question his sources a little bit.
Like though that one graph that's ended in 2012. Use some
like does the data actually say the thing that, you know, he claims it says, right?
I mean, he keeps showing the images or parts of clips of the protest. It doesn't really show or tell us what it's about. All I saw, there was a very brief moment where one woman said something like I assume she quoted or repeated a threat that said, "Next time when I see you, I'll pour acid on you," or something. So apparently, this woman got a big threat, and that's part of the against reason why she's protesting or supports the protest or something. So what was that about? What was the protest about? All that stuff. So that's kind of his connection to the real world. All right, you show all these inequalities and all these protests kind of stuff, but this game is, like I said, somewhere in the middle of this 5 hours, way downstream from the culture that is the problem, the patriarchy that is the problem.
The attitudes and behaviors that are, because I wouldn't use, because again, when you use patriarchy, right, you're kind of like putting it on that monolith. Like, I think the way that you described it was a lot better, where you just say that it's negative behaviors, right?
Toxic behaviors.
Toxic behaviors, right? Toxic learned behaviors, right? Because that's a lot more generalized, right? That's not just like, because when you hear patriarchy, right, a lot of people, including myself, we just go, oh, so you're saying it's men are the problem, right? Because men are in control of everything, so men are the problem. It's all men's fault. Men do this to everyone, right? Whereas if you describe it as literally, in the general sense, toxic, like you said, toxic behaviors that have been inherited, right? That makes it a lot less accusatory, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
and I think a lot more people. I think people would be a lot more open to the idea if, one, it didn't sound so conspiratorial, right? And two, it was a lot more general in its, you know, presentation, right?
I guess I should include,
because everyone.
I should include stuff like laws and whatnot. It's not really learned stuff. I believe you.
Oh yeah, laws and stuff that would be like systemic, right?
Yeah, but inherent toxic behavior includes laws, so I think that's a good thing to.
Maybe, yeah, but you get, I get what you're saying, right? And I agree with you. It's kind of like, I feel like if the presentation was a bit better, you would have less resistance to the idea of changing those behaviors. It's like with toxic masculinity, right? Because that gets tossed around a lot as well, right? Yeah, there are toxic male behaviors, that's true. But when most people use toxic masculinity, they just toss that word around on any male behavior at all, right? Because there are male behaviors that are not necessarily toxic that I think probably should be preserved, right? Like, self-sacrifice, heroism, like not taken to an extreme extent, of course, right? But there are some things that I think that men should, good behaviors from men, being loyal, being, good traits. But the issue comes is when you say toxic masculinity, you're saying toxic masculinity. Masculinity is toxic, right? Whereas if you just generalized it a bit more, I think there'd be less resistance to wanting to actually change certain things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of.
But anyway,
toxic masculinity is kind of a band.
It sounds a little tone. It sounds a little like a little tone policey, I guess. But I just feel like the way that you present ideas is important to how people are going to be reciprocate to them, right?
So I think that the part about toxic masculinity is it's kind of a band-aid, but because I think because you listed you mentioned a couple of behaviors or traits, and none of them sound particularly unique to men.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe band-aid. All right. Don't care, my dude. I guess that's part one. Fuck all those other guys. Do whatever you want, my dude. Toxic. That's the end of toxic masculine behavior. Part two is those behaviors aren't masculine at all by nature. So what are you worrying about?
I know this is going to kind of chip into your wanting to explain time, but if you're using that clip from I think it was the most recent Beavis and Butthead. They had a sketch where Beavis and Butthead go to like a college and they get told about the patriarchy, and they're like, patriarchy means we get to be first in line because we're men. The men get everything. and then they just start doing whatever the fuck they want because of the patriarchy. Patriarchy. That's kind of what just funny little thing that I remember. But anyway, I guess I should probably my final thoughts. I kind of agree with you. I think that the video quality itself, it's not like it's terrible. I think the issue I have with it more so in terms of like he uses a lot of really flowery language, and I guess that can be justified as he's a lawyer, so lawyers do that, right? But I think it doesn't help his point, and I think it just leads to if you're trying to convince the layman, you have to speak at the level of the layman. Right? If you go into a conversation with a layman and you just start spewing a bunch of fucking academic, jargon nonsense at someone, they're gonna think that you're speaking fucking Chinese, right?
The thing is, Arthur, he wasn't even speaking academically because we have listened to
academic... not particularly, no.
I mean, the study of swords guy, he uses some academic words, I thought, at least I remember.
Yeah, but he at least explains it, that's the thing, right? And then with this guy, it's like, you're right, he's not getting too academic-y, but he uses that, like, what was it, like, pernicious...
Yeah, but he's just using
instead of saying, like, lewd or degen or, sexy or sex...
behavior.
Perverted behavior, yeah, like, instead of saying, like, the actual behavior, right?
Also, it's not addition. It's non-toxic because it's kind of just born out of a convenience thing.
Yeah, it's a convenience thing. Yeah, pretty much. But anywho, so I feel like that's one problem is that he definitely needed to like use better language. I feel like a lot of the video requires you to buy into preconceived notions. And I mentioned this quite a few times during the cast where I felt like if you don't agree that sexualization and objectification are, objectification is, if that's even a fucking thing because it's fictional, right? But for the purpose of argument, I'll just assume it is, right? If you don't buy into these preconceived notions, right, then he's not really like doing anything for you. He's preaching to the choir, basically, right? He's preaching to the audience that already agrees with his preconceived notions around sex and sexuality and sexual content, right, being this kind of bad, toxic thing, right, that, you know, is causing like certain problems in society because of its existence, right? So I feel like he could have done with being a bit more, I don't know if nuance is the right word, but maybe a little bit less dismissive of the idea that, hey, maybe good things can have sexual content. Maybe the sexual content isn't a hindrance to the nikkies, right? Maybe them being sexual is not necessarily bad, right? Maybe you know, it could be a good thing to have attractive characters in our video games, right? Instead of having them be, you know, fucking not attractive. So
anyway.
I think we're pretty much
not
done.
video games, animes.
Do you want to do? It's 5. We've been here for 5 hours, Ellie.
Yeah,
do you want to?
I mean, it will bother me.
I'm giving you an out.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm giving you an out because I don't want you to kill yourself.
Today is my last day of my vacation.
All right.
Tomorrow, as in 20 hours. Then it's the Monday again. Then it's the first work day in 3 weeks. So big sleepy time today.
Big sleepy hours. Yeah.
But anyway, too many losing heroines. Naruto, the conclusion of the arc where the girl Lemon gets has to let go of her big crush love that she had for a while. She ran into the countryside and to kind of run away.
Things happened. Yeah.
Yeah, she ran away kind of, and they stay for another night. They have a small talk. Protagonists have a small talk with Lemon, the runner girl, and they go back. And when Lemon comes back, she is confronted by the girlfriend of the guy that they both like. She kind of stole under her, and she still likes, and was kind of semi-sneakily going on dates with, without him really realizing it was a date. That kind of deal. Because they've been friends for so long, if she asked me to go out somewhere, that's not a date. But to her, it was kind of a date. So she was kind of sneak dating, without him knowing. That's so complicated.
Yeah.
Social complications. They have kind of a heart to heart. They meet up again after because last time, if you remember, Lemon revealed that he liked him. That she liked him all along, and he thought he would never have a chance with Lemon, but he did. But now he has a girlfriend already, so he can't be with Lemon.
Oh no!
Yeah. Anyway, they have a heart-to-heart. They reminisce about their youth, their first meetings, and how they went to school all the time and whatnot. And Lemon gives up, basically. Says, you liked me, you have a girlfriend, I'll be fine, I guess. And that's it. Although Naruto, there's a brief moment where she looks at the sky at the moment. She looks at the sky and she notices a very bright star, and she wonders what star it is. Smart nerd guy says maybe it's the summer triangle. And then he says, "Look, there are 3 stars over there." And then she goes, "I can only see 1."
Oh.
And that's. Oh, that sounds almost like a symbolism kind of deal, Naruto. Okay, does he only see herself? Does he only see him in the sky? Does our guy see his girlfriend, himself, and Lemon? What does it mean? The 3 lights, the 4 lights, the 1 light.
What does it mean? What does it mean, Ellie? Oh,
yeah.
boy.
But so that's So they all, at the end of this conversation, they all stay friends. The new girlfriend, Lemon, and our nerd guy stay friends.
Alright, 5-0's leaving, so catch you later.
Later.
Have a good one.
Nerd from self being sick.
Yeah. But anywho, continue.
Yeah. So that's done. They go to their homes, but Naretsu, for one final time, she's indulging in being in love with him for one time by gently holding his pinky with her pinky as they walk side by side. A little bit of cheating, and very much like this is more explicit on than going on sneaking dates. So maybe there will be a aftermath, a tale, an arc coming from this later. But for now, it's over. But this series is kind of deliberate in its drama, in its interpersonal relationship. So I feel there might be coming something of this later. Meanwhile, worst girl ever was dropping hints on social media that she was with a guy. You know, 2 episodes ago, she was, taking a picture of her big with her big drink with whipped cream and whatnot, and sneaking the hand of a man in the frame, making it seem she was on a date with somebody else. Ooh. Also, she did the same thing last episode where she took a picture while she was in the bath, and then having Lemon, who was also in the bath, somewhat in frame, I guess, also, but not revealing that it was a girl, therefore making it seem she was with a guy in the bath together naked. Scandalous.
Oh. Scandals.
Alright, so there's a downside to dropping hints all the time.
People might start believing them.
People start believing them. And now she's asked to bring her boyfriend along. And she can't deny it. She's been posting this stuff for a while. So if she now says that there was never a guy, people will think, oh, she's been dumped again. So what she does, she has a very special favor to ask of this guy, our protagonist. Would you please
pretend to be my friend?
get the nurse guy to be my boyfriend.
Yeah, I think I've seen this. Clip on Twitter.
He should have thrown her off the railing.
Yeah, just toss her off the fucking.
Absolute
Be
worst.
done with it. Be done with it. Off the balcony you go.
I know. I haven't seen the next episode because it airs today. It will go back to Komori, the stuttering girl that is nonetheless very assertive. The quiet, stuttering girl who likes books, but is very much assertive in what she wants. So I'm looking forward to that. Because her arc is supposed to be over, right? The guy she liked has a girlfriend. She's happy that he is a girlfriend, and etc, etc. But now the arc is about her. I wonder how that will go. Alright, Elusive Samurai. I'm going to quickly go on.
Yes, elusive samurai jumping around, doing fun samurai things.
Last episode, there was going to be a raid on the village where all the adults were killed, and the village was protected by sneaky tactics of the children and a strategist.
As you do.
Anyway,
as you do.
The attack commences, and by the bad guys, and the bad guys get immediately shot in the back by arrows.
Oof.
The reinforcements has become a bunch of archers. A couple of archers have come in, and they sneak attack them from behind on the hill. Alright, do we go back and kill the archers? No, we're going to move on to the village, because they are resorting to the sneaky tactic. That means they are undermanned in the village. So our big bad guy says, we're going forward. Then We're going forward. Oh no, the ground is slippery. How can it be? Oh no, it's ice. It's frozen over. They have dammed in the river and therefore have created a skating skating ring kind.
Ice skating ring, yeah.
And they're shooting arrows from the village onto the ice. When they're slippery on the floor. Also, the archers who were on the hill are descending from the hill and shooting them in the back. What they're going to do? Are they going back into the mountains undercover? No, they're going forward, says the bad general guy. Just walk over.
Press on! We can do it!
Walk over the dead guys. Walk over the dead who are shot by arrows, so you don't slip on the ice. Because you resorting to the sneaky tactics just means they're undermanned. So they do break through, and our big general guy eventually comes face to face with our boy. And what does he see? He sees money.
Money, 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 money.
He looks at the boy, and it's done rather nicely. He looks.
Yeah, I see the still shot in the stream. Yeah, he's got the money.
The anime does you know furigana, what that means? For the watchers or the viewers later on, furigana is like a clarification on the pronunciation of words. Above, you have complicated kanji, and furigana is just the kana, kata, ra, di, etc. above the kanji, so you know how to pronounce it. In the anime, this guy says, "Alright, boy," but when he says "boy," it is overlaid with a voice that says, like, 200. $200.
Yeah, big money.
So the thing is, he says he wants to say, so he thinks to himself, he says "boy." Alright, you boy.
He actually says money.
He just mentions, "Hello there, $200.
Listen. $20 is $20.
Oh man! Oh wait! If I can teach you a trick, you'll be $30. And then the boy says something. And then the boy says something that he's smart. Good. Oh, $50. You're pretty smart. So he goes on for a bit, and then the guy, our prince says, "Hey, you're a slaver, right? Yeah, I know you're a slaver. And why do you kill the mothers? Slavers don't kill mothers. They care for the children, as the children do backbreaking labor and whatnot." And And our guy says, because it's more the look of despair is such more satisfying. The knowledge that they will live a miserable life and die is so good.
Dude's just cooming in his pants at the suffering of the kids.
Well, if you look at the lower right.
Yeah, he's got that coom face on. He
kills mothers in front of the children's, and then he sells the children, knowing that they'll die in hard labor. While he goes home, and when he drinks, he just thinks about all the suffering. Takes a swig of his drink.
Yeah, he's got that big coom energy. The big coom energy is now flowing.
Yeah. So he's not a good guy, Naretsu.
No, he's not. He doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't sound like he's a good guy. It sounds like he's a bit of a bad man.
Yeah. So the episode kind of ends with our prince boy learning a new move because he's terrible at attacking. He's only really good at evading. He can't swing a sword for shit. So he's learned a new technique that seems to be letting the enemy come to you and just kind of sliding to the side and letting the sword hit the person while he's sliding to the side, kind of deal.
Right.
That's kind of his. The episode
new tactic unlocked.
New tactic unlocked,
skill.
but it's unexplained. It will be explained in the next episode.
Yeah.
Also, the guy with the French flag on his face is a general underling of our big bad general, and he's. Sorry, I also have a cough. Apparently, he's our new character, our new strategist character is now going to attack. Going to fight him one-on-one. But he's a tactician, our new character. So I wonder if he just not has some traps laid around, some tactics to fight, because he just says, "Hey, do you want to fight me one-on-one over there? You're the strongest one, right?" Just, no, I'm not. La. Making funny faces, and then no, you are. And then he goes, "All right, you know that I'm the strongest, right?
Okay.
Time to get serious."
Per the charisma check fail.
Yeah.
charisma check fail.
Yeah, do you want to take the lead on the VTubers?
Yeah, I'll take the lead on the VTubers. So first half of this one was quite funny because she gets found out. She gets found out, Ellie. She goes to she's telling the story. If she goes to I'm gonna call it a dairy, but it's like corner store, right? Because it's different culture. We call them dairies. Combini, yeah. She goes to the Combini, and there's no booze. Where's the booze? The booze is gone, Ellie. No, where did my booze go? So she goes to another store. There's no booze out. The booze is gone. Nowhere has any of the booze. The booze.
There's strong zero drinks.
Strong Zeros is gone. There's no $20 to get near it. See what a mate dress about. So I just saw that comment now. But basically, yeah. So she's going around, and then she's like, okay, fine. I will just order it on Amazon. So she orders a big box from Amazon that comes to her house, and she gets the delivery notification. But when she goes outside, where's the box? Ellie, where's the box? And then she sees a cardboard cutout person taking the box down the stairs. And she goes, "Hey, that's my box!"
Give me.
And then they run down the street. And it's like a little, like, you've got the 8-bit kind of cartoony little
16-bit,
thing.
I believe, or whatever bit it is.
16-bit, little cartoony pixel graphic video game running down the street. And she tackles the assailant, the thief, has stolen her drink. And I like how she makes a reference to the Long Fit adventure. Man, those Long Fit streams are pain.
I'm pretty sure they did.
It turns out that the thief is a fan. The thief is a fan that is kind of like, hey, you
changed.
Yeah, you changed. I liked you when you were the pure girl doing the pure things, right? And I want you to go back to that. And our heroine here is like, don't worry, it's okay. You know, I might have changed, but I'm still the same person I was. You know,
it's all me.
It's all me. I'm sure it'll be fine. And the punchline to the gag is, I talked with management and now I've moved apartments.
I'm out.
I don't know. Yeah, I have now moved apartments. It's quite funny. It's good. So essentially, so now and I like how they do actually move apartments. We're now at a new visual location. A little bit smaller, it looks like, than the last one, but it's a little bit.
It's multi-room, because the previous seems to be kind of a one-room apartment. Now she kind of seems to have a dedicated kitchen in a separate place.
Yeah, seems so. So it's not all bad.
I don't think I'll go back to reference it and all, but they seem.
No. Probably
I believe she has like a one bedroom and streaming, you know,
kitchen combo type thing.
And now she has a separate room for streaming and sleeping. So.
So basically, new apartment. It's all goods, and she invites her mama, artist lady, over to do collab stream, and they show up, and boy, are the Yuri lovers in for a treat this.
Well, Naruto, it started with the first scenes where they had some flashback for when they first debut moments. And starting to call each other by nicknames and whatnot.
Yeah. They're already having a good time, right? They're already having a good time. So they have a collab, and they're doing art stuff and designing a new outfit. They design an outfit that's made out of cans. It's all hearts, funny. You know, it's all goods. But then as the night progresses, they're in bed together, and they're kind of confessing and doing, you know, oh, it's so cute, so lovey-dovey. You know,
the vibes are high.
The vibes are very high. Yes, very high. Big Yuri energy this episode, very big. And then it just kind of ends, which is a little bit odd, I think. Not much of a resolution or setup for the next episodes, I guess, but it was fine. So yeah. I think that, you know, quality, right? You know, we haven't really gone up or down. You know, I reckon it's still we're still very much, you know, on the level.
I'm going to say something mean. Unless I said it before.
No, you're going to be mean.
I'm going to be mean about the VTuber show. I can kind of get this show from watching actual VTubers.
Kind of, yeah. I think I can understand that, but I think that if you do watch VTubers and you enjoy VTubers, you'll enjoy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can get the same thing from watching the VTubers.
The same crazy stories, the same, even like the sum of the behind the scenes.
But I think that allows you. That's what allows you to kind of. I think that's what allows you to kind of, you know, have fun with it, right? Like, it's not necessarily a matter of, you know, one or the other, right? You can enjoy both, right? I wouldn't view it. I think the issue is kind of viewing it as like a substitute, right, for the other, right? I don't think it's a substitute for watching VTubers, but I think that it is an interest. It's just a fun little show where if you don't watch VTubers, maybe you'll get something out of it, and that might push you to check out VTubers, right? And if you're already into VTubers, hey, it's just more of, you know, what you like. You know, you already like the VTubers, so you'll probably like this too.
The second thing that I want to mention is it does feel like an outsider writing VTubers.
I don't know. I mean,
it's not a VTuber writing this light novel that is now adapted into an anime. It is somebody who is watching VTubers writing a light novel about
like a
VTuber
fan,
life.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying, though. I get where you're coming from, but I'm enjoying it. I'm thinking it's a fun time. I reckon
yeah.
So, what do we got next?
Mayonaka Punch.
Right, vampires.
Vampire YouTuber vampires. The YouTuber vampires are doing a public event.
Ooh.
I'll just call him Mr. Beast because this YouTuber is very big enough to host events on stage, things kind of deal.
Right, so same kind of deal. Right, yeah, I get you. So, what's Mr. Beast up to?
Mr. Beast is doing game shows, trivia shows, a kind of a variety of stuff. A competition contest between different YouTube groups or YouTubers. Mayonaka Punch is kind of there as a group, and one of them is like a cooking contest, another one's a quiz show, the other is a red light, green light kind of deal, and they all kind of do different competitions. Our music girl who went through the whole arc froze and didn't sing.
Right.
Sad, kind of a sad moment for her. Our gambling addict just didn't play along with the green light, red light kind of thing. until somebody else almost won, and then suddenly with a ball and chain around her arm, not her arm, without her ankle, she just jumped the entire thing and won instantly. Breaking the rules because she's not supposed to reveal her vampire strength and whatnot. But it gets kind of played off like, oh damn, she's fast, I guess.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
So she won. The cooking show went alright. She lost because she didn't read. She couldn't read.
She lost because she didn't read.
And the quiz show went terrible because our main girl ate some garlic, and garlic makes them loopy and druggy.
Oh no.
But of course, fortunately, Naretsu, there was a drama. YouTuber drama.
Drama? Oh,
our plumber guy in the on the bottom has an affair, and it was revealed during the show.
Oh boy!
So
oh no!
He is in trouble. Also in drama land. And
he's been put in the drama zone. Yes.
Yeah, but
he's been put in the drama zone.
But Naretsu, suddenly the power one goes out to the entire stage, the entire room. So this is our chance for plumber guy to redeem himself. He'll look. He'll go look for the problem, and then he'll solve the problem. He'll be the hero.
Yeah,
however,
the hero man.
Turns out the problem isn't in the building. It's kind of a truck, a power generator just outside, whose plug was pulled because some crazy fan was jealous.
Oh no!
However, Mayanaka Punch has a performance to play, and they are going to perform no matter what. So they're just going to perform with some lights from their phone and the song playing off from YouTube through a speaker.
As you do.
As you do. And then when the fight the fight between Crazy Fan and our manager protagonist is over, the lights switch on. A leaky pipe that our plumber guy was working on was fixed. Oh no, it isn't fixed. It ejects even more water and then creates a rainbow on the stage below. No, it creates a rainbow on the stage below. It's all fine. And our girls have a good song at the end. And I don't have an image for this. It's ends kind of ominously, where our main protagonist girl kind of realizes something, but it isn't said what. Is it a feeling of actually wanting to be there? Does she see her former companions? Is it a realization that she has 1 million subs or whatever? Now she has to get all her blood gets drained. Mystery. So that will happen next time.
Guess we will find out. Yes, we will find out next time.
I'll go through some other shows.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, and then we probably
yeah.
Blitz time. Blitz time. How's the blitz going?
Dungeon people. I don't. Dungeon people.
The dungeon people still dungeoning?
I haven't been able. I didn't get to the dungeon people. I don't. Did I get to how to become ordinary? That show is so ordinary. It's so forgettable.
Well, considering you can't remember, probably says something about the show that you can't remember.
I don't have images. It's kind of maybe a thing to me. So the show is kind of interesting is in that they are just alright, setting, right? Our protagonist goes into a burger shop.
Okay.
Suddenly he's sitting next to his friend, his abrasive friend. Hey, what are you doing here? I'm just eating my burger. Alright.
I'm eating my burgers, yes.
Hey, did you know I'm actually stealing some people who use drugs?
Ah. Alright. Okay.
Alright. Because this girl was forced into a drug group, but she wants to leave according to her sister. So I am going to see if her sister really wants to leave and if I could do anything about that.
Drugs bad, okay?
And it turns out that she... And then there's a whole mystery because the abrasive guy just went through. Alright, go to here when you're done, and he just draws some lines.
Right.
And then it's a whole mystery of 10 minutes of what those lines fucking mean. Why did he draw some lines?
What the fuck did he mean by this?
Not a phone number, not a thing, not a character, not a name, not a number, just some lines. And eventually it's a kind of, as you do on a fast food restaurant thing, there is a little map about a location where they are. And what those lines were just the roads that were just extending the map on the place, on the thing, on this.
On the thingy-mabob.
Yeah, on the thing that in front of him. A small map expanded with the lines. It's mystery solved. But Naretsu, it turns out that she did want to leave the drug group, but and he tried to help, but she said, "Don't bother. You're in my way." So he's pissed. He wants to help. He needs to help, but he can't help. All right.
Big no help.
Drug group in the background. All right, our foxboy, smarter than you foxboy, or at least wants to be foxboy, goes to the house of Wolf Girl, who will cancel you into oblivion. He sits around, he waits around. She was supposed to be there. She isn't there. That seems odd. The mother gets a call. The house phone gets a call. She's been kidnapped.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
This is very intriguing. Our foxboy, is he going to need to save her? Is she just going to punch everybody around her? We have heard a lot of threats about her, but we haven't really heard much about her actual capability. Just only much about her intentions. So that's interesting. Right. Monogatari off-season Naretsu. Shinobu was a princess whose soul got exposed and everybody killed themselves because they couldn't compare to the beauty of her soul.
Yeah. It was such too cute, too beautiful.
So it's been running around. So the episode ends on opens on a vampire who died and came back to life.
Dead vampires. Oh boy.
And came back to life because these vampires are kind of immortal.
As you do, yeah.
The vampire died because of starvation. How can this vampire starve? Because the entire kingdom is dead.
Yeah.
The entire kingdom killed.
Right, yeah.
Everybody in the kingdom killed themselves.
Right. Shit. There's no blood left. What the fuck am I gonna do?
Alright, she says, who did this? In this kind of, this woman, you shouldn't go near her. She's the reason. Don't go there. I survived by eating corpses. And she goes like, I am suicide master. I am
I am the master of suicide. Hold my beer. Oh god.
You know how she has a name?
Yeah.
Alright. Quickly, her underling, right? The vampire that says, don't go near that woman. She was the reason that everybody killed himself. You know Shinobu's name?
No.
He shot our Aurelian heart on their blade.
Okay.
That's her name. The name.
Alright.
The name she gave to her underling is tropical-esque home away dog strings.
Makes sense, I guess. Fucking, that sounds wild. All right.
Okay. All right. Quickly. Name.
Getting all the things.
Quickly. I am terribly sorry. Come on, give me the name. Anime. Alright, she's called. So she's her quick name Suicide Master. She's the vampire of the prepared death, the inevitable death, and certain death. Deathtopia Virtuoso Suicide Master.
Based. XXX Suicide Master. Xbox Live Gamer Tag.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, Shinobu is the vampire, is the hot-blooded, the iron-blooded, the cold-blooded, kiss-shot Aurelian Heart on their blade.
Okay.
And she is the vampire of the prepared after certain death. What was it? A lot of death.
A lot of death. Yeah, a lot of death going on.
So she meets our Aurelian girl, the guy that kills everybody, and she doesn't die when she sees him here.
Right.
All right, that's interesting, I guess. But the moment that she thinks about eating her or killing her, she kills herself instead. She's very confused about this. Why do I kill myself when I think about hurting you? That's odd. So she kind of just dies 3 times during the conversation.
Just trying to figure it out, just as you do.
And some questioners are from, hey, if you kill everybody around you, why don't you just kill yourself? This is kind of annoying. And she goes, well, if I kill myself and I don't solve this problem, then the next person whose soul is so beautiful that everybody kills themselves might not be inclined to solve this problem, to prevent this. So it's better if I stay alive, solve this problem, and then kill myself, instead of kill myself now before a problem is before a solution is found. So, but the vampire goes, all right, I'll keep you around so you can solve the problem, but you're the only one who blood I want to drink, because I only drink the blood of the people I want to drink, and I want to drink your blood. Therefore, I'm going to drink your blood.
Lots of blood drinking, yeah.
But in the meantime, every time she thinks about drinking her blood, she dies.
Yeah, which is a bit of a problem. Yeah,
bit of a problem. Yeah. So it's kind of a mutual. I'm going to kill you, drain you, but I need to figure out how to stop people from seeing your beautiful soul first. It is going to end up with her becoming a vampire. We know Shinobu exists in the story.
Yeah. We kind of know where it's going a little bit, just a little bit.
But it's interesting. A little bit. Also, our Suicide Master says to her underling, "Don't go see her. I'm fine looking at her, but if you see her, you'll just poof. You'll just disintegrate. So don't look at her." Last stuff. Nertsu, pseudo harm.
So Oshi.
That was Oshi
time, is it? Oh, what? Is it Oshi? I don't know.
No.
It's been 5 hours. I'm fucking out of it just as you. Oh, pseudo harem. All right.
Last one. It is interesting. They're not as much as concerned about appearing adult, but this is kind of turning into a how do you handle a kind of semi-long distance relationship? How do you handle a relationship where you're both kind of forced to spend a lot of time apart?
Right.
You are still in the high school, he is in the college. How do you do a relationship when he is suddenly an adult of some kind, meeting a bunch of other people you don't see? She's meeting people.
How do you deal with this? Yeah.
It's all still very sweet and innocent and non-threatening in that sense.
Lovey-dovey, happy fun time.
Yeah, not a lot of no drama, no romance drama of any kind really. But it is a thing. It is an interesting thing. All right, now it's time for the Oshi. Oshinoko.
Yeah, big Oshi time. Big arc ending. Getting close to end of arc. Big emotion.
Yeah.
Big emotion. Yeah, big. Oh man, tap into those emotions. Yeah. Ooh. So sad and angry and pitiful and big happy.
And the demon, the cloud, the smoky demon of guilt and regret isn't a big guy. His past self. It is the sad little boy who couldn't do anything. Because you know the shadow with glasses that was taunting him and demanding that he could never be happy. How dare you be happy? You can never be happy. You can never forget. Isn't, like I said, the scary, you know, tall demon. It is a small boy who couldn't save his mom. And
exactly.
For how dramatic Aqua is about his emotions, he does seem to realize that kind of the problem is what the problem actually is, and seems to be able to deal with them in
coping with that trauma.
He can cope with the trauma, but he kind of chooses not to.
Yeah, gotta keep that fire lit. Gotta be toxic man.
Yeah, but it's kind of
fuck your trauma. Yeah, don't work out your trauma.
But it's kind of no. Oh, that is my trauma. That is my problem over there. I can see the problem there. Hello, problem. Oh, you need just a hug? I can. Oh, so my trauma needs a hug. That's the only. It's only what he needs. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let that. Yeah.
I'll give I'll solve your trauma later, my little friend.
Put that on the back burner. Yeah.
I can solve it at any time, really, but I'm not going to. It's kind of a, you know, how many solutions can I have the medicine in my hand right here. I can get rid of this problem right now. I'm not going. It's very odd. I know what the problem is. I have the medicine, and I'm not going to take it.
Nah.
But anyway, he does tap into a reverse emotion from Gascana's advice was, how do you cry? Imagine your mom died.
Yeah.
Very easy. But Naretsu, what if you imagine your mom living?
Yeah.
That may be some similar powerful emotions.
Yeah, we could Uno reverse card that emotional trauma into some different emotions. Big acting time. Yeah. Good stuff. It was good, and it's all well animated. It's really hard to kind of talk about because a lot of it is actually really just it's done visually, right? Like the visual storytelling in Oshi is on point. It's so fucking good. I mean, the stills kind of showcase a little bit of it, but like the actual when you see it in motion, right? It's a lot more impactful. It's quite hard to kind of describe how they do it. But I guess the general thing is so the play. Big success. Yeah. Everyone's happy. Yeah, everyone big. The manga author's happy. The audience is happy.
Now do it.
Now you got to do it. Now you got to do it for the rest. Now you got to do it for the rest of the month.
7 more times or whatever.
7 more times or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, big fun time. Play went well. Good stuff. We're kind of glossing over a few things because I think the big thing for this episode is the DNA test that you see in the top corner there. Kind of. So basically, Aqua is trying to get the director man to talk about AI working for the drama thing, right? Because that's apparently where AI found the father.
I was at the theater production for a while and apparently got into a relationship with somebody at the theater. the theater man should know who that is, who did the workshops, but he doesn't want
but
to...
theater man is not saying anything. But then the other guy, actor man, glasses man, shows up.
The star
and goes,
the star of the production, the theater.
Hey, I know how to get him to. I know how to deal with this. And they go to the bar, the club, where the people work on there. I think it mentions that a lot of them are like Instagram people or other people, and they're working at the club.
What they do is they're people who work in media and have a side job because they don't appear enough to get a stable to work a stable job in media, but they can't But they're not really allowed to work a job because that detracts from their media persona. Media.
So they're working at the private club.
So they work at a obscure, hidden, for industry insiders only club for the cute girls that only do one project every 3 months or so.
Yeah.
But need to be available for the next one in 3 months' time, but need to make money in between the 3 months.
Yeah, so they go to that bar and they get the director man nice and drunk. But the problem is that, he gets too drunk, passes out. Basically.
Yeah, he only talks about, hey, you guys are similar in your weird, depressing attitudes towards the world.
Yeah. And then Aqua comes in and he drops the bombshell. He drops the bombshell. Hey, we're technically, I believe it's brothers, aren't they?
Yeah, they're half-brothers.
Half-brothers. We have the same dad.
Brothers from another mother, quite literally.
Yeah, basically, literally. Literally brothers from another mother, yeah. And that was the big bombshell of this episode. Because I wasn't expecting that either. I was like, oh shit, okay. Quite intense. So yeah, we're gonna see where that takes us. Interesting. We need to find the dad. Who is the father? Oh man. So yeah. Oshi's getting interesting again. I did feel like, even though the stage play was interesting, the visuals were good, all of that kind of stuff, I do think that it did slow down the overall plot quite a bit, right?
Yeah, it didn't focus on the progression of finding the father.
Yeah.
Besides,
and it's been because we've spent let's be real, the last 3 episodes just on the stage play, right, and the stage play happening, right, and so and that's justifiable because they kind of had to do that, but it has meant that we've kind of slowed down the pace a little bit, which I guess is fine. I just figured I'd bring it up as a point, right?
We got a very cool sequence with Melt and very cool sequence with Kana. We got a lot of kind of backstory or an insight in Aqua's psyche.
Yeah, backstories and insights into characters.
Very
and how they
sneakily,
think and what their philosophies are.
Looking back, Naretsu, doesn't Himekawa act similar to Aqua? He sits quietly in corners.
Yeah.
Doesn't look very many people in the eye.
Interesting, yeah. So there's definitely some interesting stuff going on. I think the last thing that I'll bring up about it is, did you hear that the stage play is real?
I'm not surprised.
Yes, I saw it on Twitter that they're going to be doing the Samurai Blade stage play as a Reels 2.5D stage play.
Very funny.
Very funny. Very meta. The meta commentary is real. Oh, it's good. But anyhow, I guess that'll
I'm
good. We're done.
I'm sneaky spoiling something, Naretsu. The next arc will be focused on Ruby.
Yeah, well, we've spent so long on arc where it makes sense to switch back to Ruby,
Yeah.
But yes, can we make it to 6 hours? If we waffle on.
Well,
for another few
I'm looking
minutes?
at the streaming time and it's already 6, so
it says we did it. We did it, boys. We did it, boys.
6 hours.
6 hour stream today.
And that means I'm going to end it right now. Goodbye.